recent review of digital platforms and its report, and the question of what governments should be doing. Should they be doing anything? What should they be doing better? We have a conversation starting at 11 o'clock on truth and trust, information, misinformation, disinformation, and that's being live hosted from UQ, and should be a very good discussion, I think. Then moving on from there, at 1 p.m, we have a discussion of internet infrastructure security, led by our panelist, Terry Sweetser. And at 2:30, Gaming Our Future, which is really looking at a whole range of emerging technologies and how people can be involved in the future of the internet. What some of those technologies like gamification and blockchain will mean for future development, and how people can be active in addressing those. And finally, we have a 3:45 session, Censorship and Expression Online, a discussion about how, well, sometimes with explicit decision, but often just the way the system works, some people's voices are promoted and others are silenced. And so a conversation about the role that the internet plays in that, and the role we all play in that. And we will close today at 5 o'clock. The sessions have been set up so that initially there'll be a panel discussion, there'll be a Q&A session, and in some cases we'll break out to a separate room for a more face-to-face discussion. Look, it's been a hard year for all of us, for obvious reasons. We started in smoke and fire and moved on to pandemic, and it's been really hard to get this together. We've had a group of volunteers that have done it, and a group of amazing sponsors. So I'd like to thank APNIC, who were first off the bat in terms of contributing money and who are organising all of our communications feeds today, and have supported the UQ being involved in NetThing today. Linux Australia was also an early contributor and very interested in our efforts to build an active multi-stakeholder community in Australia. Affiliates Australia have been involved in the steering committee for NetThing and have sponsored it. And I would particularly like to express my appreciation to Greta Adamo from Affiliates Australia for having managed our blogs and email blasts. It's been excellent. Amazon were very supportive of NetThing last year, and they've continued that support this year. So thank you to Amazon. GoDaddy Registry have joined our committee and sponsored us, and you will see that they have provided fun Zoom backgrounds, including the one I'm using at the moment, a photo booth, and they are running a quiz tomorrow, but also running a really interesting workshop tomorrow. So I encourage you to attend that. And Outer have, again, been a sponsor, but they are running a workshop where they're talking about their future, their strategic planning going forward tomorrow. And so I would like to thank them and all of our sponsors for all the contributions they have made in terms of bringing this forward. It could not have been done without them. We are a small group of volunteers. We have no budget or organisation behind us beyond what we bring in our spare time. And it's the contribution of our sponsors that has enabled it to happen this year. And finally, I would like to thank the steering committee. So it's people contributing their energy, spare energy and spare time, of which it's been really difficult this year to get together. And we've moved from going from a fully physical event to one distributed across the country to a largely virtual event. And it's required, agility and activity from everyone involved. I'd like to particularly call out Sandra Davey, who chaired last year's NetThing and has continued to be a champion this year. Kelsey Nabin, who chaired one of our subcommittees, and Sarah Kirkby, who also has been highly instrumental in getting all this together. One of our committee members passed away this year, and we miss him still. I won't say his name, but yes, I'd like to take a moment just to think about him and say thanks to him for his contribution. And that is it from me. I'd like to thank you all for coming along. I hope you will take the opportunity to participate and to hear other people's views and to contribute your own. We want to be in a position where we are well informed and respectful of diverse opinions coming to this forum, and we can use that as a basis for informed and active participation in the internet community to go forward. Thank you all. And over to you, Jeff.
Oh, thank you for that. Let me share a screen. Look, thanks for having me here today. I should say, I suppose almost as an excuse, but certainly an opening, I'm not a descendant of the first peoples of this land. I'm not a member of a minority group. Might be obvious, but you know, I'm not a woman. And I'm not a new voice, far from it. I'm not sure that it makes any sense to apologize because it's what I am. But I readily appreciate that some of you might be tired of hearing the same old stuff from me and folk just like me. So look, you want to hop away from the keyboard, get yourself a flatty or a cup of tea or whatever. Now is a really good time to do that. And I promise I won't be offended. I can't even tell who else is sharing this grey void with me. So, you know, I won't be offended, truly. I'll be about 15 minutes or so, and then you can go and get back to fun stuff. The other thing I should say right off the front is this is me as an individual, nothing more. I'm not pretending to speak on behalf of my employer in any way. This is my voice. Good or bad, it's my voice. So what am I meant to talk about? I was briefed on this to say, I think the most useful thing you could do is to hear your thoughts on what are the big issues at the moment, where you see things heading. You'd be speaking on your areas from your perspective, not necessarily trying to channel some sort of universal internet zeitgeist. What I think. Oh dear. You might not like this because there are uplifting talks. There are great talks that make you come out feeling, wow, got so much to do. And there are others. This is another. Because, you know, some of these burning issues, and I think more importantly, how we got here, are actually really important issues. And there's certainly technology has just gone mad in 30 years. We're talking massive systems that pummel terabits of data around the planet every second. We used to have huge computers that needed dedicated warehouses, needed cooling and heating systems, needed an army of worker bees 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, just to keep them running. Now, gee, hasn't even got any buttons. Where have we gone? I mean, we've gone from clumsy tools like file transfer and Waze, if anyone remembers it, to Facebook and fake news. We've now gone from data to search, and we've gone way better than that. We've gone into analytics and new and wonderful ways of stalking. And I actually think all of this has gone sour on us. That realistically in 30 years, it's not very good. It's disillusion and it's distrust. Why? I mean, you know, we had a lot of really wonderful expectations in the late 80s. We thought computers and communication were going to do wonderful things. Where we've ended up is rigged elections, fake news, the destructions of livelihoods, the creation of an entirely new global economy based only on surveillance capitalism. Mate, what went so horribly wrong? I'm sure that looking at these causes as to why would make a really good talk. But there are two problems with such a line of thought. firstly, I've only got a few minutes of your time. And secondly, to be perfectly frank, I don't know why it went so wrong anyway. So maybe I'm not the person to do that. But it's certainly true that the changes that we are living through are fundamental. We suspect they're madly exploitative, and that as individuals, as communities, as even nation states, we feel like we're being overwhelmed. This is truly a full-blown revolution. Now, how did this happen? I don't know, but we're trapped in one. So what should I say? What should I say right now about this? Well, I suppose the first lesson from the French one was, don't trust that Robespierre guy. He's going to kill us all. And secondly, Napoleon really was a genocidal maniac. All revolutions have an extraordinary cost. And this one's going to be no different. So, time for a warning. Time for a look out. Time for us to understand that these changes are so fundamental and so great that we really should worry about the degree of unease, of fear and resistance, the degree to which social capital and projections of social power are changing hands. It's easy to view things with suspicion and distrust and warn about how bad it's going to be. But it's all water off a duck's back. It's like the sky is falling. Nobody listens. The problem is that it really is broken, fundamentally broken. So what should I say? What's my message? Well, in this grey void that I find myself in, there's only one thing I can say. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I actually want to apologize for my small part in this mess we find ourselves in, because it all turned out so horrendously badly. And maybe we should have thought more about the risks at the time, even when they may have sounded so far-fetched. I'm like, we were so good at saying everyone should be able to play. The internet is for all. We never really thought about what we meant by that. Because when we said everyone should do it, what we never really thought about hard was, what the hell have we done to ourselves? Because I don't know about you, but I'm a shocking programmer. I'm really bad at my job, and I'm not the only one. I'm actually average. The world of programmers and code generators is actually a world of really, really shocking work. We build these massive edifices of mind-boggling complexity and then replicate millions of lines of code into billions and billions and billions of devices. Your car has 300 processors in it. God alone knows what's inside the MAX 8 that Boeing built, because Boeing certainly don't. Or even in your fancy front doorbell. The KPIs for our industry are actually best described by this oh so fashionable agile process that seems to be wandering around the industry at the moment. What's agile, if you haven't heard about it? Well, that's the incentive to write even shittier code, even faster and more of it, because obviously that's what we need. No one knows how these systems work anymore. No one truly understands the dependencies anymore, if they ever did. And if you want a really good example, think left pad. The continual streams of upgrades that all of us are being subjected to when we have devices should give you ample evidence that all we're doing is bailing as fast as we can to stop the entire ship from sinking. This is not about making it better. This is just about putting some more fingers into some more holes, because otherwise we're all going to go under. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars in this country alone, trillions globally, on staffing all these shiny, bright cyber defense bodies. We're trying to show what a great job we're doing to defend ourselves, when the problem isn't the folk who are driving all those trucks through these gaping holes. The problem is that it was the people like me who produced insanely shitty code in the first place that made all these holes. And those cyber defense bodies aren't cleaning up the coding mess. They're just trying to clean up the repercussions. So we're just not up to the task, are we? And, you know, I don't know about anyone else, but you should be really, really worried. I'm still at the keyboard. I'm still pounding away down here. I'm still writing code. We've done an amazing job. We are really, really terrible at it. The internet is now busted. And to be perfectly frank, it's entirely unclear how we can fix it. We can't make it better. So again, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. So we've no desire to actually build truly secure systems. In the rush to digitize our world of services, we're taking extraordinary risks. I'm like, the term web security is the punchline to some demented sick joke, because the online world is held together by a level of naive trust that makes all other forms of human credulity look restrained and even cautious. When we thought about what better security might look like, the response that we got from our collective funders and resources was, we've neither the time nor the money. We're not going to do a better job. We believe that the consumer is so impatient about milliseconds that it matters way more than security. We cut corners and build fast, shitty code. Maybe we should have said no and walked away from the keyboard, but I didn't, and I'm sorry. We thought we were helping two people to communicate, because after all, you know, comms is what drives the human experience. We live to talk with each other. We are social animals. We actually knew that if you change the way we communicate, you change the nature of human society. We knew that, but we didn't take it to heart. None of us envisioned that perversion of our nobly motivated ambition into the sewerage of Twitter, the deluge of waste products from the Facebook factory. We only appreciate the role of content mediators when we eliminated them from the planet. It's not pretty. We only choose to listen to what we agree with these days. The internet's a gigantic, vanity-reinforcing, distorted TikTok selfie. And for my part in all this, I am sorry. So we built this new world so quickly, we outpaced everything else. There's no controls, no regulation, no competition. We're Nike, just do it. In the rush to be the first to unleash the next round of savage surveillance capitalism on an unsuspecting populace, we've bypassed all of our conventional social forms of care and restraint. 7 digital giants dominate our world. They dwarf nation states in their size. Their unstinting efforts to lobby politicians has turned the political process into a fatally corrupted, empty shell. We moved too quickly. No one else kept up. We wrote our own rules. From Uber to Google, the word was disruption. Destruction of the old world business environment wasn't the worst thing we did. No, we were far worse than that. We privatized our public communication space. We turned our culture and our public discourse into private property. We've privatized our intellectual agreements. Who owns antibiotics? Who owns my genome? Who owns my personal profile? We turned everything around us into a transaction. We destroyed our libraries and replaced them with search. We've replaced journalism with Twitter. Our world is no longer a union of public spaces, but a collection of private enclosures. I helped to build that, and I'm sorry. So I suppose an opening talk, assuming that anyone remembers it, and that's dubious because I don't remember any that I sat through, and I've sat through hundreds. It's meant to provide some helpful suggestions. It's offer some motivation, maybe even comfort that our voices can matter and we change the world for the better. But for my part, I actually feel I've already betrayed you 30 years ago. The glittering prizes that I said that this new technology was going to offer us were actually tawdry, corrupted, and debased. I didn't appreciate that. I thought technology would be a compelling force for good. I was wrong. I'm truly sorry. So maybe I've given up the right to offer suggestions. They're probably wrong anyway if they're coming from me. I don't have anything to sell and not much to motivate either you or me. But if you will indulge me, I have just one closing observation. The task before us isn't to make it better. It's too late for that. The task before us is a little bit more pragmatic or prosaic. We need to come to terms with what we've done. We need to understand our world realistically. and try and understand what we can do about coming to terms with that before we move on. And for my part, I am sorry. Oh, and for those of you who've stepped out for the beverage of your choice, it's time to come back. Welcome back. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff, for always kicking us off with a bang. With that, I do believe that resilience and rising to the challenge presented by Jeff is why we are here, essentially. By showing up, it shows that the people of Australia actually care about the internet and care about the impact that it has on our lives and in our organizations. And more importantly, let's bring in the next generation of leaders who this world we are living with, and let's also hear their points of view on how the future of internet can be. So that's a little bit of bit from me. We will now move on to our first panel of the day, which is the growing role of digital platforms in our economy. How are governments responding and how should they? Our moderator for this session is Keith Basgrove, Vice Chair of Internet Australia. He will be introducing our speakers for this panel. So I'll give the floor to you, Keith. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Melody, and good morning to everybody. It's great to finally be here. We live in an era where digital platforms have rapidly become ubiquitous in the lives of almost everyone in Australia. And their associated economic growth has been little short of phenomenal, with several becoming the first trillion-dollar companies in history. The scale, speed of growth, and level of influence of these companies is now triggering responses from national governments, including Australia. Although, having listened to Jeff's inspirational talk, he may say this is all a little late. My colleague, Professor Greg Adamson, recently said that he thought that the digital platforms may have passed their peak, not of power or of financial value, but of social license. He said that, to draw a historical analogy, he would place them around 1885 among the first generation of US trusts, with the Sherman Act not far away. Greg is one of the many people predicting that within 5 years, the platforms will be regulated in the US. And this may even be at their own request. For example, some of you no doubt have seen the CEO of Facebook's recent suggestions of what future regulation of the internet might look like. So our topic today is the growth of digital platforms. What should governments do? We had hoped to include representatives of Facebook or Google on this panel, but sadly both organizations declined our invitation. That said, we've nevertheless assembled an impressive panel today. I will ask each speaker to talk for about 10 minutes, and after the last speaker has concluded, we'll have about 20 to 30 minutes for Q&A. Our first speaker is Ms. Holly Raish. Holly has a long involvement in ICANN committees and also lectures in communications law at the University of Sydney. And if Holly is, I can't actually see Holly, but are you there?
Yes, you can.
Yep, there she is. Okay. And I'll apologize in advance for Holly's camera, which always gives her a very soft focused look.
That's not a bad thing.
Yes. Okay. Over to you, Holly.
Okay, my perspective for this session on digital platforms began really with my proposal for the next ICANN meeting, the planning committee. And I suggested really we should be talking about the digital platforms inquiry and some of the Australian responses, the government response, and what is going on in terms of digital platforms. Well, that email suggestion was met with a flurry of responses. Approximately half of them said digital platforms have nothing to do with the internet and what a silly suggestion. The other half said, fantastic, we need this discussion, please go ahead. One of the positive responses was from an organization called the Global Forum for Media Development. It's an organization that's based in Europe. There's about 200 organizational members worldwide, really European based. Would I please talk to them about the Australian inquiry and its outcomes? Well, yes, I would, and yes, I did. The first point to be made about that session was everybody was watching. What I get from that webinar than I did, everybody had obviously read the ACCC's report, was obviously questioning what was in it, and I'll talk about later what their main points of view were. They were pessimistic based on the experiences in Europe, possibly Spain, France, and others, but they were hopeful. They were hopeful that there would in fact be some kind of successful response, and they knew that that would be an overseas model. So let me share some of their perspectives. First of all, I was talking mainly to Europeans. Really, that's a time zone thing. I suppose it was too late for anybody else. But the Europeans really went from Serbia all the way up to Scotland and in between. So let me talk about the European perspective that I heard. The first, an overwhelming response. For them, this is not an economic issue. It's a cultural issue. And yes, the organization is focused on journalism, on free journalism, on supporting journalism and on media. For them, it's a cultural issue about the importance of journalism in a democracy. For them, and I suppose this is based on some of the European background, cultural background, the idea was the government should be supporting journalism. It is an important fourth estate, if you will. What they were talking about in essence was a digital tax, somehow putting a price tag on the value of news to support its creation and its independence. And the responsibility of platforms is to national governments and to the public. In terms of the responsibilities that the platforms have, there was a bit of a discussion which said, look, for multinational corporations, and this is not just the platforms, it's multinational corporations, they should be paying tax where they make money. And we're all familiar with that argument. It was certainly part of the discussion that if they are taking news, they ought to pay for it. And it ought to be part of it, the idea of a digital tax that should be collected. They also talked about the need to educate public. And here we have the very familiar debate about fake news. How do kids learn about fake news? What is fake news? And how do you discover what is true? Another concept they talked about was copyright. Not so much enforcement as copyright, but the idea that, and it's a principle of paying for the use of content that you have not generated. They recognized that France had used this approach, and I have to say pretty unsuccessfully. So they weren't pushing this barrow very hard, except to say this is the misuse, or rather the use without paying, of content. They specifically mentioned the Cairncross Review. This is the UK review, came out in 2019. There was some criticism of it, too weak, and I thought, oh dear, the Cairncross Review recommendations look remarkably similar to the Australian recommendations. Things like a code, a bargaining code, an inquiry into online markets. So you'd recognize many of the recommendations, and I was a bit sorry that they thought it was a bit weak. The specifics of the Australian proposal. One of the first things they said was dismay that this may simply entrench the existing news structures. And they specifically mentioned Murdoch. and the fact that more money may simply go into the Murdoch pockets, which didn't make them happy, or for that matter, me happy, rather than supporting news and the changing ways in people are accessing news. The money ought to follow the journalism, not the companies. I asked how that was going to happen. They weren't sure, but that was some of the feeling that I got from the conversation. On the bargaining code, the approach they talked about was the amount paid should be based on the value of news to democracies, not on simply the cost of producing it. They admitted that that would be really difficult to compute, and maybe the cost was easier to compute. Okay. There was a bit of talk about algorithms, about the issue of algorithms, and fully supported the idea that there needs to be much more transparency and control of the algorithms, that news should have more control over what is shown and how it's shown and what's used. If I've got time, and Keith's still smiling at me, my personal views, first of all, there was a lot of talk about privacy. Malcolm's going to be talking, so I won't spend any more time on that, except that it certainly was one of the issues that was raised. My next personal view, and this is really a response to the people who said this is not an internet issue. I choose to disagree. Thank you. Transmission has to be global, and it has to be globally regulated. You know, the first 3 levels of the OSI level, Jeff's going to cry here, need to be globally, whether that's telecommunication standards, radio communication standards, the control of IP addresses, domain names. The internet's not going to work, and it's not going to continue to be the platform for people communicating without global regulation in the sense of agreed standards. That said, though, the impact of the communications are felt nationally, and it really is going to be up to nation states, whether individually or cooperatively, to respond. And my final comment, a paper that I read very recently, and I'll just quote, in considering the regulation of Facebook as a process rather than as a finished text, I'm seeking to establish that the issue with Facebook is not that it is unregulated. It is under-regulated. Meanwhile, I hope the rest of the world continues to watch, and I hope that today's discussion about digital platforms finds a way forward, that in fact it does succeed and that others can follow us. So that's 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Holly. And thanks very much for illustrating how clearly the things that are going on in Australia are being watched closely around the world. And we're certainly attracting a lot of attention. For my next speaker has to be elevated to be a panelist, which hasn't happened. So
I'm here, Jeff. I'm here.
Oh, you are?
Sorry.
Oh, okay, excellent. All right, let me just introduce you. Our second speaker is Miss Lizzie O'Shea, who describes herself as a lawyer, a writer, and a broadcaster, and she's also the chair of Digital Rights Watch. So welcome, Lizzie. Over to you.
Thanks so much, Keith, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I think NetThing's a really important platform for discussing internet governance issues. I do think it is a bit of a shame that we couldn't have a member from industry or one of these platforms come and speak today. And in their absence, I've been asked, notwithstanding that I'm not from one of those platforms, to reflect a bit on what their perspective might be and how they might be thinking about this issue. So I am a member of civil society. I'm the chair of Digital Rights Watch. We're obviously an advocacy organisation, but we are close observers of how these digital platforms are responding to the particular moment we find ourselves in. So hopefully my reflections in this respect can be useful. I must say, slightly discombobulated by Holly's framing of the talk, I didn't realise that people wouldn't consider this quite clearly an issue for internet governance, how platforms are regulated. I firmly believe that it's very important that we grapple with this issue if we're keen on maintaining an internet that does its best work for the majority of people. And it's a complex question that I think all policy thinkers around the digital space need to be on top of. So in terms of what I think industry or these platforms might be thinking, I think what is clear is that they appreciate that the writing is on the wall, that regulation is coming or greater regulation is coming, and that will either take the form of statutory laws, codes, whether mandatory or voluntary or something in between, or judge-made law in the absence of lawmakers themselves taking this step. And I think this has been evident for some time, really since 2016, when what is commonly known as the techlash began, where we saw results that were somewhat expected in something like the Brexit referendum, and then, of course, the US election in 2016. I think it became clear that the social license that these platforms have to operate was starting to be eroded, and that many people started to realise how great the influence was that these platforms have over our lives, and that there was clearly a need to do something about that, and that we had a right to expect something different. So I think the industry has been aware that this is a problem, and that in fact they're ahead of regulators. It was in March 2019, which feels like a lifetime ago, that Mark Zuckerberg actually wrote an op-ed for the Washington Post, and the headline of that op-ed was that the internet needs new rules. Let's start in these four areas. So essentially setting out the various ways in which he thinks the internet should be regulated, and his platform in particular. I mean, since then, we've seen Google develop its own AI ethics board to monitor its use of artificial intelligence using external experts. Facebook has developed its own internal board for assessing internal takedown decisions called the Oversight Board, using external experts. So self-regulation is part of that picture. Now, I would say this has not gone smoothly. Google's AI board was in fact shut down within a week of it being announced. Facebook's Oversight Board has been criticised by a number of prominent critics, and in fact they've set up their own fake oversight board, calling itself the Real Oversight Board, which established itself last week in criticism of the decision by Facebook to postpone the work of that oversight board until after the US election. And in fact, I would say that since then Facebook has brought forward the launch date of the Real Oversight Board, the actual Oversight Board, rather in response to that fake Real Oversight Board, if you can follow that language, being declared. So I think it's an interesting time in which these platforms feel the need to respond. So self-regulation, if and when it works, I don't think will ever be enough. But what's clear is that these companies, these large platforms, are very concerned about containing the regulatory impulse. And I think many people in civil society would assume that there's very aggressive lobbying going on, enjoying various degrees of success, sometimes off the back of cooperative relationships with government in other fields of work, namely national security. So governments, of course, have been responding, and as a result, these platforms face different kinds of threats of regulation. Not a term I would use, but a way to describe it in different parts of the world. Obviously in Europe, we've got the GDPR, a data regulation that's centred on a contractual understanding of privacy and transparency in the bargaining process and how data will be used. There's also the Copyright Directive, which is aimed at imposing a link tax, essentially, to return payments to rights holders for using or publishing their work through links. Whereas in the US, we've seen a slightly different approach with the US's constitutional limitations on freedom of speech, for example, but also an ideological devotion to the market. As a result, that's focused much more on antitrust. So, Elizabeth Warren in 2019 famously put up a billboard in Silicon Valley calling for the breakup of big tech. And in July 2020, we saw congressional hearings in which Google, Facebook, Amazon and Apple were grilled specifically about the dangers of monopolies and the dangers of expansive platforms that form vertical monopolies upon not just the US economy, but also democracy in general. And now it remains to be seen where this will actually lead, but I do think it's quite a different environment to what it was, say, even 5 years ago. Now, in Australia, of course, we've had the ACCC Digital Platforms Report, and there's there's all sorts of ways in which that may come to the fore, with a couple already of those recommendations being mooted already and proposed, most notably the media code. I did want to also point out, of course, that this is not the only way in which digital platforms can be regulated. There are many other options for regulation around the world, particularly I point to places like China and India, where increasingly digital platforms in various forms are subject to authoritarian regulation to cement certain kinds of power structures. And I think that's important to recognise that what happens in the English-speaking world or Europe and the United States is not the only necessary pathway towards regulation. And it brought me to a broader point when I was thinking about this topic, that it is very important, I think, to acknowledge that digital platforms are dominant in our online lives in all sorts of very varied ways. And to talk about them solely in terms of consumer privacy or consumer protection, I think misses some of these important questions. These platforms exercise control not just over the design of our social interactions or basic digital tools that we use. There's very similar, large, complex problems that are brought into the fore by the dominance of these digital platforms. So things like the centralization of computing power and data collection, which is really the backbone of artificial intelligence development, the influencing of course, of our democratic processes, the narrowing of our cultural consumption, the deterioration of institutions that like a flourishing free press through the shifting of advertising revenue, the undermining of a tax base through large companies offshoring their operations to avoid paying what I think most people would assume is a reasonable amount of tax. So I do think regulation of internet platforms needs to be thought about much more broadly than simply through the lens of consumer rights. Equally, I think in that context, it's very important to remember that the capacity for people to publish and use these platforms has been immensely powerful. It's helped us build social movements across national boundaries, to facilitate investigative reporting, to impose accountability on the powerful. So anyone who tells you that the regulation of digital platforms is a simple issue that can be easily resolved will probably then try to tell you that they can sell you the Sydney Harbour Bridge. It's just not how it works. These are very complex questions that touch all aspects of our lives. So I suppose that's the last point I wanted to touch on before I wrap up. If we want governments to respond well to the dominance of particular digital platforms and design and implement really effective regulation, we need to think carefully about how the problems, what the problems look like that we're trying to solve, and not use 20th century concepts, I think, to tackle 21st century problems. So I'll give you two examples. For example, the Christchurch call in Australia led to the passage of laws prohibiting violent and abhorrent material within days of those laws being proposed. And I think the public would agree that regulating violent and harmful speech is very much an accepted part of what our digital platforms should do. But it's very important, I think, to remember as well that video for accountability has risks also falling into this category in circumstances, particularly where we've seen immense violence perpetrated against minority communities. Video as a tool of justice when it portrays violence is a very important tool in the arsenal of activists trying to change the world. Equally, at Digital Rights Watch, we've made a submission, for example, into the proposed media code, expressing our concern about how this approach risks narrowing the media landscape and empowering certain key players, as Holly touched on before, rather than perhaps seizing on the opportunities presented by the digital age to create a flourishing media environment for public participation. So if we want to solve the problem of the decline of the mainstream media, which I think is a genuine, serious problem that we need to contend with, I think we need to find new ways to fund journalism rather than assuming this can or should necessarily be linked to the regulation of digital platforms. So I'm optimistic about this space. I think the ACCC report had lots of fantastic stuff in there, and I'm somewhat sad that the first proposal or recommendation to be taken up is this media code, because there's so much in there for us to work on, and I think there's very many sensible recommendations. And to me, this highlights really the importance of a very active civil society, because civil society can act as the conduit between the public expressing its concerns about articulating what a social license to operate would look like for a digital platform and what we expect of regulators in this space, and how we can use human rights as a tool to understand how we can regulate these platforms in a way that promotes empowerment rather than further forms of oppression. Thanks, Keith.
Well, thank you very much, Lizzie. That was great. We'll now move on to our third speaker, and some of the things which Lizzie has been saying have been a natural lead into our next speaker, who's Delia Rickard. Delia has been working in consumer protection for 30 years at both ASIC and the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, where she is currently in her second term as the Deputy Chair. So Delia, over to you.
Thanks, Keith, and thanks to everyone who's spoken so far. The platforms that form the central nervous system of the online world, the gateways if you like, have undeniably altered our way of being. They've delivered multiple benefits, from access to almost any information, even the answer to that last nagging crossword clue, to access to goods and services and choice on a scale unimaginable a few decades ago. They've enabled us to connect with friends and family from across decades and across the world, and enhanced our productivity and markets, delivering real economic benefits. But, as with so many of the good things in life, and as Jeff so clearly stated, they have their downsides. But unlike Jeff, I think we have to work to improve them. In late 2017, as I'm sure you all know, the government asked the ACCC to undertake an inquiry into digital platforms. So this morning, I'll highlight just some of the key issues of concern we found, and the way governments in Australia and around the world are seeking to address them. And I should say it's worth noting that COVID's accelerated many of the trends we saw in our original report. Consumers are living more of their life online, doing more of their purchasing online. We've been even more susceptible to online scams, and there's been a reduction in advertising spending that's contributed to the closure of still more news media businesses. Let me make it clear here, it's all news businesses and media businesses we're concerned about, particularly some small and regional players. So it's absolutely designed for all media, not to benefit anyone. So I want to start, though, by talking about competition and market power. Fundamental to our market economy is the idea that competition, backed by strong consumer protection, is good. That where you have a healthy competitive market, the incentives exist to price competitively, innovate, to create new features and better quality products that will appeal to consumers. Where a firm has substantial market power and there are barriers to others effectively competing with them, though, these incentives are reduced. Google and Facebook, as I'm sure everybody knows, both operate multi-sided platforms. On one side, they offer services to consumers at zero monetary cost in order to obtain consumers' attention and data, which they monetize. On the other side, they sell advertising opportunities, and both companies generate most of their revenue from advertising. The more users they have, the more advertisers are attracted to them. The more a person's friends and family are on a social platform, more others will choose to join that platform, expanding the platform's data collection and making them ever more attractive to advertisers and difficult to compete with. Economists call this network effects. We found that Google has substantial market power in search, and to a lesser extent, Facebook has substantial market power in social media. We also examined how Google and Facebook have further entrenched their market power through the scope of their broad product offerings, strategic acquisitions, and their ability to collect data on and off their platforms. They're also helped by their near universal brand recognition, substantial economies of scale and sunk costs, and for Google at least, the inclusion in the default settings, their inclusion in the default settings for both Android and Apple products. At the time we produced our report, around 95% of all general searches in Australia were performed on Google, and over 17 million Australians were regular users of Facebook. And as you'll see in our forthcoming monitoring report, those positions haven't significantly changed. So, why is this a problem? It's a problem because, amongst other things, it gives them the potential to increase prices, self-preference in advertising, and reduce the income and bargaining power of other businesses important to our society. In particular, for our purposes, news media businesses that have traditionally depended upon advertising to fund them. And this imbalance has resulted in news media businesses accepting less favourable favourable terms for inclusion of news platforms than they would otherwise agree to. Platforms' market power also reduces the prospects of new entrants that could offer new and innovative business models, so for example, providing greater privacy. While market power and success are not a breach of the law, governments around the world are considering the implications for society of the size and power of the major platforms, especially as they expand into new domains. Our report recommended updating Australia's mergers framework by adding additional merger factors that better take account of data and the implication of acquisitions of small emerging startups with innovative offerings that could potentially pose a competitive threat to major platforms in the longer term. And as Holly made clear, we're not alone in this focus. The federal government said it will commence a broad consultation and review of our mergers laws in 2020. We also recommended a notification profile to provide us with advanced notification of acquisitions potentially affecting competition in Australia. And the government has accepted this recommendation, and we've commenced work to negotiate a protocol with Google and Facebook. At the more extreme end of the spectrum, as Holly noted, we're seeing politicians in the US and others, well, it might be Lizzie actually, call for the platforms to split up, divestiture. We haven't gone that far. Another overriding theme to our inquiry was data and privacy. From a consumer perspective, the phenomenal global uptake of the services offered by the major platforms is in large part because many of us value their offerings. But even for those who don't, though, participating on digital platforms could be virtually inescapable if they want to fully participate in modern life, given the extent to which education institutions, workplaces and governments have integrated platforms into how they communicate and interact with us. Even how we get invited to parties these days is often done exclusively through social media. The problem is that participation is, for the most part, on the platform's terms. Terms and conditions can be non-negotiable, and disclosure of them can be opaque, complex, contributing to information asymmetry. Many require an advanced degree in orienteering, as well as many hours to even start to comprehend. And the temptation to just click the tick on the click-wrap agreement with their sort of take it and leave it or leave it terms can be irresistible. And there is almost never fully informed consent. After examining numerous sets of terms and conditions and privacy statements, the ACCC formed the view that not only is greater transparency required to correct the information asymmetry, but so too is giving consumers greater control over their data. Consumers, once they understand what data is collected, how it is used, and whom it is shared with, must be able to exercise real choice and meaningful control. At present, platforms tend to understate to consumers the extent of their data collection practices while overstating the level of consumer control that exists. And this needs to be fixed if there's to be any trust. It's clear from numerous surveys that consumers don't fully understand the extent of data collected on them. Yes, they may have an idea that data is being collected when they are on the platform, but few realise the extent of data collected from their online browsing, the apps they use, the other sites they visit, let alone how that data is used and who it's shared with. The survey evidence is also extremely clear that most consumers don't believe that any more data should be collected than is necessary to provide the service. We concluded that our existing privacy laws aren't up to the job of adequately protecting consumers. We thus recommended, amongst other things, the strengthening of Australia's privacy laws, along with higher penalties for breaches, and an OAIC privacy code for digital platforms. And the government's recognised that we need change and has announced a thorough review of the privacy laws. Now, we're not alone in forming these views. Strengthening privacy laws has been a focus for numerous jurisdictions, with I think Europe's General Data Protection Regulation, the GDPR, probably the best known response to the problem. Now, I've skipped through many of the issues that we looked at because sadly in 10 minutes there's only so much you can cover, but I did want to touch on a few more issues. And first of all, in respect to consumers, data collection practices are not the only consumer issue of concern. Another significant and growing area of concern is the extent of scams on platforms. Now, while platforms do already take steps to prevent scams on their sites, it's clear that much, much more needs to happen. Scams such as Facebook lottery scams and fake celebrity endorsements have been around for a number of years, reported over and over, and yet they only seem to be increasing in number. Losses, particularly for investment and romance scams, are extremely high. We regularly see hundreds of thousands lost, sometimes millions. Just in reports to the ACCC alone, scam losses reported on social media grew by 37% between 2018 and 2019, and we're seeing a continuation of that growth. That more hasn't been done to stop them is one of the reasons why the ACCC has recommended that the internal dispute resolution processes of major platforms should adhere to minimum standards and cover both consumers and small business complaints. We've also recommended that a digital ombudsman be established to help resolve complaints that couldn't be dealt with by IDR, and the government's given in principle support to both of these recommendations. Let me finish with two of the most challenging concerns for all of us, which are how do we deal with serious misinformation and how we ensure Australia continues to have strong and healthy news media with a plurality of voices covering issues of public importance. And this is fundamental, I suspect we all agree, to ensuring a well-functioning democracy. Most of us recognise that the online world is fertile breeding ground for misinformation. The tendency of the online world to bring together people of similar views and the algorithmic curation of news and information increase the risk of echo chambers where no conflicting voice may appear to challenge misinformation. During this time, we're seeing extreme examples of this with the misinformation that's being spread about COVID. Such misinformation has the potential to cause significant damage, including to our democratic processes. We recognise the platforms have made some efforts to stop the spread of serious misinformation, particularly during the pandemic. Its remaining prevalence, however, shows that more is needed. And to help with this, we call for a digital platforms code to counter misinformation to be developed. And the ACA has recently released an outcomes-based guidance to digital platforms on the proposed voluntary misinformation and news quality code. I think Nerida O'Loughlin said when she was launching it that in developing the new code, digital platforms will need to balance the need to limit the spread of and impact of harmful material on the internet while protecting Australians' important rights to freedom of speech. Finally, how do we address the bargaining power imbalance between news media businesses and platforms with market power? News media benefit from platforms driving traffic to their sites, and platforms benefit from having news on them as they collect more data and it makes their sites more attractive, and hence consumers are more likely to visit them rather than going elsewhere. While platforms would not miss the presence of any one media entity, they would miss the media if none were there. News media businesses, however, are increasingly dependent on the main search engine, Google, and to a lesser extent, the main social platform, Facebook, to drive traffic to them. And because of this, the Australian government asked the ACCC, Treasury, and the old Department of Communications to create a news media bargaining code. Now, as I'm sure you all know, we recently released the draft code. It covers minimum standards for the treatment of news on digital platforms and requires good faith bargaining. It provides a negotiation and arbitration framework that allows news media businesses to bargain individually or, importantly for smaller players, collectively with the designated digital platforms. Given the uneven bargaining power, we believe that a forcing mechanism in the form of arbitration is an essential feature of the code, along with non-discrimination clause. I should also be clear about what the code doesn't provide. It doesn't require users' personal information to be provided to news media businesses. Indeed, it doesn't require any additional data to be provided, nor does it give media any control over ranking algorithms or insights into the actual operations of algorithms. Now, consultations on the code have recently concluded, and we're considering views, and we will be making any changes that we consider necessary. The code was a draft, and inevitably you have changes. And we're not alone in seeking to address this bargaining power imbalance. As I think Holly mentioned, Spain, Germany, and France have all attempted to do this, though they've had a focus on copyright rather than bargaining imbalance. And so far, they haven't found success. So many eyes are now on our proposed approach. So just to conclude, as we go through the pandemic, the benefits of digital platforms have never been obvious. They've helped us stay connected, order supplies, learn and work from home, and much more. And they will no doubt continue to innovate. But as I've said, digital disruption is not without its problems, and the platforms of global and governments around the world are dealing with the same issues. We're in regular communication with our counterparts internationally, And in addition to using our existing enforcement powers, we just have to cooperate globally to find workable solutions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Delia. Sorry, I took a moment to find my unmute button. We'll move now to our fourth and final speaker, Malcolm Crompton, who was Australia's Privacy Commissioner from 1999 to 2004, led the implementation of Australia's first broad-based private sector privacy law. He's also the founder and lead privacy advisor at Information Integrity Systems. So Malcolm, over to you.
Thank you very much, Keith. It's a real problem being the last speaker after so many wonderful, provocative speakers. And I include Jeff's presentation when I say that, as well as my three preceding panelists. I think Jeff was actually being an optimist. I really worry for where we're at. And I'll give some thoughts to what we do about that later. I also would like to suggest that while I agree with an enormous amount of what people said, is that if the only thing I do is agree with what everybody else said, we will have had a boring panel. So I actually have a couple of disruptive comments that disagree with what has been said already, deliberately, for the purposes of making sure we do have a conversation. I would agree, first of all, though, with one of the remarks that Lizzie made, which is we're not dealing with a data problem. We're not dealing with a privacy problem. We're dealing with a social issue. We're dealing with people issues. And if we forget people, humanity, dignity, respect, freedom, all those other wonderful words, then we're not heading in the right direction. We will use technology to get there, but technology by itself is not the solution. We've got to work out what we want. Where I'm going to start from is to say it's even more busted than I think the ACCC inquiry did. The ACCC inquiry, I think, really brought out some very good points, but I think we may still have more fundamental thinking to do. So what I'm going to do is give us a 30-second lesson in history and then go from here. A gentleman called Alan Weston in 1967 wrote a book called Privacy and Freedom. And on the very first page of part one of his book, which I have open in front of me, he said he has to define privacy before he is going to talk about it. And his statement was, privacy is the claim of individuals, groups, or institutions to determine for themselves when, how, and to what extent information about them is communicated to others. That's where it all began to go wrong. The reason for me saying that is that at the time Alan was writing, there was a finite amount of information about us. Zelman Cowen picked up on this only a couple of years later in Australia with the 1969 Boyer Lectures called The Private Man. Pity about the lack of gender equality in his statement, but he was right on the money. He was noting that computers were about to break us into a new era that is entirely different. And the point about that is that when things were on tickler cards or could be organised, or there was a human possible conception of the information held about us, perhaps people might be able to determine for themselves how and when and to what extent information about them is communicated to others. The really incredible thing about the ACCC inquiry is the following set of sentences in their executive summary, or right at the very beginning. The ACCC's view is that few consumers are fully informed of, or fully understand, or effectively control the scope of data collected and the bargain they are entering into with digital platforms when they sign up for or use their services. There is a substantial disconnect between how consumers think their data should be treated and how it is actually treated. Digital platforms collect vast troves of data on consumers from ever-expanding sources and have significant discretion over how they use this data, how their data is used and disclosed to other businesses and organisations both now and in the future. Consumers also relinquish considerable control over how their uploaded content is used by digital platforms. For example, an ACCC review of several large digital platforms' terms of service found that each of the terms of service reviewed required a user to grant the digital platform a broad license to store, display, or use any uploaded content. Think of the difference between what Alan Westin said and what the ACCC just said. So here I am in heated agreement with the ACCC. But my next point is where I diverge. The answer to that is don't expect people to be able to take control by being told more or better. Now, the ACCC has basically tried to thread the needle of saying people should be told more so that they can take control, but should be told to them in a succinct way so that they can understand it. It doesn't work like that way in the world around us, guys. And this is probably where I think we need to think about analogies from afar. Think about how most of the world around you is made safe in this modern, complex world. It's been made safe for you by a third party who wrote a framework or rules or laws or standards, or I don't care what the noun is, but something that said, this is the way things should be done. And unless there are significant market forces that deliver against those rules, there is usually another third party body that makes sure that those rules, frameworks, guidelines, laws are in fact respected and obeyed. Can you think of all the examples? The buildings that we are all sitting in have been made safe by standards. The doctor that we visit has taken the Hippocratic Oath and is guided by an awful lot of ethical and legal requirements. The accounting standards make sure that we're not entirely misled by annual reports that come in financial reporting to the stock market. The airplane that we get into requires us to commit our lives to the safety of the airplane, the pilot's competence, the air services provided to us. I repeat, almost everything in the world around us has been made safe for us by third parties we've never met, who make sure that we can live our lives safely and that we don't get killed. For some reason, we're stuck in this anomaly with data that the only way we're supposed to control the data around us is for us to understand what's going on. So there's a series of assumptions. A, there is perfect information. We can be told. B, we've got the time to absorb that information. C, we've got the competence to understand that information. And as the ACCC pointed out, have an economic power to act on that understanding. Which of those assumptions still holds, not just with the social media platforms, the ones that were covered by the ACCC, but almost any of the businesses that we deal with on the internet? Small person like me to small business, possibly yes, especially when there's a highly competitive, atomized market. But what we're watching is these concentrations that mean that we have no economic power whatsoever. I don't think the ACCC solution to this is a modified Privacy Act. And that is why, quite frankly, again, to offer another contradiction, the General Data Protection Regulation from Europe is the best privacy law ever written for the 20th century. It's not fit for purpose for the 21st century. We need to take another approach, and we need to take that approach from how we've solved these kinds of problems elsewhere. We all get in these planes, and except for when there's COVID flying about, get in these planes and think we're likely to land alive. We're all going to the doctor and exposing ourselves to the doctor in ways that we would never do, possibly even to our partners. We're all going into buildings that could kill us if they fell over, all the time trusting, but not because we conducted any inspections. The interesting thing is we need control in the right circumstance. So let me give you the hip replacement model. I might decide that my hip is now so sore I need the hip replaced. I might even decide who the surgeon might be. I may talk to the anaesthetist, but probably not. Or if I do, I don't choose them. But think of all the things I don't choose. I don't choose the knife being used on me. I don't choose the anaesthetic being used on me. I don't choose any of the equipment that is being used to keep me alive while I'm under general anaesthetic. I don't choose any of the other things, because it's, and I don't even choose the prosthetic that I'm going to wear inside my body for the rest of my life, because it's beyond my competence to make those decisions. The point is, you need to be able to have a limited number of decisions to make which matter to you and where you have the competence to make those decisions. As one of my work colleagues said to me many years ago, I can only make so many decisions in a day, and they must be about the things that matter. If we actually did what we're supposed to do with personal information now, we'd spend all of our day reading privacy notices and all of our night times trying to act on what we've just learned and still stuffing it up. That's where we're at. So we need to think about how this third-party model applies on information. That leads us to the point that Lizzie made, which is literally, what do we want? What's the nature of the society that we want to live in? What is freedom of expression? We're having a virulent debate at the moment about freedom of expression, about the issue between offending certain groups of people, yet being able to talk about it. I'm not saying where I stand on all of that, because I don't know we know the answer yet. What I do know is that what's acceptable in the USA is different from what's acceptable in Australia, it's different from what's acceptable in Europe, and highly different from what's acceptable in the non-European based cultures, whether it's Asia, whether it's Africa, or anywhere else. I'm not saying what's right and wrong, I'm just saying we've got to work out what we want. But let me finish by giving some thought to, okay, we've worked out a bit about what we want. What are we going to do about it? And I think the richness of the discussion to get us there has hardly started, mainly because we're not motivated enough yet. We think we are. We're actually in this group of, what, 300 people attending this event? A few thousand people around Australia who are aware enough of this issue to want to do something about it. There are probably millions of people in Australia who are at least uncomfortable about how it feels to be manipulated by social media, but not actually getting off their backsides to do anything about it. What do we do? Now, I remember something that was said once about Lyndon Baines Johnson when he met a series of rural women who'd come in to persuade him to do something. And Lyndon Baines Johnson was taken through the issues. And at the end of it, he said, "Ladies, you've absolutely convinced me that I have to take this action. Now make me do it." What he was saying was that as President of the United States, there's only a very small number of things where he can act alone. He has to have a constituency. And then I point to a couple of examples that I think we need to remember how complex and difficult this is. The first one I come to, just because I've been watching it on the television, is all about the phone hacking scandals and News of the World scandals in England a few years ago. Yes, there were some court cases. Yes, the Murdoch press resolved out of court, basically, with a whole bunch of settlements with people to give them some payments and no admissions of liability and all that sort of stuff to shut the thing down. Yes, Lord Leveson had an inquiry. Yes, Lord Leveson embarrassed a few people in front of that inquiry. Yes, Lord Leveson came up with a series of recommendations that the government promptly adopted, then quietly never implemented. That's a failure of a very public process where there was a lot of motivation in the public to do something, and yet it died. On the other hand, think about Ralph Nader's unsafe at any speed, which I think is quite a useful analogy for us, because I think we're reaching the Ralph Nader moment, or as perhaps Keith said, the trust moment of the 19th century. Motorcars had been made and improved through competition for half a century up to the point of Ralph Nader's book. Motorcars were faster and safer and all sorts of things than they were 50 years earlier at that point. But when he wrote Unsafe at Any Speed, he was pointing out the staggering safety risks in motorcars at that point. It then took a lot of lobbying, a lot of effort, persistence over time before we reached the point where law was made that simply says a motor car shall not be sold until it meets the standard. There shall be a standard setting body, there shall be a standards testing body. But the government's law is not to write and design motor cars, it's to make sure that unsafe cars are not on the road as defined by a standard. So first of all, it took a lot of effort to get to the point where Unsafe at Any Speed delivered safer motor vehicles. And second of all, the model then used at that point, which is trusted third parties writing rules, which are then delivered by another set of third parties, surrounded by a law that makes sure that those requirements are unavoidable, is probably the model of where we need to go to. On motor cars, it was relatively easy to decide what a safe motor car was. For a safe internet where we have respect, dignity, freedom, and ability to control our lives is a long way off yet. We need to start the discussion, but we need to build the constituency. Keith, I'm not sure if I've used up my 10 minutes because you haven't given me the bell yet, but I am going to stop at this point.
I think you are well over, Malcolm. So thank you if you could stop now. You've left me with the appalling prospect of spending my days reading privacy rules in internet agreements, which is absolutely the last thing any of us want to do. Well, my thanks to all four speakers. You've raised a whole range of interesting issues. We are starting to get some questions coming in, and I might start with Paul Brooks. No, actually, sorry, the first question came in from Sandra Davey. She's basically said, asked all of the panelists, if you could get the platforms to do one thing only and they agree to do that, what would that be? I might start with Holly. Would your answer to Sandra's question? Holly, you may be on mute.
I was. I would like the platforms to pay for a lot of news, one way or another. To me, the biggest, scariest thing about the platforms was what has happened to news. And I think the most scary, it was a diagram in the preliminary report that showed the massive amount of advertising money that has gone from news to the platforms. And if you want to understand what's happened to news, just look at that one diagram. It's totally scary. I'd like a lot of that money to go back, not necessarily to the news corporations, but to news and journalism, because I think that's most important. Thank you.
Okay. Delia.
Well, Holly stole what I was going to use, which is about news. I think I'd also like them to do more about keeping disinformation and scams off their platforms. We just see huge amounts of harm coming from it, and I think they can so effectively target when they want to. I think they need to be doing more, keep poor quality information, misinformation and scams off the platform so people can have a greater sense of trust in what they do see there.
Okay, thanks. Lizzie?
Well, I don't know, to take up Malcolm's challenge of being a bit provocative, I don't agree with either of them. I think news is not the only problem that we're facing. And in fact, there's real problems with what we mean by news and who we're talking about when we talk about generating more news. I mean, if you could answer it with one only, which I think is a mistake to think so narrowly or to think that that's our only way of resolving this problem, I would say they should pay more tax, because I actually think the money that they're making should go into a central democratic authority that then has public participation assisting to decide how that money is spent. And it's a scandal to think that we should just have certain problems patched up and solved without contending with that enormous one. Of course, I don't actually think that's the way in which we can solve all our problems. That would be a great start. There's other things I think we could do to kind of limit the harm that's caused by platforms. And I think we should talk about things like limiting virality and taking responsibility for your product. I mean, I've written extensively about how I think Unsafe at Any Speed and Ralph Nader's model is actually a very good one to follow, because what his argument is that for too long cars were seen as safety not being important, and that any problems that are resulted from cars, including people dying, was a function of individual responsibility, which is how we currently think about digital products, that it's individuals' fault if they don't work in the way that we intend them to. And in fact, I don't think that's right. I think there's design decisions that are made within companies that need to be examined. So virality is one, but also use of data and limiting that, which is the driving their profits, I think is essential to contend with. So there's lots of different ways we can tackle that, but I think at the moment their profitability depends on creating products, escaping the social consequences of doing so, and socialising that harm and privatising the game. And that, I think, is deeply damaging to our democracy.
And lastly,
sorry, Keith, we also have a question from the UQ floor.
Yes, I saw that. Can I deal with that after I've given Malcolm the opportunity to answer this?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, Malcolm, your answer to that first question, please.
In terms of a limited place to start, I would suggest that we test privacy policies on the following two simple tests. How many not statements are made? We will not do this, we will not do that. And how many only statements are made? We will only do this, we will only do that. And that every statement that says we will do such things as, or the following are included in the list of things that we restrict to ourselves to, or for example, are banned. If you read the privacy policies as they're written, there's basically, we will collect everything about that we can, keep it forever, use it for anything, and sell it to anybody, because there are only such as lists and for example lists. Yeah. It's time to go back to not statements and only statements, and that alone might help clean things up.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go over to the University of Queensland.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ahmad Subadi. I'm from the School of Communication and Arts, UQ. And please allow me to bring this discussion into the role of the government. I don't foresee what I want to say, what I will see to be happen in Australia anytime soon, but it is still something to be discussed. So in April 2019, Indonesian government blocks the distribution of pictures and videos to limit the distribution of pictures and videos related to a rally, a demonstration in front of the Indonesia's election oversight body. The demonstration was to protest what they believe as fraud and dishonesty in the 2019 presidential election. My question is, again, I don't foresee this to be happen in Australia anytime soon, but if it do happen, maybe in different degree, how do you see it in terms of the freedom of speech and the need to protect the social order, or even the need to protect the public security? And the second one, do you really agree that pictures and videos that circulated in the online platforms have more and immediate impact rather than written text and speech and audio? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for those questions. Who on the panel would like to respond?
I was hoping Lizzie would answer that.
Yeah, I was hoping
she half answered it in what she'd said earlier, but I'm happy to make a comment if Lizzie doesn't.
I just feel like everybody's just heard what I had to say, so maybe I'm welcoming others to contribute as well, but I would probably answer it in a similar way.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Malcolm, do you want to have a go?
We're actually already censoring what people can see. It's in the prison camps where we keep people offshore. An awful lot of effort has gone by our federal government in making sure that we ordinary Australians don't know what's going on there. And because too much is now considered to be leaking, we're going to ban mobile phones. And look at how the recent book, No Friend But the Mountains, got out of the prison camp in an extraordinarily complex way, literally by SMS message, because there was no other way. We have restrictions on freedom of speech in this country already. What we need to do is to have a mature discussion, a much more mature discussion than we're currently having, about what that means. And even the legislation before the Parliament at the moment, apparently, about freedom of speech in the universities is much more nuanced than anybody is talking about at the moment. So the gentleman from Indonesia is raising a really good question about Australia, but we shouldn't pretend that we're whiter than white on all of this. It is already happening. We need to think about where the limits should be, because there are at the other point when it's called fake news, but other people believe it is fact, we want to ban it. And a lot of people who would call for greater openness in the prison camps would still want to close down some of the commentary that comes out from some of the extreme right or extreme left. I don't know what the answer is. I'm just saying Australia should plead guilty as charged and start to think a bit more maturely about it.
Okay. Look,
Well, Keith, do you mind? I mean, now I've suggested that I speak, I feel comments coming up inside me. But what I was going to perhaps touch on just quickly is that I did mention when I was speaking about the close relationship between platforms and the national security state in Australia. And I think that's something that doesn't get talked about much in the context of regulation, but is quite important, because not only does it create a social, I guess, goodwill amongst the government in certain situations to allow platforms to help draft regulations and be involved in that, but it also does have very serious impacts on our freedom of speech and our freedom of public participation, the right to public participation, and also the right to be able to assemble with others without being watched and scrutinised without knowing about it. These are very serious rights, and they've got a very profound impact on our democracy if they're undermined. You know, so when we talk about privacy, I think it's important to remember that actually industry now shares apparently responds to 1,000 requests a day for metadata on users by all different agencies under the metadata retention regime. Now, that was not what we were told was going to happen when that was proposed. It was going to be very narrow and specific, and that's a recurring theme in these kinds of legislative regimes. The same is true for the encryption legislation. We were told it was going to be used very narrowly, very specifically for certain kinds of offences, and mission creep sets in. That's an enormous threat to our privacy. That's a form of regulation of digital platforms and the data that they keep about us, and too often those discussions are seen as something totally separate because they're not consumer rights, so to speak. And I think that is a problem that we need to start getting on top of them and highlight the ways in which platforms are in fact, you know, limiting our democracy, our ability to collaborate online through sending a chill effect through among their users because of their propensity to share information with government authorities willingly.
Okay, thank you. We might move on. Tom Dale has asked, are there specific issues for government policy regulation if the core concern is development and deployment of a proprietary algorithm? Delia, I wonder if you might respond to that one, since you were talking a little about that earlier in your presentation. You're on mute, Delia.
I am on mute. Do you want to just repeat the question there? Development of an app, which sort of app and use of app?
Are there specific issues for government policy regulation if the core concern is development and deployment of a proprietary algorithm?
Honestly, it's going to depend upon what it's going to be used for and whether there's potential for harm.
Yeah. Okay. So that would be a simple test, do you think?
I don't think nothing in this area is simple, Keith.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for that. Paul Brooks has asked, are scams on online platforms really any different to scams offline? And do we really need significantly different online enforcement and oversight than for the offline scams? Or is it more online awareness training for existing oversight and enforcement groups? Who would like to respond to that one?
I might put up my hand on that one.
Okay.
I think what we're seeing with scams online is the ability to target people who've got an interest in investing. They're appearing in places where people don't have their data, so they're not expecting to be approached by a romance scam or something like that. They are difficult to tackle online and offline. However, I think that there are a range of tools that the platforms have to look at who's talking to each other, to understand people's interests, to recognise, for instance, faces that are regularly used fakely, celebrity scams and things like that, to do more to stop them. There's a lot being done offline and there needs to be more done online. It's challenging in both fields though.
Okay. Anyone else want to comment on that one?
As a former regulator, sorry.
Malcolm, go first.
Thank you. Oh, Holly. I was going to say, as a former regulator, I can be accused of, I would say that, wouldn't I? But what I'm about to say is that one of the things we actually haven't tested is I think what Delia said, which is what if the regulators were simply resourced sufficiently to enforce the law as it currently stands, but properly in the digital world.
Mm-hmm.
And that includes the ability of those organisations to take the time to understand what's going on, let alone have the resources to take these folk to court and so forth to actually enforce the law on not just privacy law, but all of the discrimination laws, all of the, as you say, misleading and deceptive conduct provisions applied properly and heavily into the digital arena. That alone would have an impact, because I think that might then show us whether the issue is actually enforcement of the law or whether the issue is actually we need new law. And I don't think we've tested enough to find that out. So that's what I would be doing first. But like I said, as a regulator, resource the regulators and get them on the job.
Yeah.
Holly?
Yeah, I'd just like to stress the point that Delia made. There is a real difference between online and offline in terms of, number one, if you're online, somebody's sitting there with a lot of information about you that's been gathered. This is going back to Jeff's statements. Which allows you to be targeted far more successfully. It's also in an environment where you're not looking for scams. You may be totally unaware in ways that you wouldn't be if it's online. So the threat is, in a sense, more real, more different. And what you can do about offline scams, you can't necessarily do as effectively with online scams. So I think Delia and the work that the ACCC has been doing are some lessons in what could and actually must be more effective to recognize the difference and the far stronger impact that online scams can have.
Okay, thanks. We might move on. Sandra Davey asked a question for Delia earlier. The US government broke up AT&T a couple of decades ago, and from memory, the Department of Justice went hard at Microsoft back in the 90s due to their market power. Why isn't breaking up these platforms an option?
Well, it's easier to answer that one in Australia because we don't have a divestiture of power other than in the energy sector. It's not a power available to us.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks for that. Ray Hilton has asked, governments, political parties use data to influence voters to gain, retain power. How can we rely on governments to respond to enact, enforce policy that protects us? Malcolm, I'm sure you'd have a view on that one.
Malcolm's mute.
I think Malcolm's mute.
Malcolm was playing with a mute button.
Yes.
Can you say the question again? Because I'm not sure that I haven't answered it already. There may be an angle in the question that I've missed.
He basically was saying, how can we rely on governments to respond to enact, enforce policy that protects us, given that governments and political parties already use data to influence voters?
Yeah. Okay. It's the last bit, given that the political parties do it too. Well, we actually have evidence in history of that problem. When I was the Privacy Commissioner and the privacy law was being discussed, but not yet fully enacted, suddenly the editors of the major newspapers around the countryside realised that I, as Privacy Commissioner, was about to become censor-in-chief on the newspapers, because I would be able to make sure the newspapers couldn't collect or publish information about individuals if the Privacy Act meant that I, as the Commissioner, could step in and stop this kind of research and publication. So they all, within 24 hours, wrote heavy editorials in their newspapers, lobbied Canberra, and there was agreement that there be an exemption for journalism.
Yes.
The corresponding exemption, of course, was sought by the politicians, which was that political activity is also exempt from the Privacy Act. And of course, the editors supported that because that was the quid pro quo. So we have two exemptions in the privacy law, the political exemption and the journalism exemption, because of an unholy alliance. But again, I just basically come back to, what does the citizenry demand? Most of the time, this is what we're talking about is actually a third order issue. in the public eye. We have become very lackadaisical at protecting our democracy as a group of people, as a country. And I think we've got to get more activist. I don't think there is any alternative.
Okay, thank you. Terry Sweetser has asked an interesting question of Malcolm. The platforms are farmers of data from their end users for the benefit of their customers and consumers. Hang on, I've just lost that. And shareholders. Are they not aligned to the interests of their flock to maintain the health and safety of their end users? When they stray from the ethical conduct of their platform, they risk all, and therefore they can be relied upon to act in that aligned self-interest?
The theory is good. It's just not working that way, I don't think.
Yes,
Lizzie's clearly wound up on this one. It's time to throw over to her, Keith.
Well, but Malcolm, maybe I'm going to say something that you don't expect. Like one of the alliances we built as Digital Rights Watch to try and challenge the encryption legislation was with industry, because they didn't want government coming in and building weaknesses into their encrypted systems. And they say because that doesn't protect their users. And we've seen a standoff in the United States between Apple and the FBI, most notably when they went to court around unlocking the phone of mass shooter to access information in there. And more recently with the Attorney General in the US aggressively attacking Facebook for trying to put in place encryption as standard in their messaging services. And so to that end, I'm with the platforms. I actually think encryption in communication is a right that we're all entitled to, and to undermine it for the interests of the national security state does put us all at risk in all sorts of ways. It actually puts the interests of that part of government ahead of the interests of the public, which has an interest in digital security, which encryption is a central part. So I think there are times in which industry and platforms are interested in doing the right thing by their users, and that's important. Now, what I should say is that we were unsuccessful in that campaign. That legislation was passed and it was deeply disappointing. However, we have seen, I think, quite an interesting turnaround on that point. The National Security Legislation Monitor has drafted a pretty extensive report about the reforms that he thinks needs to happen. The Labor Party has proposed its own reforms. To its credit, it shouldn't have passed the law in the first place, but I am grateful that it's now taking the initiative to try and fix the problem that it created. So we always return, I think, to Malcolm's point. How do we force representatives to do the actual work of representing us rather than representing the national security state, rather than representing their mates in industry, rather than representing their mates in News Corp? How do we make sure that they work for us? I think we've got to get animated. We've got to find ways to organise. That's what civil society is doing, which is great. We also need to find alliances with others at times and recognise when we're on the same page and use that strength to our advantage. There's no shortcut around that kind of civil society organising, grassroots organising is really what I mean. There's no shortcut around it. But I also think it would be a mistake to assume that we're not going to find sometimes unexpected allies and find ways to use that to our advantage.
Okay, thanks very much.
Agree, Lizzie.
Keith, we just have 1 more minute left. Thank you.
Yes, I was about to just basically say to people that our time is essentially at an end. I would just like to offer my personal thanks to Holly, Lizzie, Delia and Malcolm. It's been a very interesting session which has lived up to my expectations of these 4 panelists. So thank you very much. I apologise that we had a couple of questions which we didn't get to, but we certainly had quite some lively ideas going backwards and forwards. So my very strong thanks to all of you, and thanks to all who've attended this morning. I'll hand back to Melody now.
Thank you, Keith. That was wonderful moderation. And also to our awesome speakers for giving us such interesting content. If you enjoyed the panel, how about sharing a tweet using the hashtag NetThing2020? In the meantime, we will also have a 15-minute break. During this break, we will also open a Zoom meeting room. So for those whom questions weren't able to be answered in time, you can join this meeting room and also have a chat with the speakers. It's a little bit more casual, more social. So if you have time, you are interested to socialize a little bit more, do join the link that we just posted in the Zoom chat. Otherwise, we will see you back here at 11 a.m. for our next panel on information, misinformation, and disinformation, which will be broadcasted live from the Women's College, University of Queensland, Brisbane. So we hope to see you for this very exciting panel, all broadcasted live from UQ. So see you at 11 a.m.
Just give me 2 seconds. There's another.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We have a slight delay, but we will be with you very shortly. Just a couple minutes more.
Okay.
I'll stop sharing.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to NetThing 2020. My name is Melody, and I will be your MC for today. You are now joining us for our second panel, Truth and Trust, Misinformation and Disinformation session. which is broadcasted live from the University of Queensland, Brisbane. Before we begin, I just have 4 things to remind you. All sessions are recorded and live streamed to YouTube. Secondly, be mindful of our code of conduct published on netthing.org.au and also in the chat. If you're feeling confident today, how about sharing a photo of you joining us from home or your office using the hashtag NetThing2020 or hashtag NetThing by checking out the photo booth selfie provided by our sponsor GoDaddy Registry. Link is also in the Zoom chat. If you have any questions or comments for the panel today, use the Q&A button to type your questions, or if you're feeling a little bit confident, raise your hand so we can unmute you and you can ask your question audibly. Use the Zoom chat box only for questions not related to the panel. That's all from me. Now it is my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this session, Pradeep Thomas, who will introduce our panelists for this session. So over to you, Pradeep.
Thank you, Melody. And welcome to the second session. And this is going to be on truth and trust. And we've had, in the early discussions, we all recognize the fact that the internet and contemporary media platforms have contributed immensely to the expansion of free speech, okay? And to new possibilities for storytelling. And that's a reality throughout the world, right? And yet we know that this environment is also a fertile ground for all sorts of misinformation, unintentional, disinformation, intentional, fabricated content, manipulated opinion, that is kind of strategically used to manipulate audiences. And of course, you have malinformation such as hate speech as well, right? So you've got all these things floating around in the world today. So this particular panel will explore issues related to truth and trust online by focusing on some of the challenges facing journalism in a context characterized by disruptive platforms and technologies that have blurred the power and functions of news producers and news users. We've got a fabulous panel here today. By way of introduction, we have Professor Catherine Gelber, who is the head of School of Political Science and International Studies, and is an expert on issues related to free speech and hate speech. We've got Professor Axel Bruns, who's at the Digital Media Research Center at Queensland University of Technology in Brisbane, and who's carried out pioneering work on the interfaces between social media and digital democracy. We've got Professor Peter Grester, who's an award-winning journalist and UNESCO Chair in Journalism and Communications at University of Queensland, and Associate Professor Nicholas Kara, who is Deputy Head of School at the School of Communication Arts, UQ, and who's an expert on algorithms and their role in creating value in our contemporary society. So we've got this wonderful panel. And I want to kind of begin by a very kind of basic question. Why did we end up distrusting news media and relying on all media, on online alternatives? What happened? Why did that process begin? I'd like to ask Peter to begin that work.
Look, I think part of it's the fault of the media, part of it's the fault of the environment that the media is operating, the evolving environment. Let me deal with the things that are outside the media's control to begin with. It's no secret, it's no breaking news to say that the internet has completely disrupted or destroyed the business models for news organizations. And if you think about the way in which news operated in the past, the financing that paid for journalism was completely independent of the journalism itself. It was advertising, mostly classified advertising, which really didn't care a fig what the journalists produced. So you had a great wall of time that existed between the newsroom and the advertising department, which meant that journalists were able to operate relatively free of political or financial pressures or commercial pressures. Now, of course, that was always a flawed idea. It wasn't perfect, but it really helped produce the kind of journalism that was well financed, that was able to pay for highly experienced professional investigators and journalists, and that was able to prioritize news for its own editorial sake, for its editorial values. The breakdown, the collapse of that model has meant, and the rise of clicks and attention has driven journalism. Sorry. Sorry about that. Is that working? My apologies. The journalism, the environment is prioritizing the kind of journalism which rewards and encourages clickbait. A lot of journalists are pushing back on this. A lot of news organizations are fighting back. But the model still encourages that kind of journalism in a way in which I think is deeply destructive. In newsrooms these days, most newsrooms have a big board showing all of the stories that are up online and the level of engagement that those stories are generating. And you can see instantly when you change a headline or you change the top line of your story, the way that that affects the audience engagement. And the more the engagement, the more returns your newsroom is going to get. And in some newsrooms, they're actually rewarding the journalists for higher engagement, which encourages clickbait, encourages sensationalist journalism. The algorithms, I think, are pushing and prioritizing that kind of journalism as well. Those are the things that are outside of news organizations' control. But I also think that in our rush to try and generate news or generate incomes, news organizations have lost sight of the crucial need to maintain public trust. And so they've allowed those standards, those editorial standards, those classic editorial values to slip. There are things that we can do about that, and I think we can talk more about that shortly. But the other thing I think is the way in which, and I know that the conversation is evolving at the moment, but it's the way in which it's very difficult to make the distinction between good journalism and bad information, the kind of malinformation, the misinformation that we've been speaking about. And somehow we need to develop systems, we need to develop architecture that makes that distinction abundantly clear. Again, I have some ideas about how that might happen, and we can talk about that shortly, but I think that the blurring of those lines between good information and bad information, between quality journalism and misinformation and malinformation, makes it much easier to discredit any kind of news that might be run counter to the kind of narratives that each of us has, that politicians have, that run counter to particular ideologies. And without those kinds of clear boundaries, we lose the capacity to have any kind of middle ground, any common ground that we can have shared conversations with.
Thank you. Axel, would you want to?
Yeah, I would add to that, I think, if you're asking why have we lost trust in the media, in journalism, one question is also who we is, and I think there are lots of different local, regional, national factors ultimately as well in terms of how journalism is perceived by audiences. So in Australia, for instance, we have a highly concentrated media market traditionally. We've had a very small number of very large media organizations that control the majority of newspapers, of news outlets in this country. That almost necessarily leads to a limitation in the perspectives that are being covered. That may also be combined with the lack of diversity in newsrooms, of course. So again, there's a limitation in the range of perspectives that are being covered, or at least being covered sympathetically in journalism as well. In other countries, the situation might be different. So the lack of diversity, for instance, certainly exists in a number of other countries around the world. The high market concentration is not unique to Australia, but certainly particularly pronounced in Australia. In other countries around the world, in a number of European countries, for instance, you've got much more diversity. You've got many more regional news organizations that operate in different regions in the country and so on. And so from that, you also get more diversity. You might also get more regional and local focus, which tends to be generating trust with news audiences as well. In Australia, of course, we've seen the very opposite drive that local and regional news organizations have closed down, or essentially are now shell outlets that just republish centralized content from their owners. So you get these sorts of factors as well that influence ultimately trust in the media in different countries. And the Australian situation is perhaps a particular sort of context that we also need to understand, and we also need to address in various ways. Now, what also happens though is that these sorts of limitations and these sorts of this lack of diversity ultimately in a country like Australia do also open up opportunities for other new publishers to come in. And we have seen that in Australia as well. I think I do want to acknowledge that there have been over the last decade or two perhaps a number of outlets that have emerged that are trying to do something somewhat different. None of them, or very few of them, have really reached a large audience. I mean, you've got outlets like Crikey, you've got the New Daily, the Saturday Paper, and various others as well that have really come along and to try and do something different. And perhaps the most successful of those actually is The Conversation, which is something very different from traditional news coverage, obviously. And you know, in some ways operates a little bit outside of the traditional news market, and in fact feeds into the traditional news market by providing content that can be republished by mainstream news organizations as well. But there has been an opportunity to innovate in a sense as well that came from the lack of innovation, I would say, in mainstream Australian news. Some of that obviously has failed as well. There have been a number of outlets that have come and gone. But I think with these sorts of market limitations, there's often an opportunity for new entrants to come in. And obviously, particularly the shift towards online news access, online news publishing has provided a great opportunity for these new entrants to come along and actually make their content available on a national, if not global basis. So I think that's an interesting development, but of course that at the same time, and so I'm sort of going back between the good and the bad here, but at the same time that also has opened an opportunity for people to exploit these opportunities, to exploit that new online market for news. And so we've seen the arrival, of course, also of mis- and disinformation outlets, of dedicated websites that are not really trying to do journalism, but they're trying to push a particular ideology, a particular agenda, or possibly even just to generate clickbait and get the advertising revenue from that. I think ultimately what we're seeing in that sort of environment is also simply a sign that the market, the online news market, is still very new and very fresh. I mean, we are still only 30 years now since the invention of the web, and since really the arrival of online news in a significant way, perhaps 25 to 20 years even. So this is still a very new market, and any new publication technology, this really goes right through the ages, has moved in this sort of boom and bust and this sort of excitement about the new technology, but also then the exploitation of that technology by people who've wanted to exploit and who've seen business or political opportunities in doing so, and then gradually the development of a more stable kind of basis for how news outlets, particularly in these technologies, should operate. So I think we just need to recognize, I think, too, that we are still at a very early stage of these developments as well, even though it feels like a long time for many of us who've lived through this. But ultimately, we're really only 20, 25 years or so since the arrival of online news. And I don't think we can realistically expect all of these problems to be solved and to be sorted out at this point.
Thank you. Excellent. Kath, would you like to comment on that, or will I?
Yes, so I'll pick up on the point about the relationship between the technology and how we express ourselves, and that's not a new issue. That's a long-standing concern, that the methods through which we express ourselves as human beings materially affect the content and the mechanisms and how we express ourselves and how we situate ourselves in the world. And of course, Marshall McLuhan wrote about that very famously. But even much earlier than that, I have a lovely quote here about in the Phaedrus, Plato details a conversation between Socrates and Phaedrus, in which Socrates cites the story of the ancient Egyptian king Thammus's reaction to the invention of the art of letters. After Thuth claimed to have discovered a potion for memory and for wisdom, the king replied, "O most expert Thuth, one man can give birth to the elements of an art, but only another can judge how they can benefit or harm those who will use them. And now, since you're the father of writing, your affection for it has made you describe its effects as the opposite of what they really are. In fact, it will introduce forgetfulness into the soul of those who learn it. They will not practice using their memory because they'll put their trust in writing. You provide your students with the appearance of wisdom, not with its reality. Your invention will enable them to hear many things without being properly taught, and they will imagine that they've come to know much, while for the most part, they will know nothing. So obviously the idea that the technology through which we express ourselves has a material impact on how we know and as well as what we know is a long-standing concern in human history. But there are a couple of things that are particular to the digital age, I think, that are worth mentioning in the context of today's topic. The first of these is that the traditional, by traditional I mean kind of since John Stuart Mill onwards, defences of free speech are being challenged by the digital age. So one of the strongest defences in the literature for why free speech is important is its connection to truth seeking. And John Stuart Mill said, even if we don't discover necessarily the better truth, being engaged in having to provide justifications for the views that you hold is one of the purposes of free speech, and that can be described as truth seeking even if everyone doesn't agree on what the truth might be at the end of the conversation. He said it's important to hold one's views not as dead dogma, but to engage actively in being able to defend the views that one holds. And the cascade of misinformation and disinformation and clickbait and echo chambers and so on that we're experiencing in the digital age seriously undermines this particular defence of free speech, if not others as well. So another very common and important defence of free speech is self-autonomy and self-development, that it's through engaging in speech that we're able to develop our capacity to make decisions about how we want to live and what we consider to be living well. And there are plenty of arguments, again, related to misinformation and disinformation, that task is becoming harder. And then another, I'll stop on this one, but the other defence of free speech is its role in instantiating democracy, and that we need to be able to engage in speech relatively freely in order to be able to form opinions, not just about whom to vote for, but about what policies we might support and how we want to be engaged as democratic citizens. And it's through speech that democracy actually happens. And the misinformation and disinformation cascades within which we're all trapped, including some of which are algorithmically and bot-driven by troll farms whose interest is precisely the opposite of democracy, those things are really being undermined by the digital age. And so what we have instead is a kind of new conception of free speech, which is not reflected in the literature and which is not, I think, very valuable, which is that the idea of free speech amounts to more of it. Anybody should be, it's a volume type conception of free speech. We know this is implicit in how online behaviour occurs. Nobody's explicitly making this argument. Well, some people like Trump are. But the scholarship isn't explicitly making this argument. But the implied argument in how we talk to one another in the digital age is that free speech means you should be able to say whatever you want, whenever you want, to whomever you want, and that the more speech we have, the more evidence there is that free speech is being protected or enhanced or enabled. And actually that's the opposite of the case, because when that speech is manipulated by bot-driven misinformation cascades and clickbait, it's not helping us to make sensible, informed decisions about whom to vote for, or informed decisions about what policy we support, or informed decisions about how to make democracy work. In fact, it's undermining all of those things. So what we really have here, along with the technological changes, is a really fundamental challenge to the arguments and the conceptions that we've relied on for a very long time to justify and protect freedom of speech, as well as this sort of empirical challenge to what free speech is, where we're so in danger of forgetting that real free speech is about enabling as many people as possible to participate in its exercise. And that requires not hands-off, which is essentially what the internet is now, but that requires mediation, and that's what we don't have.
Thank you. Nick.
Thanks. I think just maybe to make 3 comments in addition to what we've canvassed already. And the first thought I have about trust in this conversation is that trust was already becoming a problem before the platforms come along. And so when we're trying to make sense of this declining trust in news and other forms of public speech, I think we have to place that set of social problems or questions as ones that precede platforms. And in fact, if we go back to the decades before platforms, the ways in which distrustfulness of the news and of public forms of speech was being celebrated as savvy forms of citizenship, that in fact our culture spoke to us in ways that encouraged us to distrust, are the news, and this was celebrated as a kind of participatory part of our democratic culture. And I think these are important kind of currents for us to keep in mind, so that we don't get into sort of deterministic arguments that place all of these problems within the realms of what platforms have done. But that, of course, does not mean that platforms should be let off the hook in any sense, because I think they supercharge these problems. The second thing I think is to have a sense of what happens to trust within the logic of the kind of attention economy that the platforms have built, and to think carefully about how trust is embedded in narrative. And I think with the platforms, my sense of it is that they don't, in a sense, as forms of media, follow in the lineage of newspapers and radio and television. They much more closely almost follow the lineage of the poker machine. They're programmed to optimize and sustain attention. They're not programmed to construct narratives that we engage with in a kind of continuous basis. And maybe the third point to kick us off is that trust is bound up with the way in which strategic communicators are privileged in the platform ecosystem. So for platform strategic communicators, be they political actors, political parties, foreign entities, advertisers, whoever are clients, they're paying clients who want to optimize the platform model. And news media are not and haven't been treated like clients within the platform ecosystem. And so this privileges strategic communicators in really profoundly new ways that we need to grapple with.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask very specific questions to you, given the fact that some of your researchers, some of your well-known journalists here. I'm going to start off with Peter. So you work with legacy media for a number of years, okay? Al Jazeera and many others. And that's now one kind of player in a changing media environment, characterized by all these blurrings between news producers and news users, okay? And you've been a prominent journalist in the public eye, committed to truth and trust. Does legacy media have any role at all in truth-telling, as was the case in the pre-internet era, or are they destined to become irrelevant in the context of the social media news environment?
Gosh, I wish I had a crystal ball for that. As much as you said, my career is rooted in legacy media. I started in commercial television in Australia. I worked for Reuters and the BBC for about 15 years in Al Jazeera. So I am a product of that legacy world. But I honestly believe that they are dinosaurs doomed for extinction. I really can't see how, it's possible for them to evolve, but Axel was talking about the last 15, 20 years of digital media, and although it is in the span of human history merely a blink of an eye, I think it's a long time for those organizations to have to figure out how to adapt, and they haven't. They're really still struggling to try and maintain those old models, those old mechanisms, the old systems of ways of working, and try and shoehorn themselves into a digital world that just isn't designed for that. And so I frankly think that unless they're able to radically reform and we're able to radically rethink the way that they operate, they're pretty much finished. One of the problems though that I think we're doing is trying to force news organizations, legacy media and journalism generally into an environment that is not fit for purpose. As Nick said, the systems are designed to harvest our attention, to grab our attention. And they're designed to do that, to generate advertising revenue for the tech companies in Silicon Valley. And they've done that very remarkably well. And honestly, I think the engineers ought to be applauded for being as successful as they have been, because let's face it, it's not as if they were deliberately trying to destroy society, what they were trying to do was make money, and they've done that remarkably well. But it's not designed to help us have good democratic conversations, good debate, to prioritize good information. And so I think we're not going to solve this problem unless we think about the ecosystem that news organizations and journalism and information is operating in. It needs to be designed for us because we've absorbed it so fully. It needs to be re-engineered. Now that's kind of radical thinking, I know, and I'm not an engineer and I can't give you answers to exactly how it needs to be re-engineered. But I honestly think the day that if we simply continue to assume that the ecosystem that we're operating in, the digital world that we're operating in is just a kind of natural given, it's a piece, it's like almost as if it's the way evolution has unfolded. If we keep working on that basis, then we're in real trouble. We need to say the system has to be redesigned for the people who use it most, and that is every one of us, rather than designed for monetizing information. If we can do that, then I think we can create a system that actually helps support good journalism. When you do that also, I think you'll find that news organizations, whether they're legacy media organizations or new creative outlets, will find a way to flourish. At the moment, we just don't seem to have that.
Thank you. Axel, it's good for me to go on from Peter to you, because in a sense, you've been very supportive of this new media environment, right? And you've also argued that there needs to be this wild flow of messages, right, in some of your writings. But you strongly believe that these wild flow of messages is critical to democracy, right? I wonder what your thoughts are on this kind of profusion of social media talk and speech in, for example, the context of the COVID-19 infodemic. Are wild flows healthy when objective information is required?
Thank you. That's a nice, sharp question. Look, in the first place, I think the ability for members of the public, for ordinary citizens to communicate amongst each other is crucial to democracy. I think I genuinely believe that. I think, and I've been, as you say, I've been very supportive. I've been very interested in the uses that people make of social media technologies, of other online technologies for having that communication that is actually amongst them rather than facilitated for them by journalists, by politicians, by other elites in society. So there are benefits from these technologies enabling people to have these conversations amongst themselves. What I and many others, I think, have not foreseen as much as we perhaps should have, however, is also the immense energy of people who are trying to divert and subvert those processes of communication to their own ends. And that's the populists, like Trump, like others. That is, state interests, certainly, the bots and trolls, if they're run by state interests, but also by commercial interests that you've talked about as well. So the amount of human energy that's been put into subverting essentially the course of this kind of public discussion by interfering with it in some form, by channeling it in a particular way, it's probably something we should have seen coming, because again, I mean, as you've said, this has happened with almost every communications technology we've had in the past as well, from the invention of rhetoric and the subversion of that to make people do things, to the role that radio, for instance, has had, and the way that fascists in the 20s and 30s have subverted the technology of radio to whip up the masses into supporting their causes. So there's always been populists and others who have pushed a particular message very strongly, who've used the latest technology of the day in order to do what they've done. And that's something that perhaps we should have foreseen more also as something that would happen almost inevitably with online and social media as well. So that I think is the challenge that we have right now, that these technologies are being used, are being misused, certainly, in many ways also for these sorts of purposes. And that we as society, as well as the platforms and the operators of those platforms, don't necessarily have the wherewithal, the skills, the understanding, perhaps also the the sort of the urgency in responding to these sorts of forms of subversion, of misuse that we should have, and that there is perhaps a tendency to say, well, it will pass, it will go away, and eventually it'll be okay again. I think we're seeing now that it's not okay, and it's not going to go away again without the intervention. And I think we're at that point now where we actually do need to, as you've both said, I think already, as you've all said, need to think about how we actually might intervene in this. Where I don't know, perhaps I disagree a little bit with Peter, but perhaps it's just a different interpretation. Is I think if we think about a sort of a re-engineering, I think it needs to be both the social and the technical re-engineering, because I think the technology itself, certainly there are issues, and there are many improvements that could be made to social media platforms to start with. But ultimately, this is also about the social arrangements around these technologies, I think. I mean, right now, one of the significant problems that we have with the way that social media platforms are run is, again, that they're run by a highly non-diverse, very limited group of people. They're tech bros, basically. People with very limited life experience, very limited social experience, very limited social skills. If I can, sorry if I offend anyone who's listening who identifies as a tech bro, but ultimately, if you look at the Mark Zuckerbergs and the Jack Dorseys of this world, they're not particularly well-read or well-experienced people, ultimately. They've come into this at age 20 by inventing this thing that has taken off for whatever reason, but ultimately they haven't really, bothered to learn about what effects it might have on society. They haven't really bothered to learn about society in the first place, and what perhaps, what their social responsibilities might be. A lot of that is being pushed onto them now, ultimately by the occasional kind of grilling they get in US Congress. So, one element of that re-engineering might be that actually the users, and however that's organized, but the users actually have more say in running these things. Users, by the way, historically have already always pushed back against some of the interventions that platforms are making. If you look at the history of Twitter, if you look at the history of Facebook, users have continuously tried to re-engineer these platforms to their own ends, to work around the restrictions that the platforms themselves have put into place. A basic example, just to name one, I don't want to go on for too long, but the way that Twitter users, for instance, have collaborated in developing collaborative blocking technologies to basically flag bots and trolls and the purveyors of hate speech, and develop blocking lists that they could use to remove all of these from their networks. Twitter has, for longest part, actually fought this quite actively, because in some ways it undermines their business model, of course, for accounts to be blocked by users and blocked en masse. And really only very recently have they started to come around a little bit to actually accepting these sorts of technologies. That's just one example, but essentially users have always understood the platforms better than the platform operators, and have always had a better idea, I think, of what they wanted out of these platforms than the platform operators. And in many cases, of course, what the users want goes quite directly against the business interests of the platforms themselves. So that kind of struggle, the balance there needs to be shifted in one way or another, I think, between the platforms and the users of those platforms. That's one way of socially re-engineering these platforms, I think. And there are probably others that we could brainstorm, but I might leave it there at this point. I've gone on for long enough.
Okay, Nick, algorithmic control and the role that they play in this environment that we're in. Can you kind of comment on, truth and trust in the context of this kind of control?
On what we should do about it, or no, the features of it?
The features of it.
Features of it. I think, when we're thinking about the algorithmic nature of these systems, what really looms large for me is that these are, particularly if we're talking about the big platforms, is that these are advertiser-funded engineering projects. The capital that is poured into these platforms over the last, substantially the last decade, comes either from venture capitalists who see an advertising machine being built that's going to pay off. And then once the advertising model formalizes, from the advertisers themselves. And I think this makes them unique in the sense that you have a form of media here that's built in the interests of advertisers from day one, from the ground up. It doesn't have, as Peter mentioned, this great wall of China between editorial and advertising in the news business. Well, there was never an editorial culture on the platform there at the beginning. And this for me is the kind of crucial lens through which to understand the algorithmic culture then of the platforms. Because what advertisers want is the ability to identify targets. Like long before we had platforms, you had the advertising industry trying to figure out ways to translate everyday life into flows of data that they could optimize in real time. Advertisers had a good sense of this going back to the 60s. There's actually there's this great interview in Wired magazine with Baran, and he's talking about a talk he was invited to give to the American Marketing Association in the 60s, because they were looking at the internet, back then and going, wait a second, this is exactly what we've been thinking of, And so I think once you have that lens in place, then you can begin to understand that the algorithmic logic is about translating everyday life into data so that you can optimize attention, in order to get to an end. And so it's a very operational mindset. It's not a mindset that pays attention to the kind of values we've been talking about here, about speech or public understanding, or making sense of the world that we live in collectively and how we might build that world collectively. It's an operational mindset in the sense that it is looking for a desired outcome and it wants to program its way to that outcome over and over again. And so when we come along and try to, in a sense, say, what about public speech? What about public culture? What about news? We're effectively trying to retrofit those concerns into a model that's been engineered to do something else entirely. And maybe to go back to Peter's analogy, it's almost like trying to come along after you've built the thing and put news inside the advertising department and say, let's see how that goes. I think that's the nature of the kind of problem that we have.
Thank you. Kat, in a sense, it's this, we deal with free speech and hate speech in the context of these algorithmic cultures, right? And you've argued that, there's no consensus on free speech in Australia, right? And that this is only skin deep. So how do you reconcile the plenty of speech that we have online with this lack of consensus on free speech?
I think they're very easily reconcilable through the idea that most people have no clue what free speech means, why it's important, why it needs to be protected, and what it actually means to protect free speech in the sense that I spoke about before, about enabling as many people as possible to participate in meaningful ways and in informed ways, and that actually requires mediation and regulation. I think so. I completely agree with what the other speakers have said, and particularly with what Axel was saying about the need for that need for an intervention now, and a need for a regulation, a need for an ability to do something about this sphere. The problem is that, as we know from the free speech versus hate speech debate that's lasted at least a couple of decades now or more, there's hugely disparate views on how one might do that mediation and regulation and on where the boundaries lie. And we're seeing even just elements of this in the I was about to say ridiculous, but in the contours of the current free speech debate in Australia, in which claims are made repeatedly that are known not to have any evidence about a supposed free speech crisis, a situation in which government seeks on the one hand to protect freedom of speech, for example, for people of religious faith to be able to say what they believe according to their religion, but on the other hand shuts down speech when it suits it, particularly around protest, for example, and in excessively overbroad counter-terrorism laws, and in the migration space, around discussion around asylum seekers and around our detention centres that are operated by the Australian government. So we have this incredibly sort of complex public debate that reflects that people think free speech is important, but that they widely disagree on how to ensure the majority of people can participate in a way that enables us to have the kinds of conversations that we need to have. We see this as well in the platforms, right? So Facebook has implemented a new oversight board. The European Commission has a new agreed code amongst its member states on the need to, and a code agreed with the platforms on the need for the platforms to take greater action to remove content that is deemed illegal under the various laws in Europe, and they release 6 monthly reports on how well the platforms are doing. And yet at the same time, we know that the volume of harmful speech online is just increasing exponentially. Some of it, of course, is bot-driven, and we have massive disagreements about where to draw the line on hate speech and where to draw the line on speech that can viably or legitimately be regulated, and the speech that can viably and legitimately be restricted. So we have agreement, I guess, at the extremes, threatening some true threats, some types of obscenity, some types of incitement to lawlessness or incitement where you can identify a good causal, strong causal and temporal link between the incitement and something terrible happening. But beyond that kind of extreme, there's massive disagreement about where to draw the line. So, you know, I think I know where, I think I have a pretty clear view of where those lines can be drawn, but I struggle to convince people of them. And in fact, I'm currently involved in a project with 3 other investigators that's funded by Facebook, looking at how well or how appropriately Facebook deals with hate speech in the Asia Pacific. And we had a session at the Facebook headquarters where they were trying to give us examples of the kinds of things that they pick up as hate speech. And they gave an example, and they said they gave 3 different examples, but there were 2 slides, and they said, which one of these 2 is hate speech? And the first one, I said, well, neither of them. And they said, oh yes, this one is. And I said, no, it's not. And then they had another one. So we just couldn't even, you know, the head of policy for Facebook Australia and I couldn't agree on whether something constituted hate speech or not. And part of the reason for that is the algorithms, right? So Facebook and the other platforms want to be able to do this algorithmically. And to do this algorithmically, you need an algorithm that applies worldwide to the same type of content. And that is the antithesis of how you identify hate speech, because identifying hate speech requires deep knowledge of the context. And so the targets of hate speech are different in each country, and the ability of a community to be vulnerable or the ability of a community to enact hate speech differs from country to country. Even if you take a broad category like LGBTQI communities, for example, even that differs from country to country, let alone more complex ethnically based or nationally based or racially based hatred. And so you can't have a single algorithm that's going to solve the hate speech problem globally, but that's what the platforms want. They want one algorithm that's going to do this, that's going to automatically detect and automatically remove it. And so we're in this, and I tried to say, you can't do that. It's just not going to work. You need contextual knowledge. And I do believe that the platforms are trying to learn. I don't believe that these efforts, considerable efforts they're making to reach out to researchers and to fund research and to reach out, I don't believe that that's all just, you know, smoke and mirrors. I do believe there's a genuine desire on the part of the platforms to do better and to respond to this global outcry about the harms that are committed in the spheres in which they operate and the spheres that they facilitate and they enable. But boy, we're a long way from reaching agreement on how to do that.
Can I just respond quickly? I mean, to that observation about an algorithm that works globally to deal with something that's really contextual. And I think the other piece of the puzzle here about that is that the kind of algorithms that advertiser-funded platforms have built only need to be right most of the time. Like, the logic is promiscuous and prospective. Like, if you're an advertiser, you just got to hit your targets enough of the time. But the kind of algorithms that, then take that logic and try to create algorithms that can control something really precisely. Well, that is just not the kinds of models they've been building, or that you really, I think we'd agree here, probably could build. But they can't, I don't think, see that, because the logic of the algorithmic models they have built are tuned for promiscuousness, tuned for spreading information, not controlling its spread.
And they're also tuned for moving people towards slightly more extreme versions of the views that they came onto the platform with. And maybe I'm really naive, and you can answer this question, but shouldn't it be possible for the algorithms to drive them to better information and less extreme views? I mean, maybe that counts, maybe that would counter the clickbait, and so it wouldn't work for the advertisers. But the algorithms that they write drive people into this.
I think that in a way it feels to me a little bit like the early days of the invention of the vehicle. You know, we had a piece of technology which transformed the way society worked, and it was organized, driven by engineers that were trying to create these mechanical things, these mechanical beasts. And it took a while for us to recognize that you needed, not to scrap the vehicle altogether, but we needed rules of the road. We needed emissions controls. You needed braking systems. You needed all sorts of pieces of both technological and social fixes that enabled us to work with it. And the vehicle companies, the car companies at the time screamed and shouted about it because they said it would bugger up their engineering, it would destroy their business models. Whereas at some point you've got to say tough, we need to work with it, it needs to work with us. And so I agree that I think we're in the early stages of this, but we also have to recognize that I think the days of the free-for-all internet are dead. And the sooner we accept that, and the sooner we accept that there has to be both technological and social fixes, and I do agree with Axel on this, that it's not just an engineering fix. We need sort of social rules, we need socially accepted rules of the road. But that also requires political will and political direction. And it requires, you know, engineering that helps corral us into those kinds of channels towards the center rather than the extremes. And I think that, you know, the sooner we have these conversations and the sooner we accept that that's the way the system has to operate, then I think we'll start to move towards a solution.
Thank you. I know we've got a couple of questions coming in online.
Yes, we do, Pradeep. Can I read them out for you?
Sure.
So we have the first question from Andrew Duggle. Could I ask the panel to what extent they feel the destructive effects of social media have been overstated in light of literature that suggests a majority of people in advanced democracy will still access news via other means, and evidence for the existence of filter bubbles and echo chambers may be weaker than previously thought?
Excellent.
I think that's probably a question for me because I've just published a book on filter bubbles and why they don't exist. Yes, I think there is obviously, and particularly, I'm sorry to say, also in journalistic coverage, there tends to be a bit of an over-focus on some of these aspects and some of these concepts that ultimately have been very difficult to prove, echo chambers and filter bubbles particularly. Now, there's two things to say. There are clearly some very highly negative effects of social media. I'm not trying to hide these. There is hate speech, there is abuse, there is the circulation of mis and disinformation. Some of that can be physically and personally harmful to the point of death. So there is all of that. At the same time, what we've also seen, particularly during the pandemic, is also the incredible importance of social media in maintaining sociality between people, particularly when you're in lockdown, particularly when you can't go out and meet other people. Social media have often been a real lifeline for people as they've been locked down, as they've had no other way to really, well, other than Zoom calls, I guess, to engage with others, particularly from their family and friends network. So there is a balance there between the positive and negative effects. That's something we should not forget, and we should not just focus on one or the other of those aspects, I think. Our challenge is ultimately to increase the positive and to decrease the negative effects. When it comes more to the specific question of filter bubbles and echo chambers, there is very little scientific evidence ultimately for their existence. There are plenty of studies across a number of areas that show that search results, and this is where the idea of the filter bubble first came from, that every one of us would search for the same thing but get different results, and so ultimately we are in our own little filter bubbles. But there's been 3 or 4 studies just over the last few years that have shown that search results, independent of who you are, tend to be incredibly uniform, particularly for political topics as well. So you search for particular political topics, what comes up are essentially the same stories, often in the same order, in the US, from the same 4 or 5 news organizations as well, by the way. So if anything, the entirety of the US is in a filter bubble. And it's not that, you know, the right wingers only get Fox News results and the left wingers only get MSNBC results or something like that. That's really been entirely disproven. Something very similar exists also for social media. Again, a lot of the social media studies, they've looked at the networks of interaction, that I've surveyed people about their experience of social media information that they're receiving via their networks have shown that people actually get quite a diversity of information. In the last US election, Pew Center ran a survey and asked people, what are you getting? Are you getting mainly Republican, mainly Democrat? And people were largely upset about the amount of counter-ideological content that they're seeing in their networks. So rather than just being in their own little Democrat or Republican bubble, they were kind of, they wish they were, basically, but they weren't. So again, that's a clear sign that these sorts of things are overstated. I think where filter bubbles and echo chambers may have some role, or where there is some limitation, where some limited effect might be on the very fringes of society. So you've got, you know, your anti-vaxxers and your anti-5G activists who largely operate in kind of a network of others who perhaps have similar views. But ultimately, even there, what these sorts of groups and others that are spreading misinformation and disinformation are doing is to exploit the very absence of echo chambers and filter bubbles for their purposes. Because if you want to spread the news from their perspective that, you know, COVID doesn't exist and it's all caused by 5G or these sorts of, you know, conspiracy theories, you know, if you were in a filter bubble or echo chamber and you push that information, it would only reach others who are already convinced of it. But what misinformation and disinformation actively is trying to do is exploit the very absence of these limitations and get that sort of view out to the general public. The very thing that populists and conspiracy theorists and others who are pushing a particular agenda are doing is to try and reach and convince ultimately a large mass audience. And that couldn't happen on social media if we were all in our own echo chambers or filter bubbles.
Anyone wants to add to any contrary view? No? What about QAnon? QAnon, that's another big conspiracy theory.
Well, and again, I mean, if QAnon had just existed in its own little Q bubble, you know, none of us would ever have heard of it. But now we are at the point where you've got people running for US Congress and probably being elected in November who are open QAnon supporters. So, you know, again, this is broken out into the mainstream, and it could not have done that if we'd had echo chambers or filter bubbles that they're all locked in and where they can only talk to their own people.
Pradeep, we have one more question, and Jacqueline will raise her hand, so she will ask the question audibly. So Jacqueline, can you unmute yourself and go ahead to ask your question?
Thanks, Melody. Hopefully you can hear me. So we've been talking a lot about trust. Something that I'm interested in, I guess, is things that come behind that. So thinking about something like fear and fear-based information and how much that influences people's willingness to I guess, seek different truths or seek different information. And it's just a bit of a question to the panel. I get the impression, you know, there's 300 of us on the conference today. We're preaching to the choir. We're all, you know, we're all on the same page. But for the broader masses, we talked earlier about the concept of, well, who is the we, as far as, you know, do we trust the media? And I wonder, you know, is there enough of a care factor in the broader community about this? And if not, how much of that is driven by fear and people's reluctance or people's willingness, maybe rather, to trade off things that they're fearful of, and that might be coming through misinformation or through false news, versus people's willingness to fight for their freedoms and to fight for access to information and freedom of information. So just a general question to the panel about that fear factor and how much that drives or influences people's level of trust, and more importantly, people's level of willingness to do something about fighting for freedoms and to protect and instill trust.
Gosh, that's a huge question. Let me preface this by saying this is not an area of my expertise, but one of the things I think that we tend to do is I think we tend to seek out information that confirms our worldviews, and we tend to reject information that challenges the worldviews. And by that I mean the kind of underlying fundamentals of how we see and understand the world. I think a good example is the debate around climate change, which, if you have a worldview of independence, if you believe that the importance of the individual, that the primacy of the individual, then anything that requires collective action becomes a difficult thing to accept, and collective responsibility is a difficult thing to accept. And so you're less inclined to accept climate change and the responses that are required for that. And I think in a lot of ways that cuts into the kind of fear factor, that it's very difficult, it's quite challenging to accept things that challenge that worldview. But we have to find a way of exposing people to those kinds of ideas, those kinds of challenges, because those are the things that will get us out of or that will bring us at least into the centre. And I think that the tendency for fear to be used is the fear that exploits those kinds of worldviews. That's the way the populists have operated, by playing to those fears, by exaggerating those fears. As a journalist, you know that any story that, the classic slogan, "If it bleeds, it leads," is all about fear and kind of visceral responses to things. And so we're in a world that still that exaggerates, supports, and prioritizes that kind of information. I just think we need to think very carefully about both using that, but also finding, re-engineering, redesigning a system that reduces that impact.
Anyone else wants to comment on? Okay, we've got a question from the floor. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Pradeep. I was just trying to make sense of the concepts that I've heard this morning. So somebody talked about social re-engineering and technological re-engineering, but I guess one of the key things that we need to consider is that there are a lot of interest involved. And earlier, somebody talked about mediation. And I'd like to know, how does mediation look like? Where do we start? Who should do it? And who will lead?
Again, a very large question. It has started. The platforms are engaging. They're engaging with academic research. They're engaging with supranational organisations, international organisations like the European Commission. They're engaging with governments. Governments need to be, I think, domestically less scared of taking them on. There's certainly a view, I think, a sense that governments are a bit scared to take on the big platforms. Big platforms have a lot of space and capacity to argue against them. We saw that recently with Google, wasn't it? Taking the Australian government to task over a proposal that the Australian government made about paying for content. So governments are a bit scared to take on the platforms, but they need to. And then actually, again, this is kind of contrary to what's actually happening, but I still, maybe it's the only way I can get out of bed in the morning is just being a continual optimist, but I still do think that we need to find ways of getting clarity in the conversation around the categories that we're talking about, around what is hate speech. I was looking at some of the community reports. There's been a huge there's been a European report and there's been an Australian New Zealand report, and the Australian component was run by the E-Safety Commissioner into people's experience of hate speech online. And they used the definition that the Australian E-Safety Commissioner used and that the New Zealand equivalent used were slightly different. And I can't remember which one was which now, but one of them was just so broad. It was extraordinary. And yet they're asking people, what have been your experiences of hate speech online? And then they're using this definition that basically is anything that made you feel bad. And we can't have that. We can't possibly find a way to mediate and regulate the harmful content online if we say anything that makes anybody feel bad or anything that's mean or nasty is hate speech. That's clearly not hate speech. So it's partly that. And then it's partly the restoration of civil discourse in the sense that, yes, we can disagree with one another. Disagreeing with somebody doesn't constitute harming them or hurting them and shouldn't even necessarily hurt their feelings. So it's really kind of multi-layered. It has to be the platforms engaging. It has to be government being prepared to take on the platforms. It needs to be communities being prepared to engage with all of those levels, and and sort of reinstitute the parameters of civil discourse, but online in a way that makes sense. And yeah, in some areas we do need much more stringent regulation than we have. So it's it's complex, but it started, and I guess I have hope that if we've started, that maybe we can continue this really important work.
The answer.
Yep.
We have a couple more questions in the Q&A panel if we want to go through them.
Sure.
All right, so we have one from Kevin Rennie. What is the role for educators in tackling these issues? Are there online resources for school or tertiary students?
Yes, there are lots of there's lots of information available. So in Australia, the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner makes information available. There are from platforms themselves. They now make regular reports about the extent to which they're removing fake identities, hate speech, and a number of violent platforms. Obviously, after the Christchurch incident, Christchurch massacre, there was a very big push on platforms to be able to act more quickly against those kinds of things. So yeah, I think those things are happening.
Excellent.
And really, in terms of education, obviously one big aspect of all of this is media literacy, online and social media literacy particularly. So really understanding, being able to detect where your information is coming from, what you're seeing in your social networks that's being shared, whether it comes from a reputable source or not, and how you would identify a reputable source in the first place. The only downside to that is that ultimately the fringe dwellers, if I can call them that, have also very much weaponized media literacy. So if you are on the far right in the US and you see something from the New York Times, you will automatically say, well, that's the New York Times, that's fake news, I know what that is, so obviously I don't believe it. So in some ways, the very processes, the very ways in which ordinary people use media literacy to distinguish between reliable and unreliable sources are also being used, just with different categories of what they think is reliable or unreliable by people on the very fringes of the political spectrum. So even media literacy has become a double-edged sword, unfortunately.
I think all I'd add to this question is that an earlier generation of the kind of, I guess, curriculum in schools about social media focused really on young people's self-representation online, like being careful with their own information and careful with the ways in which they depicted themselves and so on. And I'm hoping the curriculum, I'm not particularly close to it, but I guess I'm hoping the curriculum is getting beyond that. It was very gendered, it was very classed, and it let the platform off the hook, because it made the subject often how you depict yourself rather than your kind of literacy of how the platforms operate.
Thank you. Any others, Melody? Questions?
Yes, we have two more, so hopefully we can run them through in 10 minutes. The next one is from Doreen Busolo, talking about participation and mediation. On the other hand, we have populists and advertisers who are on the same space and who can easily sway the conversation to their benefit. How do we control this?
How do you control it? No? Tough one.
I guess what I like about this question is that, you know, there are kind of, in my sense of it, to be really, I suppose it's a crude distinction, but one way to approach these kind of questions of problematic forms of content on the platforms is to go down a path of kind of like an editorial path, a rule setting path, a moderation path. And that seems to be the path the platforms are most interested in. But the other path is to say, wait a second, you can't fix those kinds of issues. You can't deal with them substantially unless you go and look at the underlying model of the platform. You look at its advertising model that's designed for advertisers and people in the information sphere who want to act like advertisers. And that's one of the things that populists are really good at. They adopt that logic and they weaponize it or they marshal it. So I think this is kind of what this question gets at for me, is that questions about how to regulate and what we're going to do about certain kinds of speech on the platform are not going to get very far unless they're fundamentally questions about how to regulate the advertising model.
Yes, and if I might just add briefly, also there are some very, very important critiques put out by people like Human Rights Watch about how authoritarian governments are already regulating the internet in ways that are not doing what you're suggesting, but that in ways that seriously impact on people's human rights. And so when we call for regulation, we need to be really, really careful that we're not inadvertently providing support to a model that is essentially authoritarian in character.
We have a question from Jacqueline Knight. Jacqueline, would you like to unmute yourself and ask your question?
Thanks, Melody. So this is a question, I guess, sort of mainly directed at you, Nick. I sat in on a session on Tuesday night about the internet's environmental impact, and one of the speakers on there was from the UN, and he was talking about hard coding values, positive values into algorithms. And I wondered, can we code values like trust into algorithms that then consequently have a better influence or drive better behaviors of social media platforms?
It's a great question, but it's a tricky one. And I guess why I balk at questions like this is they seem to take us down a very technical path of that here we are faced with what is fundamentally a complicated social and historical problem. Let's reach for a technical solution. It's about fixing the code, fixing the algorithmic model, and it just so immediately narrows the frame that it bothers me. So it's kind of like I guess I'm saying my reaction is in a sense to refuse that kind of question of, well, could you come up? Like, I'm sure, if you say to a group of engineers, let's go to the moon, they'll figure out how to do it in a sense. So I think you could say to engineers, well, we want to code these kinds of ends into our system. Could we do it? Perhaps. But it's so fundamentally at odds with how these institutions are set up to run that it's hard to imagine how it works in practice for me, if that's not too confusing.
Thanks. Peter, yes.
I think there are social solutions that we could use. One of the ideas that we're playing with at the moment is certifying journalists with a kind of blue tick, the equivalent of Twitter's blue tick, for journalists that are verified by their peers, who are operating to a particular standard, whose work you can trust, and there's a complaint system where if you think they're not operating to ethical standards, their work can be reviewed. The point is that you have a core of people whose work is to a standard, who can be identified as trusted work, and create a kind of social value around that. Now, again, it's an imperfect system. There's a lot of discussion to be had around that, but that is the kind of ways where I think you can build in a core of trusted suppliers, trusted sources of news and information.
Yeah, it's a nice example, Peter, and I think it's an example of like a recommendation algorithm is designed to prioritize certain kinds of content, and so if you then have the social convention of the blue tick, so people deciding these other people are reputable providers of information in the system, all the algorithm is doing is kind of prioritizing that actor, and so it's like it's always that combination of a social convention with the technical operation of the algorithm, and you need to be thinking both parts of that all the time.
Okay, so we're kind of winding down. We've got 5 minutes left, but just one final question for each of you guys. One of the things that internet governance has been based on is this whole concept of multi-stakeholderism, right? So different communities coming together, having discussions, and coming to some kind of consensus on the way forward. So on the basis of all that we've discussed here, all the issues with social media and hate speech and all the rest of it, can you see possibility of different stakeholders coming together intentionally, deliberately, to discuss these issues, both small and large? Do you see possibilities for these kinds of multi-stakeholder initiatives making a difference in building truth and trust in the media?
I think it has to happen. I don't think it's a question of whether it can happen. I think it's one of those things that has to happen, and has to happen deliberately and consciously. It feels to me as though these conversations are starting to happen organically. We're seeing documentaries. I mean, the Social Dilemma, the documentary on Netflix at the moment is a fascinating one, and it's sort of challenging the kind of the assumptions that were made from the outset in the design of the internet and the social media platforms, and it's creating these kinds of conversations, these multi-stakeholder conversations that you're talking about. But I think we have to also do it deliberately. We've got to organise forums like these that bring people together, and it's hard to see specifically what the outcome of those conversations might be. But I think we've also got to accept that you don't necessarily need to have that outcome in mind before you start the conversation. I think we've got to get these debates for organisations, committees, parliamentary inquiries, call it whatever you want. You've got to get them going and trust that organically something will emerge from that. But simply allowing it to happen without interfering, without intervening in some way, I think is not enough.
Okay.
I don't have a lot to add. I completely support what Peter said. I think it's also incumbent on those of us in the academy who work in this area to really do a lot of engagement and reach out to communities and to governments on this. I know we try. It's often not for want of trying, but that is more vital than it's ever been.
Yeah, I think what I've recognised in some of the spaces I've worked in the last few years, particularly around questions of marketing of harmful commodities, gambling, alcohol, and so on, is the recognition that yes, this multi-stakeholder approach is necessary, but that importantly, the platforms are but one of the stakeholders, do you know? And so rather than us looking to them as the big thing that needs to be regulated or you know, why can't they fix themselves, to rather kind of discipline them into the multi-stakeholder space and say, you are one of a number of stakeholders in this process, and you don't determine the rules for the process. And I think it's the recognition that that's what needs to happen, and now the business of how to make it happen this is where it gets difficult.
Excellent. Final word.
Yes to all of that, and I think with a particular warning to look at the inclusivity of those processes as well. So if we look at the case of even just individual platforms having some sort of multi-stakeholder process for redesigning or redefining how they operate, one interesting example, and this is something like Wikipedia, which for a very long time, since its inception almost, has had very strong engagement from its users in how the thing is run. And it's got a very complex admin structure from lower level to higher level admins and all the way through. The only problem with that, at least for the English language Wikipedia, less so perhaps in some others, is that the vast majority of the admins who are involved in this, who've got the time and the interest in being involved, tend to be white males. So there again, we still have a significant problem with inclusivity, with diversity, and really what that ends up meaning is that a lot of the debates, debates about how to cover particular topics end up being dominated by a very limited set of voices. And so that is something for any of these other platforms, if we have these sorts of multi-stakeholder engagements or at a broader level, that really needs to be part of it as well. So it's one thing to have a parliamentary inquiry, but it's also important then to have a really good representation of voices, for instance. These are the sorts of really practical questions that we need to consider. And also when we consider the platforms, by the way, we also need to already see them as quite multi-stakeholder groups, because Facebook, for instance, isn't a monolith. The more of the whistleblower kind of stories that come out, we see that there's huge debates even within Facebook going on between different groups, between the advertising group, between the moderation group, and then ultimately Mark Zuckerberg decides what he wants to do.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank the panelists.
Thank you, Pradeep, and also to all our speakers. Pradeep, would you like to say a few last words before I close the session?
No, I think it's a wonderful session. I think there's a lot of food for thought, and hopefully we'll carry on discussing some of these issues in the afternoon and tomorrow. So thank you very much.
We just have one comment that I will read out before I end this session. So Kathy Brennan, she said, I will also just echo Nick that you are seeing similar pushback from other areas of ethical algorithm work. So that's our last comment from our attendees. So thank you once again, Pradeep and speakers. Hopefully in the future, we can all be together physically again. If you enjoy this panel, how about sharing a tweet using hashtag NetThing or hashtag NetThing 2020. In the meantime, we will have a 45-minute lunch break. During this break, we will open up a Zoom meeting room for speakers and participants to socialize or even debrief, like what was some of your takeaways from this very, very interesting session, because, disinformation and hate speech affects all of us. So join us by clicking the link in the chat. Otherwise, we will see you back here at 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time for our next panel on Internet Infrastructure Security. Thank you all. See you back here soon.
Hello.
sci-fi, and one of the authors I've been reading this year, well, one's my brother and one's a chap who's actually an ex-US Marine colonel and who's been writing stuff, and his military sci-fi is fascinating, especially with when he talks about people in the 23rd century with onboard AI plugged into their cortex, which I find fascinating because they talk about having virtual secretaries in their head. So you can make a phone call, what passes for a phone call in this context to someone, and you don't know if you're talking to them or you're talking to their virtual version of them that their AI is running for them, because some people obviously don't want to talk to you straight away, but their face or whatever will pop up in the call and say, hi, what do you want? And you don't know you're talking to their AI, which I think is fascinating.
Well, we pretty much
cloning ourselves.
We pretty much have that already, right? I tried to report an issue to Google and Apple the other day, and I can't tell whether I'm actually getting a person or whether I'm just getting a bot with a person's name responding, sending me email.
I've got bad news for you, Vanessa. It's probably some very overworked person in a contact center in the Philippines, and they're talking to you and like 12 other people at the same time.
Terry, we're almost at time. Shall we begin?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Okay.
so I see more attendees joining us. I think it will be good to let them know. We haven't started yet. If you just join us, it was just a little bit of chat between the speakers.
Just bantering, yes.
Yes, just some very good banter.
We have 46 people in at the moment. How many are on the streaming? I don't know, but it's 12:59, so we'll wait for that to tick over and then we'll start.
Awesome.
And there's no more.
So we have about 15 seconds before we kick off.
So Terry, if you're curious, we have around 18 on the YouTube streaming, and it's going up as we speak.
Oh, that's good. That's excellent.
And I also noticed that we have people streaming in from UQ as well, so that's really good.
Oh, good. Well, we'll give them another 30 seconds to take their seats, and then we'll kick off.
Sounds good, Terry.
Okay, well, that's 30 seconds past the hour now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and people who prefer not to be labelled in that way, welcome to the Infrastructure Security Panel. Today, we're going to get a little bit technical, but not too technical, because we understand who our audience is today. But we're going to be talking about basically what happens when the internet moves bits and bytes around, and some of the risks and worries that we as technologists and other stakeholders have with that. So we're going to try to attempt to answer some very basic questions with this panel today. And one is, how secure is the Australian internet infrastructure? Talk about who maintains that, who's responsible for that, and talk about what the current problems and those solutions are that have been proposed for some of those problems. So I have, let's have a look. I have some esteemed colleagues here with me today. You'll see that we have Vanessa Teague, who is the CEO of Thinking Cybersecurity and an adjunct associate professor in the Research School of Computer Science at the Australian National University in Canberra. She's actually located in Melbourne. She was part of a team who, with I think 2 others, was it, Vanessa, who discovered that they could re-identify people, doctors and patients, in a public dump of Medicare and PBS data. So that's a really big kudo for you. We have Matt Tate. Now, you probably see Matt Tate in every conference on every Zoom you'll ever been to, because Matt's a real personality in our industry. Matt is the managing director of NetThing Tech Lab. He, for a living for the last 30 years, has been doing ISO certifications and testing of all things ICT, which is good to see. Matt also has a role with HonestyBox, which is an independent internet quality measurement company, and you'll find that Sandy Davey is here today with us as well as a participant who's part of that operation. We have Aftab Siddiqui, who originally hails from Pakistan, has a long career on the industry side and also in what we call the internet community. He's currently with the Internet Society as a senior internet technology manager, and he works on what we call the Mutually Agreed Norms for Routing Security Initiative, or MANAs, or good manners, we hope it will be. And he also is deeply involved with internet governance in several roles, especially with the address supporting organisation, Address Council, and he's also chair of the Routing Security Special Interest Group at APNIC. And lastly, we have one of our luminaries of our industry and a very interesting commentator, and that is Associate Professor Mark Gregory. Mark is with the School of Engineering in RMIT University in the Department of Electronic and Telecommunications Engineering. And he has a research and consulting focus in, among other things, telecommunications, network engineering, internet security and privacy, and also something I like to hear about too is technical risk management. So overall, we're going to try to keep this very relevant for end users and for our other multi-stakeholder group today. But what I'll do is I'll invite, first of all, Vanessa to present some of the topic, and then after that we'll have Matt, and then have Tab, and then Mark actually drew the short straw by not turning up to the prep meeting, so Mark, you're last. So Vanessa, please take it away.
Thanks, Terry. Okay, we all said that we wouldn't have slides, but I'm just going to try and share some of my favorite tabs from my screen. So I'm going first, and I'm going to start by talking a little bit about just the background of the topic for the day. So Terry said he knows the audience. I don't know the audience, so I don't really have a clue how much of what I'm about to say everybody already knows. But let's set the scene. Okay, we're talking about the security of how bits go to the right place on the internet and how to make sure they don't get either dropped or read by somebody who should be either passing them along or not reading them. So we're going to talk about 3 different acronyms: DNS, BGP, and TLS. Telstra has been kind enough to furnish us with some educational examples of stuff-ups in the first 2 of these areas, which just gives us a chance to explain. So I hope you can see my screen. And if you can, I'm just going to have a look at this website, which is protonmail.com. So there's a couple of different things that have to happen right in order for me to type protonmail.com into the address bar of my web browser and for my request to get sent to the right server and ProtonMail stuff to come back to me. The first thing that has to happen is that my web browser has to figure out what IP address this name protonmail.com is actually addressed by. And that's DNS, the domain name system. And Telstra back in August had a serious outage with its DNS system, in which, in fact, probably many of you might have experienced, a large number of people found it impossible to visit the websites that they wanted to visit because their computer couldn't figure out what IP address it was supposed to be looking for. It was widely described as an internet outage. Strictly speaking, it's not an internet outage because the internet is still there. It's just that you don't know the correct address of the things you're trying to look at. Initially, Telstra said, help, help, we're under cyber attack, and eventually decided that actually they probably weren't under cyber attack. They were just getting a very large number of requests from people who hadn't been able to figure out what was going on. I'm told that those people who did figure out what was going on and just used Google's DNS server instead, or some other DNS server, actually worked out fine. You can, just out of curiosity, if you don't already know how to do this, you could always just use the IP address directly if you want. So here's a little thing I prepared earlier. If you happen to know the exact address of where you're going, you don't need the names at all. Right? So DNS can stuff up accidentally, and probably Telstra did. It can also be a deliberate method of trying to grab somebody else's traffic by pretending to, if you maliciously add your IP address to somebody else's name in a DNS server that somebody trusts, you can potentially get someone to come and visit your server instead of the place that they really think they want to go. Okay, so that's the domain name system. Now let's talk about the second aspect, which is routing. So now we've gone, okay, we figured out from the name what IP address we want to look at. Now I've got this string of numbers. How do we figure out how to reach that on the internet? And again, Telstra has provided us with another educational example only yesterday. This is the Border Gateway Protocol, which the latter couple of speakers are going to talk about in much more detail. But the idea is that a internet service provider knows what IP addresses it owns, and it advertises and says, you know, I own such and such and such and such a collection of numbers. And then everybody next to them says, I'm next to somebody who owns such and such a set of numbers. And everybody next to them says, I'm next to somebody who's next to somebody who owns this set of numbers. And thus the information about who's close to where and how to get there propagates out across the internet. This is the Border Gateway Protocol, BGP. That's the second of my 3 acronyms. But obviously, if the advertisement in the first place doesn't come honestly and correctly from somebody who really does own that IP address, then there's trouble. And I know that Aftab is going to talk about this in a fair bit more detail, so I won't talk about a lot of detail about how to secure it, but you can see why if somebody either deliberately or accidentally advertises an IP address that they don't, or a collection of IP addresses that they don't really own, they end up grabbing a whole lot of traffic that they shouldn't have. Like all the best kind of computing bugs, this can happen accidentally through a stuff up, or it can happen deliberately as a way of deliberately hijacking somebody else's traffic. So this happened yesterday, apparently, and Telstra advertised a bunch of IP addresses that they didn't really own, or IP address spaces that they didn't really own. And I think they're now blaming it on an unspecified third party and suggesting that it was a stuff up. But of course, the accusation, yeah, good. I'm glad somebody giggled. I can't actually tell exactly who giggled. But the accusation obviously is that perhaps it was done deliberately. And Proton Mail in particular, which is this secure email provider I mentioned a few minutes ago, tweeted very loudly and angrily that they were concerned that Telstra was deliberately advertising their IP address space and trying to hijack their traffic. It probably didn't make much difference to the European users who were nearer to the truthful advertisement of the real Proton Mail IP addresses, but it might have made a huge difference to the Australians who were trying to access that service through, who were mistakenly directed through Telstra instead of to the real place. So interestingly, Proton Mail has said no data was breached. So even though they know that some traffic must have gone the wrong way, they're saying that they're confident that people's private email couldn't be read. Now, Proton Mail is an end-to-end encrypted service. I haven't looked in great detail at exactly how it works, and I'm assuming that their belief in the data not being breached is based on their end-to-end encrypted messaging. But let's just leave that aside for a second and talk about how you might, if you were running a relatively ordinary email service, still be potentially confident that you're of the next line of defense if somebody mistakenly advertised your IP address spaces. The next line of defense is a protocol called TLS, which is the third of my 3 acronyms for the day. The TLS protocol is used to protect, both to encrypt traffic across the internet and also to authenticate the place that you're talking to. So that in my web browser, which is Firefox, it's shown with a little lock, but of course in lots of other browsers show it in slightly different ways. Like I think Chrome, for example, warns you when you're not talking through TLS. Okay, so it ought to be that even if a malicious party deliberately hijacks the IP address space, that even if they get the traffic, they still shouldn't be able to trick a visitor into thinking that they are the real Proton Mail, because they shouldn't be able to get a certificate that lets them look like a proper TLS server for a domain that they don't really own. Now, unfortunately, like BGP routing, this system is somewhat based on trusting a small number of trusted authorities who are supposed to do a good job of only handing out these kinds of certificates to people who deserve them. So probably if you're just some kind of random person on the internet trying to steal other people's traffic, it's relatively hard. But unfortunately, when we're talking about internet security, part of what we have to think of as a realistic attack scenario is a state-sponsored attacker. So depending on how you think about this, this might either be a government that you don't like, specifically trying to break stuff that you really care about, or it might be a law enforcement authority or intelligence authority from a country that you believe is doing good things. But as a security person, it's the same thing either way, right? So I just wanted to, in my last 2 minutes, read out to you. I've just realized I've not shared my screen properly. Hang on. I'm just going to unshare and then reshare the right thing. I just want to read to you carefully the TOLA legislation. And in particular, no, it doesn't want to share. Okay, I'll just have to read it out to you. Okay, so many of us at the last NetThing discussed in great detail the likely collateral damage or the possible collateral damage from our law enforcement agencies being able to force telecommunications providers to make alterations to their systems as a result of the TOLA legislation and the amendments that were made to the Telecommunications Act as a result. So with this specific example in mind, I went and had a look last night at exactly what the legislation says. Many of you will probably remember that a designated communications provider must not be requested or required to implement or build a systemic weakness or systemic vulnerability into a system, right? But it doesn't say anything about exploiting a systemic weakness or systemic vulnerability that's already there. So I don't see anything there that prohibits them ordering a company like Telstra to advertise fake IP addresses that they don't really own. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, it says, you're also not to jeopardize the security of any information held by any other person. And that sounds like it would be a good thing, right? Because if they are indeed trying to read Proton Mail's traffic, if they have a specific targeted possible criminal in mind, it seems hard to see how they could possibly do that without also compromising the security of all of the other Australians who are also trying to access Proton Mail. But unfortunately, if you go and read the very fine detail about it, what it actually says is security compromise in this context means making it easier to access it by an unauthorized third party. So in short, I don't really know. I actually have no idea whether this routing problem is an accidental problem because somebody at Telstra stuffed up, or a deliberate attempt by Australian intelligence or law enforcement to grab Proton Mail's traffic and presumably to try to decrypt it somehow. But I don't see anything in TOLA that would make that forbidden. And more importantly, I don't see anything that could allow Australian citizens to have a real discussion about the extent of potential collateral damage. I think this incident proves that what we really, really need is some transparency from our law enforcement and intelligence authorities so that we can get some understanding and some confidence about how often these kinds of problems are a direct consequence of their actions and how often they're just accidental stuff-ups. All right, so I'll conclude there and pass on to the other panelists.
Well, next up we have Matt, but thank you, Vanessa. I think you're going to get some very interesting questions about what you've said today. I'm looking forward to seeing what people raise as issues for civil society. But Matt's probably going to take a slightly different angle on almost exactly the same material, but we're going to be talking about safety, aren't we, Matt?
Yeah, well, I think there's a couple of things here that have been raised today. I think Jeff Houston, with his things about not wanting to be kept up at night, was a very interesting sort of summary, because he did cover things like digital privacy and anonymity, as well as obviously web security and encryption, and going all the way through to IoT and even cyber warfare. So I think, yeah, following up on Vanessa's points, I think there's some really interesting parts. So there's good things to the internet and there's bad things to the internet. And I think the issue is, yeah, the transparency and having knowledge of what really is going on, and I think visibility of that. And so you see in these recent two examples of that have come out of the Telstra incidents, the first knee-jerk reaction is it's potentially a cyber incident, and then the next answer is maybe it's someone else playing with systems that maybe shouldn't be played with. And so I think that's one of the interesting things. Something that I thought about when Vanessa was speaking, particularly around DNS, is engineers, especially network engineers, we're very good at fitting square pegs into round holes. So we get given the hole and we get told to work out the most cost-effective, efficient way without impacting too much on consumer experience to come up with a solution. And something that, as most of the industry love and hate us for, we're known for evaluating vendors' internet content filtering technologies. So didn't really want to bring this up here, but Vanessa talking about DNS was really interesting, because we're all aware that DNS poisoning can and does exist. So where an attacker compromises a DNS server or convinces a consumer to set their DNS settings to a compromised server, and then they can essentially redirect the IP address to any site that they want on the internet. So the user thinks that they're going to a legitimate site, they type in the legitimate URL, but in effect there's a man in the middle harvesting their information and their keystrokes for their own ends. Now, a number of internet service providers, when they're told to filter or block a number of sites, think instead of investing in commercial products or going through the evaluation process and seeing what's out in the field, they can simply poison their own DNSs. So essentially they said, give me a list and we'll put that into our DNS servers, and we'll redirect everyone that tries to go to those IP addresses to a block page or a, cannot access, or even, just the usual 404 page. So that's a solution, but that's a very good example of fitting a square peg in a round hole. And as the articles have alluded to, I mean, no one's ever necessarily going to know the truth. And unfortunately, 9 times out of 10 in my experience, particularly working with government departments and agencies, the truth is far more boring than the reality some people would want to have in their mind. So it could well just be some poor tired network engineer accidentally missed out a 0 in a subnet or something like that, and cut off a significant proportion of their DNS responses, or it could be more significant where there has been a request from a law enforcement agency for access or information or intercept, and unfortunately that's gone wrong. So yeah, I think square peg round hole is something always to bear in mind. So whenever we hear of a cyber incident, unless it's actually verified as an external threat, it may well just be a stuff up by a tired engineer. The other thing coming to mind as well, particularly talking about BGP, while it's a valid technology, it's like all types of automation where you start relying on things. So think of autonomous vehicles and things like that in the age of IoT. Autonomous vehicles would be absolutely perfect if humans didn't exist and the machines were allowed to control all the infrastructure themselves. And even if they did have accidents, no human lives would be put at risk. So this is where we come around to the safety side of it. So BGP, I remember our routing tables at ESA. I mean, this is 21 years ago. We had dial-up internet service. We had 80,000 subscribers across 50 points of presence across Australia. And our routing tables rarely went to the default. So the majority of our IP, obviously V4 in those days, we routed in our Cisco routers, and we could route anywhere we wanted in the world. And of course we could make mistakes, and I'm sure we often did when we were updating those tables at 2 o'clock in the morning, or whenever we could be bothered to find new sites once we found someone had gone through to the default route. But BGP certainly made that a lot easier when we could have, I guess, trusted domains close by, and we could cut down our routes rather than having to default to the global domain name servers and then potentially cost us more on our routing traffic. So I think people aren't being lazy, but they're relying on automated technologies where perhaps they should be a little bit more vigilant. So again, it's a bit of the fitting a square peg in a round hole, but it's also being a bit more aware of what risks your technology poses to you when it either goes wrong or someone asks it to do something that maybe it wasn't intended to do in the first instance. So I think they're always worthwhile things bearing in mind from a technical and engineering perspective. Then the other thing is who's looking at the information. I think that's always been a key thing, particularly when it's information which is intended to be private and confidential, and how do you work through that classification system? And, is all encryption good? Is all encryption bad? There's a number of debates which rage on with the privacy people. So something that's come up over the last couple of years for us in the information security, and particularly the IoT security space, has been this overlay of it's almost in the early days of network security where, that's an IT problem. Like it's not actually about the organizational information and protecting the data and the privacy of that information. It was more about protecting the technology itself. But what's the point in protecting a piece of technology if it doesn't contain any sensitive information, apart from preventing it being used as a vector for an attack or an escalation in services on the other side? So I think what you find is this overlay of the expectation now that security will take care of people's privacy, and that's not necessarily the remit of security. There's risks and policies and procedures. And then the second side is safety. So human lives are now dependent on the safety of technology. And I think for the first time, a direct situations happened in Germany where a hospital was under ransomware attack. So again, a traditional IT attack. It wasn't anything special. They weren't compromising any heart and lung machines or anything like that. It was just a ransomware attack which caused an ambulance to be diverted to a secondary hospital. Unfortunately, that patient passed away on the way to the hospital. So, there's a direct case attributed of a human losing their life because of a cyber incident. And, as technology advances and the systems advance, humans need to be aware that our safety is now in jeopardy if we don't get security correct. And I think that's one of the biggest things that we're going to see coming up over the few years. You look at institutions or industries like aviation. Obviously, safety is a primary concern for them, not just for their aircraft and their operations, but also for confidence and trust in humans being comfortable to travel on airlines and having a very high safety record. You look at trust in financial institutions and banks. People are expected to deposit their savings into bank accounts and hope that they're still there when they go back the next time to check. And sure, if there was any compromise in that trust, and we now need to start looking at how can we make information systems trustworthy and technologies trustworthy, and trust is a key component and safety is the other key component. So privacy, security, all these things underpin it, but I think we need to change some of our mentality. Coming back to Vanessa's talk, I think, we're often asked, what about these law enforcement agencies? What about these lawful intercepts? What about the Toller Act? At the end of the day, our remit is evaluating vendors' technologies to make sure they live up to the claims that they talk about and ensuring that they don't necessarily open any any potential other risks to organizations as they're planning to implement them, or government departments or agencies. The legislation and the act's far more important, I guess, as underpinning those policies and those procedures. But I'll always come back, you know, you look at our own ASD, or even UK's CSG and GCHQ that have been working in signals for decades. I mean, not just, it predates the internet itself, but, you know, their mandate is reveal their secrets and protect our own. So, you know, whatever carriage mechanism that is, whether it's intercepting pigeons and reading the encrypted messages off their ankles, or whether it's intercepting data comms, that's their role, that's their job, that's what they're paid to do, and we need to be aware of it. And hopefully it doesn't impact on us as citizens, but civil society does need to be aware of those factors. I think, you know, it's all good to have, you know, cloaks and smokes and mirrors, but at the end of the day, we need to be aware of that. And it's not just an individual organization's issue, it's a wider community, because the bad guys are always going to use the same techniques to get access to the same information and potentially use that against us. So yeah, I think they're the main things that I sort of picked up on there. Square pegs, round hole, safety and security and privacy. Yeah. So thank you.
No, that's good. Thank you, Matt. Yeah, it's probably going to generate some questions for us in Q&A, especially because we know there are systemic weaknesses in DNS, BGP and other technologies that underlie the infrastructure. And we know that that's being exploited either accidentally or it's been exploited on purpose. So it does lend us to ask that question as a civil society and as also network engineers as to what's going on and what should we be working on, what solutions are available. Now that means I can now lead into Aftab talking about one of these possible solutions. So please, Aftab, tell us.
Hey, thank you, Terry. Sorry. I'm amazing that Vanessa and Matt explained the situation and trying to connect the dots. I just want to read one headline which our very friendly security commentator, Silgreen, published in ZNet last year, in quoting Jeff Houston, of course, who else? Screaming car wreck of internet routing needs a fire brigade. It can't get any better than this. And I was looking for something, and I said, okay, let me stick to this one, because that is actually the right scenario at the moment. And it's not just one fire brigade. Probably we need a lot of them, and maybe an aircraft water bomber as well, alongside a few more things which can help fix the problem. And it's not new, right? So if it has become a newsworthy right now, because everybody is connected to the internet and everybody is using it so much so that without it, your life suddenly at times just stops, right? So it has become newsworthy. Back in 2008, if you can recall, Pakistan Telecom, PTCL, they hijacked YouTube. And that was the first newsworthy incident, right? BBC, CNN, whatever you call it, they all covered it. And at that time, I was heading the network operations of one of the second largest, not the PTCL, network operations of that of an ISP, and we tried to resolve it by talking to them, but it took, like, of course, 2 hours for them to fix it. It was a mistake, but that triggered a lot of debate and say, okay, hold on, there is a problem we need to fix. But the thing is, the problem was there from the very beginning. The glue which connects everyone together, and everyone means there are 70,000 odd networks which connect to each other, creates an internet we use today. They are using one protocol, and that protocol is called BGP, which Vanessa and Matt talked about. And that is more than 30 years old. And if somebody remember, it was designed on a piece of napkin. Well, actually, 2 or 3 pieces of napkin, depending upon how do you read that napkin. So, and it's still, I think it is somewhere in Cisco History Museum. And that was, the idea was that it is going to be between trusted entities. The protocol, the information will be shared between trusted entities. I'm pretty sure we trust each other, right? Right now as well. And we are happy to share all the information without any problem. So the protocol which was designed has inherent problems. And so we had to come up with something either new or a patchwork. So what we did, we came up with several patchworks. And the issue with those patchworks is they are not mandatory. You can do the patchwork, or you can just say, no, I'm not going to do it, right? So the problem starts with the attitude. And the attitude is prevalent in from top to bottom. I can give you a few examples, right? So first thing first, it's not just that you are not getting the internet access. All these hijacks or incidents, I would call it, or possible hijacks, because sometimes you don't know if it was a deliberate attempt or it was just an honest mistake by an engineer. Well, it wasn't an honest anyway. 2 years back, Amazon Route 53, which is the DNS services they provide, it was hijacked. It was a deliberate attempt because everybody figured out later on to steal Ether wallet, which is a cryptocurrency, and people lost more than $150,000 in 2 hours. So it has now, so people learned that actually by doing so and so, you can lose money. So more newsworthy. And then yesterday's Telstra event, the first thing people said, okay, Proton Mail was not accessible. So my emails were hacked, or somebody read my emails, or things like that. And Vanessa shared all the details that they were quite confident that it never happened. But again, for that many minutes or hours, I was not able to do my business. I was not able to access my emails. I was not able to do several other things because there were more than 250 prefixes were impacted. It was not just Proton Mail. There were like several other organizations ranging from far-fetched places from Ireland and US and Europe. It was all across the globe. It was not very well coordinated. I don't know how they picked it up, but they just picked up random 250 plus prefixes and they started announcing it from their network. But again, as I mentioned, there is an attitude problem, right? And the attitude problem is, let me highlight. So quite recently, 2 months back, Australian government issued a Australian cybersecurity strategy for 2020, right? And if you read that document, it's a very interesting document. And it highlights all the major aspects of the cybersecurity. But the problem I see in that document is everybody is talking about the upper layers of the internet, right? They are trying to resolve ransomware. They're trying to resolve viruses. They are trying to resolve other things which resides on the upper layer, on the application layer, on top of it. But nobody's talking about the infrastructure it is running on, right? So the BGP is not an application there. It's running right beneath that. So that is the base of your infrastructure. And unfortunately, nobody is talking about it. It's a very long document, and you will not find anything addressing that issue. Number one. Number two, then our DFAT department, the Department of Foreign Affairs, they highlighted the UN cyber norms on the cybersecurity and responsible state behavior in the cyberspace, right? There are 11 norms. So they did with our very own SP, Strategic Policy Institute of Australia, they did an amazing round of presentations and awareness campaign, I think a couple of weeks back, to highlight the importance of understanding the ecosystem, number one, and then how you behave in that ecosystem, right? You can't just pinpoint, okay, that is a cyber attack, or that was just a mistake. Okay, let's try to fix that. So you have to be able to differentiate between two, Of course, you have to fix either side. We have to fix in both situations, but you have to be able to identify what was the issue. And please do not, if I'm not sure, of course, I'm not sure if anybody is listening from our government, but please do not term the scalability issue as a DDoS, right? If the MyGov website is not accessible, just don't call it that there was a DDoS attack, right? So because then it undermines the cybersecurity issue we all trying to fix, right? Everything is not a DDoS. So, and the third point I would like to address on the attitude is Comms Alliance has done an amazing job in this country, to be fair. Quite recently, they did publish a paper on the scam calling, right? So the people spoofing the phone numbers and how to mitigate that. And there was a consultation process, and I was reading those documents. They did a good job. But unfortunately, it's, again, the underlying infrastructure which is running, that is IP addresses. There's an IP spoofing on the IP address as well. Again, nobody's talking about it, right? Everybody's talking about the things which are, okay, scam calling is a big issue, but IP spoofing is an issue as well as the BGP hijack or the leak. So these are the things we need to understand, that you can't just build a cybersecurity strategy on the upper layers, right? Everybody wants to develop a cybersecurity strategy, but let's start from the basics, right? Let's start from the bottom layers, try to fix that. What I have seen in last 5-6 years, and for quite some time since I have been associated with the Internet Society and leading this manners, which is mutually agreed norms for routing security initiative, is behaviors are changing, right? Specifically in the telco world, in the ISP, in the network operation world, behaviors are changing. It's not like that people are still very stubborn. The telcos are not very stubborn. They do talk to each other. They are trying to resolve issues. I mean, just imagine we are talking about Telstra doing all the bad things in the last couple of months, but the same Telstra is actually rolling out IPv6. I mean, you could never imagine that a couple of years back. And then it's the same Telstra who has actually invested a lot of time in creating route object or authorization, which is a cryptographically signed entity, authority, which gives the world an authority to say you are the rightful owner of these addresses, right? So they implemented it in Australia, right? So this is amazing. But still, if you look at the Australia as a whole, only 20%, less than 20% of the addresses are signed. So remaining 80% are still saying, no, I'm not going to give you any authority to tell you that I am the rightful owner of this resource. So even though it is for free, you don't have to do anything. It just go on a portal supported by APNIC. Just go there and just click. It's still, you're not willing to do that. So that's the behavior part, right? Now the second part comes is when we talk about the responsibility. Responsibility is we are all, I mean, so service provider sector, for instance, right? So service provider sector is, of course, running the infrastructure. So when this incident happened yesterday, the responsibility you saw that they actually mentioned that, it was insignificant issue. That is wrong. If one of my packet hasn't reached its rightful destination, don't call it insignificant. Every packet should reach its destination. That's why it is important that we take that as a responsibility. Stuff up will happen. It's not a foolproof world. Things will happen. Again, I'm going to quote Jeff Houston. I'm just paraphrasing what he said, that BGP, the whole internet is running, is just a magic, right? How everything is connected, how everything is moving, it's just absolutely magic. If you look at what Matt was saying, that if you look at the routing table, it's just amazing how everything is just moving from one direction to another. And if you start looking into this, so many things are broken, but still your internet is working. But I think it is the time that we start bringing in fire brigades one by one and start trying to resolve that issue. It's the more awareness that it's not that you start resolving the issue from the upper layers. I think it's better to start from the lower layers as well, right? And then the last thing on my point is on the attitude again, is when the Bureau of Metallurgy says, we do not accept HTTPS request, is the behavior we need to fix. If you go to HTTPS ://bomb.gov.au, it will tell you we do not accept HTTPS. This is the behavior we need to change. And we have to start from the lower layers of the infrastructure rather than starting from the top. So that's my point.
Excellent. Aftab, thank you very much for that. I'm hoping that's actually generated some questions, and I believe you'll have a question there in the Q&A very shortly after we hear from Mark Gregory. Mark, I believe you're our internet person who probably was spawned from the same pod as Jeff Houston at some stage, because you often speak in the same manner and talk around issues in the same way. So I think you're going to probably give us a good summary of all the issues right now and probably raise a few more as well. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks very much, Terry. Hopefully I'm able to now share my screen quickly. So, yep, I think that's done it. Can everyone see that screen? Oh.
Yep, we're getting some yeses.
So you can see the Word document?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. Because what it's done is it's moved Zoom back over to the other screen. It's confused me. Okay. So what I'd like to do very quickly is to try and set the scene in terms of infrastructure security and where we're really at versus what everyone would like us to think we're at. And so if you look at security and privacy, the history of it is that it was not a consideration when the network was first designed and built. When we first created operating systems, when we first created applications, these things were not a consideration. I can remember back in 1982 creating my first worm. Nowadays we call it malware. And we did that because back in those days it was a game. Now, of course, we know that it's a criminal activity, and it is something that has spawned, if you like, these huge international organisations that are carrying out crime on our networks. So we need to put that into context. We need to think about the situation that the history was that the network was not designed with security and privacy in mind. And it hasn't been shifted in that direction at any time since. And so as I say there in the opening statement, there are no mandated privacy and security standards. The Australian government's telecommunications sector security reforms legislation from a couple of years ago, it's fundamentally flawed. So let's talk about why. Every company in Australia and internationally is on a different path. Are there any specific guides as to what they're to do and how they're to achieve it? There's no visibility of telecommunications security, right? The requirements that are being placed on industry is that they have to commit to being secure. Well, what does that mean? With a car, we can test a car. We can take a car, we can test it, and we can apply security ratings to the car. But today, we can't do that to a network or part of a network because we haven't even thought about how, and government refuses to even consider it. So there's no visibility. Have data leaks and security events decreased? No, they're increasing. Is the problem getting worse? Well, absolutely on a daily basis. Now let's talk about some of the issues. First one is in relation to protocols that we use on the network, and we've already heard discussion about how we try and do secure communications. Well, secure communications is done using a protocol using Transport Layer Security, or TLS. Now, TLS 1.0 and 1.1 is an updated version of the original SSL, and we still call it SSL. We still talk about HTTPS and so forth, and we say it's SSL, but we've really moved on to TLS today. Now, TLS 1.0 and 1.1 are old and they're insecure. If we look at the current protocols, 1.3 and 1.2, 1.3 being a faster version of TLS, many devices that we see in the market don't provide TLS 1.3 or 1.2. Now, just to get an understanding of how important this is, really all of our secure communications today, whether it be over a VPN or a tunnel, accessing a website or email, utilizing voice over IP, all of these things operate using TLS. So we need to put that in perspective. Now, to help things along, Google, Microsoft and Mozilla removed support for TLS 1.0 and 1.1 in March 2020. And so what that meant was that all of a sudden, many people found that they could no longer talk to routers or switches or network devices because they were only set up with TLS 1.0 or 1.1. And so, you know, whilst people became aware that they had a problem with a device with an old protocol that was insecure, what we've seen is that many people have just simply turned off the HTTPS and have gone back to the insecure HTTP. What they should be doing is they should be replacing the device or upgrading the system. But in many cases, that's not happening. And I'll talk a little bit more about, you know, how absurd this situation is in a little bit later. Now, firmware and patching is one of the biggest problems that we have, in that there's no visibility of what firmware and what patches devices should be at. And as you go down through organizations, you go down into small business or you go to home users, and they often have no idea what this means or how to do it. And getting access to firmware and to patches is very difficult. And what we find is that if you look at networks like the NBN, we've still got a lot of people using old DSL firewalls on our network. And many of these old firewalls still utilize TLS 1.0 or 1.1. Now, if someone in their home is hosting a game server or you're using a VPN to access the home, then hackers can get into your home. Now, if you're working from home, then that means the hacker can come into your home, can access your computer or your laptop. Via your computer or laptop, they can then go into your corporate network, and Viola, they've got into companies, they've got into government, they've got into defense. So we have a big problem, and what we're seeing is that the degree of inaction is leaving the infrastructure, the network infrastructure, in an insecure state. Now, other problems that we have is that recently, of course, we've seen a large amount of leaks occurring from major companies. 43 gigabytes of Microsoft operating system was recently leaked onto the network. And what this means is that many companies that are still using Windows XP, for example, hackers are now going through that Windows XP code, looking for weaknesses in Windows XP so that they can get into it. Now, not that Windows XP is really secure, it's not. Microsoft have stated that it's not secure and that it should be replaced. But many companies haven't updated Windows XP, even though it's been out of service now for about a decade. Another problem which we've already heard from, I won't dwell on, is that we have problems when gateways, routers, protocols, devices are not set up correctly, or when mistakes occur and you have BGP loops occurring, or you have BGP route hijacking going on. So these are problems. Now, government regulation Why do we need it? Well, it's obvious that we need it because if we don't have good government regulation, then we have things happening that really shouldn't be happening. And I'll use one example here. I've talked about TLS 1.0 and 1.1. They can be broken into, they can be hacked today. But yet we've still got many companies selling devices that only have TLS 1.0 or 1.1 on those devices. Now, to get around the fact that the devices are insecure, they will often put a little message saying end of life. It's a bit of a joke in the industry. You just put a little message saying this device is end of life. But they're still selling devices that are insecure. I mean, why are they allowed to do this? And the other thing is that we have many, many devices being sold secondhand that are insecure and unsafe. Now, look, if it was a baby product, then, you know, the ACCC or someone would ban the sale of these things. Yet government refuses to ban the sale of insecure network devices. So you've got to understand, ask the question, why? And I've been asking government to do something about this for 12 years and they haven't been listening. And yet we've got a huge secondhand market in insecure devices. We've also got major companies selling devices that they know are insecure. So where are we at with it all? Well, we know that we've got big problems with the network security. I could go on for hours about problems that are quite visible and easy to see. What we really need is that we need a level of infrastructure security assurance put in place, and that is identifying devices that are not secure and through regulation, taking them off the market and forcing companies or individuals to upgrade devices so that they are secure. But on the other hand, we need vendors to be much more forthcoming with systems that allow people to patch and update their devices. We also need people that sell systems to take responsibility for security and privacy. One of the biggest bugbears that I've got is that operating system manufacturers, such as Microsoft, Google, and others, have essentially outsourced the risk by fostering the industry that sell antivirus and anti-malware software. Now, by its very nature, this antivirus, anti-malware industry isn't foolproof because they're making generic software for different operating systems. And so therefore, it can never match in with that operating system 100%. And so we still get instances of people, even though they've got antivirus or anti-malware, having their operating systems hacked. And this responsibility should be the responsibility of the manufacturer. It should not be a third-party risk mitigation approach. So really, where are we at? Well, my summary is quite simple. We're nowhere. Infrastructure security is something that has been given nothing more than a cursory glance. And what's interesting is that the many billions of dollars spent by government and industry saying that they're working on security and that they're doing things on security, well, the facts just simply prove that they are not spending that money wisely. Thanks very much, Terry. Hopefully that will get the conversation going.
No, that's good. That rounds out the conversation very nicely. I've noticed that we have managed to go over time on the panel speaking. So we have a few questions that have come through on the Q&A. So I'd like to address those. But for our breakout, I think we'll wait until the actual break, which is coming up in approximately 20 minutes time. So I'll encourage our panelists to join the break then and have some one-on-one or one-on-many chats. But we've got two really, really good questions for you. And I think the first one here has come from Sam, and it's one of my favorite topics when it comes to any sort of security issues, especially with the technologies like DNS and BGP. Sam asks, what role do you think blockchain will play in the future preventing these security issues with DNS? It's a good one. Thank you, Sam. So who's going to jump at this one first?
I'm happy to give it a crack first and see what my fellow panelists think, if you like, Terry.
Please do.
So blockchain is a really good technology for providing trust, especially in supply chains. The issue, as we know, with blockchains, even private blockchains or semi-private blockchains in cooperatives, is the technology needed to driven them and to maintain the system. So if your blockchain's short, then it's relatively easy to compromise. If it's long, then it can take a lot of computing power and resources to work. So applying it to a system like DNS, which is, I guess, thrown away the minute it's used, it's very difficult to provide assurances. So you'd need a pretty savvy vendor, or you'd need a pretty savvy standard to be able to deliver assurance using blockchain in DNS transactions, because of the frequency of the transactions and the volume of the transactions. So not saying it isn't impossible, but I think you'd need a whole lot of the world to come together to come up with some consensus on how that could actually provide the trust and assurance. So it's a good technology for trust, but maybe in DNS it might not necessarily give us the solutions we need without a wholesale chain. And when I think of wholesale changes, I think, you know, when we started running out of V4 addresses and everyone said V6 was the way the world was going to move, and now we're stuck in the middle land. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see.
I saw Mark smile at this question too. Mark, what do you reckon? What's your response on this one?
Garbage in, garbage out, Terry. The problem that you have with blockchain is that what it is designed to do is to provide traceability. It doesn't prevent a malicious actor from spamming, if you like, a system with a whole range of interactions that are just simply garbage. And they can spoof the other side of a blockchain ledger by utilizing a number of past transactions. They can do it sufficiently well that whilst it can be identified, it's difficult to identify. And what the goal is really just simply to have a window of opportunity, a small piece of time when they can confuse systems to give them a way in or to do a particular action. We're still in the infancy of using a system like blockchain, and we need to understand that it's not a panacea to all of our problems, right? If you are putting in details into a DNS or into a gateway that are wrong, as we've seen over the last few efforts where we've had problems with accidental update changes that didn't work at Telstra, if you put garbage in, blockchain's not going to fix anything. It's just simply going to let you know that you've put garbage in, right? The downstream problem's still going to happen, right? So I think we need to understand exactly what blockchain is. Blockchain provides us with a way to trace what's happened, when it happened and how it happened, but it still doesn't fix problems where the underlying systems are not secure, that the information that's being put in may be incorrect, whether it's accidental or not, and it's not instantaneous. That's the other problem that we have, right? Is that malicious actors are working on ways of getting around, how blockchain works.
Yeah, that would be my observation too. One of the strategic disadvantages of blockchain has always been the boundary conditions. That is, what crosses the boundary into the blockchain and exits the blockchain. It's fine. The black box will reproduce exactly what you put into it, but what you put into it's extremely important. And if you don't trust that or know it's valid in the first place, blockchain doesn't solve your problem for you. Okay, Aftab, I have a specific question from Keith Besgrove. He is asking who should take the responsibility for addressing the weaknesses in the infrastructure and how should they go about it? So I'm assuming this is particularly aimed at routing in general, but maybe some of the other panelists can chime in on other areas as well. But BGP, how do we fix it?
So you don't have a magic bullet for that, to be fair, right? So there are multiple steps you have to take to make sure that you are actually protecting the infrastructure you're running, and of course the infrastructure you are connected to, which is the internet, right? So there are certain steps, there are certain best practices, and the responsibility is with everyone running the infrastructure. So it goes to Telstra, Optus, Vocus, whoever. No matter how big or small you are responsible for making those decisions, right? It's, as I said, it's everything is based on trust, but trust comes with certain rules and regulations, and you put those rules or regulation on your trust agreement, and that trust agreement is the peering between two networks. And that peering infrastructure and the peering and the connectivity between those two networks, you put in place certain filterings. I mean, you're most welcome to come and see the network, but don't send any garbage in. Don't throw any garbage here. And by saying that, I'm not gonna send any garbage to you, but make sure that you filter it out as well, just in case by mistake I send something to you, right? And that's how we have been dealing with this issue for last many years, and that's how internet is working. The problem occurs when people don't follow those norms, what we call it, and the best practices. And they just assume that, okay, this is how it's gonna be connected, and just leave it or forget about it, and everything will be working as it is. So who's responsible? For example, the case just we saw yesterday from Telstra, of course, Telstra is responsible, right? But there should be a norm. There should be, as I said, there should be a guiding principle in Australia saying if something happens, there should be a responsible investigation, and the community should be updated that what happened and how it happened and what are you doing to fix that issue. That is the responsibility part. You can't fix it with the legislation. No, it's impossible, right? The moment you put a legislation on top of it, there will be so many, like there will be a 200-page document explaining what actually happened, discussing nothing which actually happened. So there will be a preface, there will be a foreword, there will be a conclusion, there will be like a long list of references on it, and nothing conclusive out of it. So there's no point putting a big stone of registration on it. Just make sure that we all behave like responsible people. And since we have been doing it for a very long time, it's not new. The protocol is not new. The fixes which are there are not new. I mean, we call our PKI as the new infrastructure. Well, it's been more than 10 years since we started working on it, right? Okay, now it's getting more traction. People are deploying it. People are doing the better things. As I said, behaviors are changing, but we are not there yet. The responsibility lies at the end of the day with the network operator. And as a community, we have to do much better.
Indeed. I have a good question here from Teresa Corbin. Hello, Teresa. Has the recent work by the ACMA on scam technology are different for consumers, and will the upcoming Communications Alliance Industry Code help at all? That might be one for Matt, given your involvement there. Do we know if that industry code will be helpful, especially in the infrastructure context?
Yeah, well, I think I can't really speak on ACMA's behalf, but obviously from Comms Alliance perspective, it is difficult to get, as you're well aware, Terry, a number of CSPs together and get them to come to a consensus about what should and shouldn't be done, particularly, I think, when they have to share information between each other for a number of reasons. And it's even harder when you need to come together with government departments and agencies and have that information sharing. So I think all that said and considered, it's been acknowledged that obviously scam calls, scam messaging is a big issue that plagues a number of, I guess, the public and people with technology. So I think to some degree it does address the code, and it's good that the industry has come together relatively unanimously to support that. Whether it goes far enough in terms of educating or pushing it out, it's yet to be seen. But I think at least it steps in the right direction, and it's currently with the ACMA. So with any luck, they'll they will get back to us on it. And I know that, thank you, Teresa, ACAN has forwarded a number of comments around that, and they're very constructive, and I think they're worthy of consideration, particularly the proactivity in ensuring consumers are aware of what protections and reporting mechanisms should be available to them to get on top of it sooner rather than later. It is a blight. It goes back to the days of spam. I think, people find different vectors for getting in contact with their targets, and this is just one of them which has come up over the years. And again, looking for solutions that are readily implemented across industry that people can agree to is not necessarily an easy task, but I think it's something that Comms Alliance has managed to do within that code.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Yeah, I've got 2 more questions here in the list, but I think we might only have room for one. But RM's put a very interesting question to the panel, which I'll leave open to any one of you. How does the advertising and surveillance capitalism erode this infrastructure, i.e. the issues between nowhere land, IPv4, IPv6 obviously benefits this model. What are the incentives to fix this? So it's a very interesting question. The idea here is, we have that layer, that application layer, and they want something out of the infrastructure, but are they actually helping or hindering us in securing that infrastructure? So it's a very good question from RM. So do I have a hands up for a volunteer to take that one on? Well, Mark, are you putting your hand up? Or is it just a beard stroke?
I think Vanessa probably has some good thoughts on this one. I mean, it does come down to those, I guess the owners of the platforms more than anything. And I think we heard this morning following the keynote, Digital Rights Australia, talking about those groups where, they've set up transparency. I love it when we hear vendors say that they've set up an independent laboratory to evaluate their own products and release, details about that. I think they call them transparency centers now. And even if they were set up with the best intent, you can hardly call it independent. And so whenever we get a message across our labs table saying, oh, we're about to use XYZ's transparency lab to perform an evaluation, I say, well, how about you send ABC, DEF, and GHI's products to them as well to put through the same paces and see whether they can give you an independent report on that, and also tell me how ABC, DEF, and GHI are going to be happy about putting their products through, that lab's paces. And so I think it's the same thing when you hear, the platforms talking about looking after privacy and protecting information and not using it for advertising or sharing it when the whole infrastructure is based and revenue models are based on that. It's interesting, but I'm sure, Vanessa, I'm going to handball this one straight to you. So over to you. It'll be interesting to hear.
Well, I'm not sure I have anything very profound to say, so I completely agree with exactly what you just said. I'm not sure it's an infrastructure security issue, right? I assume that these people would like the infrastructure layer to be as secure as the rest of us would, but they're certainly the prime perpetrators in terms of peeping into other people's devices and spying on where other people are. And so the layer that they build, the kind of surveillance layer that they build, puts all of us at risk. Nothing to do with BGP routing, but just this kind of constant grabbing of information about everybody all of the time, which has all kinds of implications for making us vulnerable to everything from scammers to election manipulators. I don't know what we do about it, unfortunately. I can't think of a good incentive to fix it. I wish there was a good incentive to fix it, but I don't see it being fixed anytime soon, sadly.
Yeah, I think overall, as far as the infrastructure security issues are concerned, it's very much like anything else in internet governance. We have a large number of stakeholders. We have government, we have vendors, we have operators. They're all competing against each other on certain issues, and they're allies on other issues. So I think on infrastructure security, it's probably one of the few areas in governance where we can get the most amount of people in the same room to agree that it needs to be done. I don't think anyone out there, except for malactors, want an infrastructure that is insecure. They don't want insecure electricity networks. They don't want insecure water networks. And I think at this stage in society, given it's the 21st century, we don't want an insecure internet. We want an internet that is reliable and delivers and does the right thing by all of us as a society, and also for governments and for everyone else who has a stakeholding in the situation. So thank you, Matt, Aftab, Vanessa, Mark. I think this has been very educational. It definitely went in directions I wasn't expecting, which is great. And I'm very, very grateful for you guys committing your time today and also attending the conference today as well. So thank you very much. Over to you, Melody.
Thank you, Terry, and thank you to our awesome speakers. It sounds like there might be some space. We're actually going to break out earlier. So if everyone is happy to join in our social room, so our break time social room, you can continue the conversation with our speakers and also continue to ask them questions as well. So do join the Zoom meeting room. The link has just been dropped in the chat. So click on the link and it will be a little bit more social. You will be able to see each other and interact in the meeting room. So if you enjoy that panel, how about sharing a tweet as well using the hashtag NetThing or NetThing 2020 to share your thoughts, or even to share links that might be related to this panel. So right now we will have a 15-minute break. During this break, as I mentioned, we will open the Zoom room. So speakers, I do invite you to also join that room. We might have some participants who have further questions for you. So just click the link in the chat. Last but not least, I will see you back here at 2:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time for our next panel on Gaming Our Future, Emerging Technology and the Future of Internet in Australia. So that's really exciting, and I hope to see you in 15 minutes. Mm-hmm.
And you need
Hey Melody, just checking my connection. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you very well. Thank you. Welcome everybody to NetThing 2020. My name is Melody and I will be your MC for today. You are now joining us for our fourth panel, Gaming Our Future, Emerging Technology and the Future of Internet in Australia. If you are just joining us, welcome. We've had an average of around 60 to 70 attendees so far, and it looks like this number is climbing as we speak. Before we begin, I have 4 things to remind you. All sessions are recorded and live streamed to YouTube. Be mindful of our code of conduct published on netthing.org.au and also in the Zoom chat. If you're feeling confident today, how about sharing a photo of you joining us from home or your office on Twitter using hashtag NetThing2020 or hashtag NetThing by checking out the photo booth selfie provided by our sponsor GoDaddy Registry. Link is in the Zoom chat if you would like to check out that photo booth. For this panel, if you have any questions or comments during the session, use the Q&A button to type your questions and our moderator will read them out. Or for anything that's not related to the panel, use the Zoom chat box for us, especially for the moderator to help you. And also, if you're feeling a little bit more confident, do raise your hand. We do welcome audible questions for our panel as well. That's all from me. Now it is my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this session, Kelsey Nevin. Kelsey will introduce our panelists. So Kelsey, would you like to introduce yourself to everyone and also your panelists?
Absolutely. Thanks, Melody. And thanks everyone for tuning in to join us for the first online NetThing Australia. It's really exciting and there's been a big lead up amongst the entire steering committee to get here. So this particular session is on emerging technologies and the future of the internet. And as NetThing is a multi-stakeholder event around issues that are relevant to all Australians, we wanted to start to look now and into the future about what emerging technologies are potentially relevant to internet users and what this could mean. So I'm joined by a phenomenal panel and I'm going to allow them to actually kind of give a few minutes introduction of each of themselves, and then we'll have a discussion for around 45 minutes and would love your kind of questions throughout, and we'll spend the last 15 minutes or so on Q&A and finish at 3:30. So I'm going to start by throwing to Associate Professor Marta Poblet from RMIT. Can you please give a few words about yourself and your work?
Yes, thanks, Kelsey, and hi, everyone. Thanks for having me in this very interesting panel session. My name is Marta Poblet, and I am an associate professor at the Graduate School of Business and Law at RMIT University, and a principal research fellow at Blockchain Innovation Hub at the same university. Prior to that, I co-founded the Institute of Law and Technology at the Autonomous University of Barcelona, and I would say that for the last probably 20 years, I've been working at the intersection between law, technology, and governance, and also dispute resolution. So initially from internet semantic web perspective, how semantic web services would enhance the delivery of legal services, for example. And more recently, I became very interested in the technologies such as crowdsourcing and digital platforms for the betterment of democracy and digital democracy. And obviously, in my role at the Blockchain Innovation Hub, how an emergent technology such as the blockchain can contribute to that aspect of improving digital democracy.
Thank you, Marta. Professor Ellie Rennie.
Hi, thanks, Kelsey. Yeah, so I'm a professor at RMIT as well. I work across the Digital Ethnography Research Centre and the Blockchain Innovation Hub, where Marta and Kelsey both work and live. My research over many years was focused on digital inclusion, so looking at internet infrastructures and the opportunities that arise through internet use. However, I'm currently also focused on distributed technologies, in particular blockchain. I think probably one way to think about this area, so there was a terrific book called Drone Theory. I don't know if anyone's read that, by Grégoire Chemeu. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, French philosopher. And he talks about the ways in which drones changed the rules of warfare. So it's not that we necessarily, when we take on new technologies or start creating and using new technologies, that they determine what happens to us, but when they arise, they bring new actions into the realm of possibility, and they also bring new ideas about what we can do and how we can do them. And of course, drones are a particularly sinister way of thinking about how technologies have transformed life and death and warfare, but distributed technologies, I think, raise some pretty fundamental questions about the internet, how we use it, and what's possible.
Brilliant framework for the rest of the conversation here about how technology changes the rules. Thanks, Ellie. Chloe White.
Hi, Kelsey. Great to be here. I am the government's National Blockchain Roadmap Lead. So what that means is that I'm responsible for the day-to-day implementation of the government's blockchain roadmap that was launched earlier this year, just prior to COVID. It's a 5-year roadmap and is the first blockchain roadmap that the government has had. I've been in the public service for about 8 or 9 years, advising government on a range of different policy issues. My educational background is in economics and public policy. So I've put that into practice through about 5 or 6 different government portfolios. But I suppose that what they all have in common is this idea that we have these really complex problems to solve in society, and it's not clear that any one individual or organization owns the problem. And that theme has permeated through so much of the discussion today. And I'm really glad to hear that blockchain's already come up in some of the conversations. And I think that there's a lot of different threads there to potentially tie together. So maybe we'll cover some of that today. But essentially my role, so for the past 3 years, I've been working on blockchain policy advising up until the roadmap was launched. That was within the Council of Financial Regulators context, looking at things like cryptocurrency and stable coins and that sort of thing. But the blockchain roadmap is really much broader than that. It cuts across all the different sectors of the economy, and so certainly relevant to the internet and all the issues that we've been discussing so far at NetThing.
Beautiful. And then last but not least, we're joined by Dr. Mark Chong from University of Melbourne. Mark.
Thanks for having me, Kelsey, and thanks to the whole panel for taking part in this. So it's an honor speaking with Marta and Chloe and Ellie. So by background, I'm a computer scientist, but now you would probably call me a data scientist because the terminology has shifted many times now. I actually was one of the early pioneers in doing Twitter research back in the early 2010s, looking at things like how metadata can be used to look at statistics and demographic patterns, etc. Then basically around a few years ago, I jumped to the other side. So from science to the humanities, I started doing philosophy in looking at how we can approach research on social networks from the individual perspective. So existentialist philosophy I started with, and with some colleagues, so Professor Mark Alfano and Adam Carter, we looked at how social media can be used in, this is really pessimistic, sorry for pessimistic start, how social media can be used to radicalize people and what should tech companies do about it. So I've been looking at both sides of the fence, really, from the tech and the philosophical angle. And now in my current job, I'm a digital ethicist at the Center of AI and Digital Ethics at the University of Melbourne. And now we're looking at basically AI from a wider perspective. So things like inherent gender bias in natural language models to biases in, for example, gender representation in the computer sciences and information technology fields. So yep, looking forward to have a really good conversation with everyone. Thanks, Kelsey.
Thank you. So to frame this conversation, it might be helpful for everyone tuning in to kind of give a quick summary, I guess, of what these emerging technologies that we're talking about are. So obviously we're not going to touch on everything, but we've got some quite deep expertise represented. So Mark, I might throw back to you around AI, ML, and data analytics. And then we'll move to someone else to talk about blockchain next, and we can see what else we want to cover off.
Sure. Thanks, Kelsey. So I actually prepared for this. I've looked through some key textbooks to find out what the best definitions of these terms are. And I think there are two authoritative sources I am consulting for this. So first of all is artificial intelligence, AI, ML, fancy buzzwords, right? So AI is mainly nothing more than, I'm paraphrasing here, how machines can mimic human thinking in solving problems, really. This is from Russell and Norvig, a textbook used in artificial intelligence research for many, many, many years. So from the experts themselves. So what is ML? So if AI is just mimicking human thinking to solve problems, what's ML, as in what's the whole new wave of research in ML about? So machine learning is this from paraphrasing again from a book by Burkhoff. So the 100-page machine learning handbook. It's a practitioner's guide to the state of the art in machine learning. What it really means is we're finding a math formula to solve a problem given certain inputs. So for example, predicting house prices, that's one of the quintessential examples. So in other words, just looking up a formula to solve some outputs given certain inputs. And why is it interesting in this day and age to have things like data analytics? Because we have another concept again, big data, because now data is generated at a fast pace. If you use Facebook, you use Google, use the COVID Safe app, for instance, or you check into a restaurant, hopefully in stage 2 when we can go back to restaurants again here at Melbourne, we're generating lots of data. And the technologies we have nowadays at processing it have grown by leaps and bounds. Even graphics cards you use for video games can be used to implement deep neural networks, like fancy techniques to make sense of this data. So yep, it is a very interesting time we live in. So yep, put it back to you, Kelsey.
All right, we might get Chloe on blockchain, Ellie on automation, and then Marta on kind of participatory or digital democracies and kind of bringing some of these concepts together. So Chloe.
Thanks, Kelsey. I think the challenge with some of these emerging technologies like blockchain is that they can be whatever you want them to be. And I think with blockchain, particularly where it's at in its maturity cycle, is beauty is really in the eye of the beholder when it comes to blockchain. So the framework that I would propose for a way of thinking about blockchain, which is extremely diverse, is at the narrow end, you can think about blockchain as essentially like a business improvement software. So it might mean that you have a little more robustness around how you store data in your value chain, for example. And so that's, I suppose, the most boring application or the most simple application that I can think of. And that's where we tend to talk about things like supply chains, for example, in a provenance track and trace kind of way. At the other end of the extreme, blockchain can be thought of as a governance architecture, where essentially you're outsourcing governance to a protocol or some code, and there's some consensus around all the participants in that network, basically agreeing that they all have that one rule set that they want to follow. And so that governance architecture can be applied to many different networks, and it can involve people who may not necessarily want to trust each other, or maybe for legal reasons cannot share information or trust each other because of competition law, for example. And so some of the innovations that can spur from that way of thinking about blockchain might be something like the Bitcoin network, obviously, where you can have global peer-to-peer transactions that settle very quickly compared to like SWIFT in the legacy system, with people who don't necessarily know each other. So that's quite a phenomenal use case for blockchain, or something like a DAO. So DAOs, that stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organization. And that's really interesting because it kind of calls into question, from a legal point of view, what does it mean to be a business or to be a company or organization if the business lives completely on the internet and is governed by code, where there's no clearly identifiable, accountable person who's operating that. And how that is coming into play now is through things like decentralized exchanges, where it's not only a cryptocurrency like Bitcoin that's being traded, but rather than it being traded directly peer-to-peer, it's being traded over a decentralized platform. So the possibilities are really endless when it comes to blockchain. the most simple way that I think I can explain it to anyone who's not familiar is to think about it as a method for structuring a database, where essentially that method will involve some cryptography and some kind of incentive system to make sure that everybody in the network acts according to the rules.
Nice. So starting to touch on a few interesting themes there around trust and sort of technical decentralization and also political decentralization and governance, which is the perfect segue to Ellie.
So automation is a very broad category. What's interesting about automation, I suppose, from the field that I work in, a field which has traditionally studied people and their practices, is what are we looking at when a lot of the actions in the world are being conducted by these autonomous machine agents? So how does that change what we do, the skills we need, our, I suppose, processes, our organizations, as Chloe's already started to talk about? So automation and automated decision-making, it can be AI or ML, it can be something like recommender systems. In blockchain, it's getting pretty interesting with some of the decentralized exchanges that Chloe's talking about, because we often talk about particularly the Ethereum platform as being quite transformative because it has these things called smart contracts, which are essentially ways of programming blockchains in a way, say with a vending machine, you know, you put $1 in and something, you know, candy or Coke or something comes out. You can essentially decide to code blockchains in ways where you're going to automate a certain process on that blockchain. And smart contracts have pre-existed, that they were around before blockchains. It's not just about blockchains. But what that does when you're talking about distributed technologies and you're starting to have these automated processes is when, in my view, we're not just talking about peer-to-peer anymore. When I give you, Kelsey, you know, a Satoshi or a Bitcoin, that's a peer-to-peer transaction. You know, it's you and I exchanging without the need for a bank, an intermediary in this case. But when we start talking about things like decentralized exchanges, they're basically like they're essentially running order books, but in a whole new way. They use these things called automated market makers, which use algorithms to determine the price at which you're going to purchase the particular token that you want to buy. But what's interesting is that that's achieved, that price is achieved by many people within this distributed system, providing liquidity into that pool, which enables the algorithm to decide what the price, the value of that particular token is at that time. So we talk about smart contracts, we think about peer-to-peer technologies, but in fact, really what's starting to emerge in blockchain is probably more what we'd call peer-to-contract technology. So where it's me interacting with a pool of other people's interactions. And that is then automated by an algorithm to, in this case, spit out a price, but could potentially be used in all kinds of ways as these technologies, which are currently very early stage as they develop and become the infrastructures of the future internet. So I think we tend to think about automation and AI as this thing which is external to ourselves, as something which is happening, which is a practice which is occurring by machines, by these external agents. But that's not necessarily true. They're things that are interacting with us. And I think that that relationship between our own actions and these automated processes is potentially going to become more entwined, not less, as these things develop.
Yeah, I really like that lens around new structures. And I think the phrasing you used in a recent piece on kind of like human machine sort of interactions and kind of trying to study what this means is really valuable. So Marta, on kind of new structures and, you know, data in society and, you know, democratic society specifically, I'd love to hear more.
Yeah, I would continue in the line of what just Ellie said about this complex interplay between people using technologies and creating complex relations and emerging properties out of it. So you can see that happening again in the space of participatory democracy and activism. And as my colleagues in the humanitarian field usually say, it's the best technology sometimes in a crisis is the one that you are already using. And it's not that the case that people will jump into the latest thing in those situations. So think, for example, back in 2003-4, where there was no Facebook, no Twitter, no social media as we know it today, people would use SMS to coordinate in participatory processes. Philippines, Spain, there were no Google Maps either. They came a bit later, or Bing or Apple Maps. So if you remember, a few years later, people started to use those digital maps in mashups. That was the label of the term, to project onto physical coordinates and digital coordinates events that were happening. So I remember, for example, in 2008, activists in Kenya monitoring the election using a mashup of Google Maps and a data set, and people sending SMS to that platform. And that's how Ushahidi was created, out of this merging of technologies. So then obviously came social media, 2004, Facebook, a few some time later, Twitter, and so on. Initially, those platforms were not conceived for political participation or participatory democracy, right? But the beautiful things about technology is that they are constantly repurposed for other things. So they ended up being channels for political participation as well. The issue with that is that while they expanded enormously the range for political participation and debate and the contributions from large audiences, at the same time they introduce what we are currently facing, all these predominant misinformation, the emergence of fake news, all types of issues that hamper political participation in those platforms. So the moment is very interesting, I would say, because we at the same time we have those mainstream mediums of participation with all these issues. We've been also witnessing the emergence of other more civic technology platforms that are perhaps born with purpose to address those particular issues of repurposing tools for political debate in a more meaningful and participatory way. So the emergence of civic technologies over the past few years has been staggering. And if you look at how many apps, platforms, and tools people are using at the moment, it's quite staggering. So we may wonder what the future may look like in terms of digital democracy, whether we will have, again, all these distributed landscape of technologies that are available, or rather that we will keep seeing the predominance of mainstream social media for that purpose. It's all very open, but it's very interesting because, again, it's people recombining technologies such as the blockchain now for things that were not perhaps initially thought of.
Thanks, Marta. So I think we've covered off on so new tools and this kind of idea around, okay, well, this changes the rules around how people and technology interact with technology itself and each other in society. And I'd really love to open up the conversation, so we don't have to keep it formal. Feel free to respond to each other. But just to kind of delve a little bit deeper into some of the opportunities this is creating, and then also some of the challenges and how we might kind of think about, either studying to understand or navigating either of those. So Ellie, I might throw back to you and then just kind of like let it flow from there.
I think there are so many opportunities when it comes to distributed technologies. One of the projects that I'm working with at the moment is called the Trust Alliance, and that involves a number of humanitarian organisations spearheaded by Red Cross Australia. What I find really interesting about that project is that it's enabling these humanitarian organisations to coordinate in new ways. Specifically, what they are doing is they're using blockchain, they're using these decentralized systems to enable volunteers or contingent workforce within the humanitarian sector to be able to, an individual to be able to say, show that they have a credential from Red Cross, say it's a first aid qualification, that in an emergency context, they can then go to another NGO that's working in that field, say it's the Country Fire Authority or someone in a bushfire context, and quickly show them that Red Cross has issued this trusted credential, which means that they can be onboarded a lot more rapidly. The response can be faster in that situation. And also the people for whom they are trying to help are protected. You know, these might be vulnerable people. You want to know that the people who are helping them are not kind of bad people who have various forms of misconduct in their past. So what is actually occurring in that scenario, which sounds pretty basic, but it is enabling organizations to work effectively. It's enabling them to work more efficiently as well. But I think for me, what's most interesting is the cooperation that emerges in that situation. So when I think about opportunities of these technologies, what we're really thinking about, I think Nick Szabo, one of the early Bitcoiners, who's deeply problematic person in terms of his public opinions, but has written some interesting stuff on blockchain. He talks about social scalability. And we created institutions in order to enable us to transact with each other to overcome this problem of trust. So we created things like laws and, even education systems and the rest of it to enable us to know who we can deal with in a certain circumstance and to do so safely. As technologies start to perform those roles, which is exactly what blockchain was designed to do, it means that different players will be able to coordinate better. Hopefully, that's the proposition. And it all could go horribly wrong. But for me, the opportunity will be seeing what arises in those situations when it becomes easy for an organization to spin up an activity. It's something which previously they couldn't, particularly in a context where there are no infrastructures or the social system is inherently broken, where they can come in and provide services. That's the kind of opportunity that I think is exciting.
Could I build on what Ellie just said? Because I think the example that she highlighted there is a really important one that is worth paying attention to. When we talk about opportunities with blockchain, I think sometimes the discussion, it tends to take place in terms of transactions on a blockchain. But what Ellie is talking about here is this fantastic project with the Red Cross, where we're not necessarily talking about rows of transaction data. We're talking about people's credentials. And that's really interesting because in the panel before this, where we were talking about cybersecurity, there was a great discussion about whether blockchain is or isn't a good technology to enable better cybersecurity. And I guess one way to think about that is rather than thinking about putting access records on a blockchain, is to actually put access authorization on a blockchain in a very similar way to what Ellie's just spelled out with credentials for volunteer work. There could be credentials for someone who can manipulate or operate a system in a particular way. So recently we had the Twitter hack, which obviously got a lot of attention, and there was some Bitcoin that was stolen in that process. And there was some frustration in the Bitcoin and blockchain community, and the community came out and said, hey, this isn't a Bitcoin problem, blockchain actually could have prevented this attack from taking place. And so recognizing that being one of the big opportunities, what we're doing under the National Blockchain Roadmap is we're actually establishing a working group to look at blockchain as an enabling technology for cybersecurity use cases. And it's not just a working group full of blockchain hardcore fans. We're also bringing in people from the traditional cybersecurity side to make sure that we get all those perspectives that we need to come to some recommendations about, what exactly does it look like when you use blockchain in a way that actually does strengthen a cybersecurity system. And that group will have 6 months to put its research together and make some recommendations to the Blockchain Steering Committee. So yeah, I think a little bit of a broader way of thinking about blockchain, getting beyond transactions and looking at some of these use cases is I think a really good direction for us to move in when thinking about opportunities.
Thanks, Chloe. Yeah, it's really nice to think of, how the internet and technologies on the internet, enable coordination. And it's also fascinating, I think, for people to hear how the kind of a federal government, department looks to navigate those emerging technologies and that kind of process as well. Mark, I'd love to hear more about filter bubbles and some of your work on the kind of light and shade of these platforms and kind of your thoughts or assessments or takeaways.
Thanks, Kelsey. I think what Chloe just mentioned towards the end, in the sense that we need participatory design and meetings so that the community can move forward together for the greater good, is actually a good point to raise here as well. Because let's say, let's take the example, as you mentioned before, of filter bubbles. So as many of you might know, but I'll just give a quick introduction anyway. YouTube and Google and Facebook, they just want to optimize for, not for human knowledge per se, but for engagement. The more you view a video, the better it is for YouTube to monetize that video, the better it is for Google to use that, for example, to improve their advertising algorithms, for instance. Now, filter bubbles happen when, for example, let's say I were to go and look up information about coronavirus, let's say, and basically there's an article, obviously it shouldn't be trusted, about how 5G causes COVID-19, but curiosity got the better of me, so I just had to click on this YouTube video, and basically YouTube just thinks, okay, this person might be interested in these videos, let's recommend more and more and more, and sooner or later you're pretty much like Alice in Wonderland, down the rabbit hole, and yep, you start to subscribe. Maybe it's a credible theory, but that is not really a big issue, well, comparatively speaking, to echo chambers, where in echo chambers, you are convinced there's no alternative viewpoint. So there's more nefarious version of the filter bubble. So at least for the filter bubble, you can choose to, for example, exercise common sense and diversify your news sources. Instead of just viewing stuff on YouTube, actually read the newspaper, actually read what scientists have to say about the coronavirus, and form a rational opinion about the whole situation. And this goes back to what I was prefacing this with, participatory governance, or including basically people, for example, government or end users or user groups or community groups in designing algorithms in the first place, would alleviate these things from happening. Just as what Chloe pointed out, if we get the community to take part in the development, because as end users, we're a diverse range of end users, we know what we want from the system, we shouldn't just let the tech giants dictate what we are to see or how we should use the product. So I think that ties in with the point of how basically participation from all sectors would be interesting in preventing the harms and promoting the good of social technical systems. On that note, I might just pass this to Marta, just to get some opinion from you about your perspective from the legal side of things. How can the law be used to advocate for like the greater good, for example, in terms of the blockchain, how it can help charities, for the internet, how it can promote free exchange of information, informed opinions, and not just putting us in filter bubbles?
Yeah, very difficult question, Mark. But going back to the filter bubbles and echo chambers that you aptly pointed, there is a very interesting development going on that I may encourage you all to check, which is the Senate Select Committee on Foreign Interference, where there's at the moment about 30 submissions on that topic, on how foreign interference in social media platforms may raise some challenges, and incidentally it touches a lot the problem of filter bubbles and echo chambers that are facilitated by machine learning algorithms, and the use of the manipulation of social media for that purpose. So it's very interesting to see how both things, how submissions by the tech giants such as Facebook and Twitter expose what they are doing in terms of preventing manipulation, preventing those things. And it's definitely a serious effort they've been doing in removing millions of posts on COVID disinformation and so on and so forth. So there's a real effort also using AI to prevent that. But is that enough? Probably it's not enough, because you cannot fix a problem with just better AI or better automatization, right? So definitely that's where not just law, but regulatory instruments come into place. And again, it's not just a question of state laws, federal laws, but it's probably a multi-stakeholder approach where you have different levels of regulations. Obviously, yes, practices and standards from the industry, but then ethics principles, and ultimately regulations where all stakeholders have a say and come up with solutions that are never simple. And with the blockchain is exactly the same, and because it's an even more emergent technology, the standards are not fully developed. There are many blockchains. How do they interoperate? It's not yet mature space. So we will see probably the same regulatory issues affecting the early internet now being reproduced in that space. And again, probably the only way, or the better way to solve that, is by bringing into the table different stakeholders with different views and coming up with solutions that are not the exclusive authorship of one state or one international instrument, I would say.
Can I just come in there? I'm definitely not a legal expert, but I find the role of law and regulation really interesting in relation to data and data governance generally, in that it's by nature, I think, reactive, particularly when it comes to things like, privacy and cybersecurity. It's responding to breaches and infringements on our rights and trying to pressure companies into doing better, which I think they do take on and do by and large. So it definitely has a role. I did some interviews recently with pretty senior people in Australian companies, directors and chief risk officers and CIOs. And it was really interesting. Some of them were talking about how if they want to have public trust, they actually kind of need to get ahead of the law. Because what they do now and what the law says they can get away with now might not actually be acceptable to consumers a few years down the track. So there is this other dynamic at play, which I think is also very unreliable and not a great way to build internet rights and governance, which is essentially reputation and this kind of idea of a social license to be able to use people's data and the kind of agreements that we sign without knowing all the time when we provide personal information. So I think that there are these multiple layers of governance occurring, some which are enacted through law and are kind of responding to law, some which are much more about public sentiment and reputation and kind of corporate behaviors. But then there's this thing which is what can we actually just do better by building better technologies, by building technologies that make it really hard for people to take our data and use it in ways that we don't want to. And for me, that's I just, you know, I can't see any other way. And I hope people will, you know, maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't think the way that the world works right now is going to get us very far when it comes to good data practices or a better internet. I think that there needs to be better infrastructure and better actual technologies that handle these things in the first place, because it's human failures that are often at fault when it comes to data breaches or bad corporate decisions and all the rest of it.
Yeah, well, it's that interplay, I guess, between the human factors in the system and then the design of the technology itself. And I think, you know, multiple people now just mentioned sort of our role in shaping technology and kind of participation in technology and kind of who, you know, manages the governance of it. And that's like very strong themes in kind of the open source software communities and kind of parallels with privacy and some of the other themes touched on. I am aware of the time, and we can definitely come back to some of these themes if we're waiting for any questions during the Q&A. But I'd love to hear from each of you on kind of looking, you know, 20, 25 years in the future of the internet, and a good bit of sci-fi to help kind of frame how, you know, people and technology kind of co-adapt and develop. What do you see?
Did you say 25 years, Kelsey?
Yeah.
Wow. I would find very difficult even predict the next 5 years. But so if I may start asking, answering the question. I have no punditry enough to ask this question, to answer this question, and we don't know how many black swans lie ahead of us that will probably disrupt some of the trends that we see now. But it's true that if we look at the figures now, for example, in Australia, it's 88% of the population is online. 70% of the population is an active user of social media, and so a lot of time of their online time is spent on social media. Compounded with the fact that the Internet of Things is growing exponentially, and billions of devices will be added to the networks, and the fact that we will have much faster networks with 5G. That again, it's not going to be deployed rapidly everywhere, but it started developing in Australia, rolling out in Australia last year. So a number of large cities have already 5G accessible, but so we will certainly have a much faster internet with billions of devices connected. And for us, that's a huge change in the sense that our lives will be probably even more 24/7 connected to the internet via our wearable technologies, our devices, our toasters, our fridges, everything. So when it comes to privacy and cybersecurity, I don't see these becoming less of an issue, but more in the sense that we might be seeing now just the tip of the iceberg. And the more our lives move to this seamless online-offline space, the more we will have to discuss which are the governance structures for each particular domain. And so even though it's very difficult to predict how is it going to evolve, we're definitely seeing that our online, offline life will be much more blended and seamless than we see now, with all the ramifications in terms of privacy and cybersecurity.
I'm happy to go next. agree with Marta. I think that what we now tend to think about the internet in relation to communication and information, in 25 years' time, it will be a far more material thing. It will be Internet of Things. It will be embedded into all aspects of our lives. And it will be, yeah, it will be something I think which will be really important in relation to governance. Internet governance will become about us as stakeholders in these various utilities and infrastructures and things that we are interacting with. So for me, there's a kind of fork in the road right now with distributed technologies. And as an optimist, I would like to say that, you know, we currently have firms that decide how or governments that decide how our utilities or infrastructures are run, and these are going to be fundamentally different themselves in 25 years' time, and that they will be probably resemble software more than the corporations that currently dominate what we think of as the internet. And maybe they will be distributed autonomous organizations.
Kelsey, can I talk about my wish list or dream in the next 20 years? And I'm just trying to be optimistic about the future. Is all right? So as I mentioned briefly before, I'd like to see more participatory development and design of the infrastructure around us, for example, in future developments of the blockchain, for instance, to restore the balance between tech companies and end users. But again, switching hats from computer science to philosophy, the philosopher Shannon Valor actually came up with a really good idea about techno-moral virtues that digital users should be aware about. The same way we have moral values, like we need to be kind to each other, we need to be helpful, we need to be compassionate. In what Val has written, we need to have certain virtues or qualities that enable us to thrive and be moral at the same time in our usage of technology. So one thing I'm just thinking on the spot, but one thing we can all adopt is, for example, critical thinking while on the internet, not just forwarding the next piece of fake news that comes by without even fact checking it. So hopefully these virtues be inculcated in the next 20 years to alleviate some of the problems we have now.
Nice. I think that that starts to somewhat address one of the questions that we've had in the Q&A, which was from RM about considering empathy in like the law and code. So, so I like those points, and we can come back to more on ethics. Chloe, I'd love to hear a little bit about your potential vision. And then there is a question from Sam for Chloe and or others. What role do you see DLT technologies playing in the future in Australia? So it might be nice to hear maybe some of the use cases that are being considered in the Australian National Blockchain Roadmap, and then for anyone interested, how they can kind of follow along with that process.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. I suppose in terms of a vision, it's quite challenging with blockchain, which has been around for just over 10 years and really only been in kind of commercial awareness for maybe 5 years or so. Trying to imagine what that looks like in 20 or 25 years' time is a huge challenge. But I agree with the points that Marta and the others made, that the existing trends since the global financial crisis and the dawn of Bitcoin, which coincided around 10 years ago or so, demands for greater transparency, the kind of concerns around, I guess, fake news and, what happens to your data, and, the kind of huge problems that we have across the economy with, identity theft and all of that happening with, insecure databases and things online. All of these different problems that we've been discussing all day. I think as we move into an increasingly digital economy, we're going to become more reliant on the internet and its underlying infrastructure. And so I think there's going to be an ongoing concern around, a really low tolerance for failure of these systems. And so people and organizations are going to be looking more and more to distributed and emerging technologies for answers and pathways out of that. In terms of blockchain particularly, I think that there is still a long way to go until we see market maturity, and it is in many cases still an experimental technology, and some of the most popular blockchains are actually quite unstable and very unpredictable things happen on them. The blockchains that are being used at the moment are very different to each other, and so very different use cases. So I think we need to have an increased blockchain literacy. So rather than specifically just focusing on technical skills, focusing on a broad understanding as a layperson or a decision maker in an executive board or in government, having some appreciation for what it's good for, what it's not good for in different contexts, and how to navigate those kind of questions. And I think that's important to build trust. Coming back to this idea of trust again, I think that the lessons learned from international experience as well, from a government point of view, tell us that it's very hard to bring everyone on the journey if you're not having those open, transparent conversations, doing that participatory policy development work. And so we're going to need a lot more of that. And so coming back to Sam's question around what does that look like from a roadmap perspective, we are working as closely with industry and community as we possibly can. So some of the use cases that we're looking at, one is, as I mentioned, cybersecurity, and supply chains is a really popular one as well. That makes sense post-COVID, where we've witnessed in real time how vulnerable our global supply chains are. And it makes sense for Australia, as kind of major export economy, that we would want to be thinking about how we can use emerging technology to maintain our position at the productivity frontier in those sectors where we already have strengths, like in export markets, whether that's commodities exports or agricultural exports or that kind of thing. So that is actively being explored through working groups, and the government this week announced that it's making available $6.9 million in funding to bring pilots to life. And that will look at not only issues of supply chains and export markets, but it will also look at how can blockchain be used to ease compliance burden on businesses so that business efficiency is generated, and bringing the regulators into the pilot so that government has that buy-in and is part of the pilot. So that's the direction that we're moving in over the next 12, 18 months. We're also looking at credentialing. So this idea that we talked about at the start of the panel, that it's not just data and transaction data that you store on a blockchain, it's also data packets that might relate to someone's credentials or someone's identity. That's being explored as well, and other potential areas for efficiency gains when it comes to easing compliance burden. So we're really looking at this as something that's part of the recovery package to get the economy back on track post-COVID, solving problems that came to light in COVID, and those big hot topics that have come through this year, as I mentioned, around supply chains and cybersecurity and things. We are really trying to focus our efforts to make sure that they're relevant to the problems that we know that we have today. And there can be other use cases that we explore as we move through the years of this first roadmap. So obviously the finance sector, there's a huge scope of opportunity there. That is the single most popular sector or use case for blockchain that we've seen in practice. So that's a really big one. We don't currently have a working group on finance, but certainly an area where the government is paying attention. And who knows, what use cases could come forward in the future. One that is quite popular for people to talk about is in health. Again, in a post-COVID context, people are kind of saying, how do we share health data in a way that's really secure and actually protects privacy? And one of the things that comes up in blockchain discussions a lot is that there is a concern that because of its immutable nature, that if the wrong information gets onto a blockchain, that could be detrimental to privacy. There's also the potential for blockchain to be a privacy enhancing technology if it's used in really smart and strategic ways. So really there's kind of an endless scope of things that we could pursue, but to have a look at the priorities that we've got in the working groups that we've got at the moment, you can go to our website, which is industry.gov.au, and if you just give a little Google search to National Blockchain Roadmap, you can see who's involved in the working groups. You can get in touch with the chairs and let them know that you'd like to be a part of their consultation process, or you could get in touch with me and I can help with that as well. So I'm at digitalbusiness@industry.gov.au and really happy to hear from anyone in the community.
Thanks, Chloe. Time for just one more question sitting in here. Keith Besgrove asks, Marta, can you tell us a bit more about what governance structures you think will be needed as technology evolves further? And I know that's a question that addresses Ellie's expertise and then even Mark's work on ethics as well. So we'll cover off as much as we can in the 5 minutes remaining, starting with Marta. Oh, she's on mute. Sorry, Marta.
Oh, sorry. I just said that's a very interesting question and also difficult to answer because the role of law and governance, if we think of the internet as a whole, is actually not just one technology, but many. And the models that have been operating since the last few decades have been multi-stakeholder models of governance. So it's not the object of one single jurisdiction, but multiple, and not just states, but other large NGOs and other multi-sectorial organizations. So the way that probably the emerging technologies will be also under this governance is to me looks like very similar. As I said before, it's not that with just one instrument. Think of an international treaty or another national legislation or act will both resolve the questions that new technologies will definitely raise. It's more the combination of different layers of governance and also emerging forms of governance that we are not fully aware of. If you think of all these decentralized autonomous organizations emerging in the blockchain space, they come up with new forms of governance based on tokens and voting by holding tokens in that space. So how we can is this interesting in terms of governance beyond those organizations? Probably yes, because it may help us to think new ways of liquid democracy, direct forms of democracy that are to now have not been very easy to implement, and yet with distributed technologies that might change. So I think it's quite exciting. It's good to keep an eye on what's going on in the blockchain space and other distributed technologies spaces, because that can feed up into the ways we evolve our democracies. And having said that, and just to end up with this topic that I forgot to say before, that we may have the best platforms and technologies in place, but yet the most important thing in digital democracy is the e-demos, and that's us citizens being proactive in using those platforms. It's the key question: how do we use those platforms? How we, Mark said before, how we are critical, how we fact check the information we manage, the data we deal with. It's as important as the best technological infrastructure we may have. And that's citizenship remains a very prevalent issue with emerging technologies.
I'd say that just on that matter of blockchain governance, what we're seeing occurring in the experiments that are occurring at the moment and rapidly evolving day to day is that it is one token, one vote. So those with many tokens get many votes. And so you end up with plutocracy situations, you end up with governance whales, they then sell, the whole system crashes. There are so many problems when you tie economic incentives to voting power in the way that these applications are doing. But what is also emerging are responses to that, where people are looking at different ways of designing voting and tokens that try to negate that effect. And I think that's, you know, in a very Eleanor Ostrom way, these are kind of, this is governance emergence. This is communities figuring out how to govern common resources as best they can. And I think that in, you know, probably not that too distant future, we'll have some very new and novel governance mechanisms available.
Mark, last 30 seconds. Any ways from the philosophical, ethical perspective to build empathy in to these new governance models of these kind of online, offline, hybrid kind of commons that we're hoping to build towards?
I think it goes back to the idea raised just now. In designing these systems, who's designing it and for whom, and what are we, again, to borrow from computer science, what are we optimizing for? And I think participatory design is the best way to go, getting everyone involved in the whole process, not just a particular set of stakeholders. So yep, that's the, I know that's a really quick answer, but that summarizes everything in like 30 seconds.
Beautifully done. We're right on time, so we will honor our word and wrap up. Thank you to each of you for your exceptional insights, and it's such not just a live area, but live research that you're all contributing to, or literally kind of enacting that at a national level for Chloe there in her role. So such a privilege to have you. I think it was good. A number of participants went up, not down, which is our indicator. And yeah, thank you again to all the steering committee for NetThing for volunteering their time, and everyone for being involved.
Thank you, Kelsey.
Thank you, Kelsey.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. Thank you, speakers. Don't go away straight away. We are actually having a break right now, so we'll be opening our social room, which is a Zoom meeting room, for our attendees to essentially socialize with each other and also perhaps continue this conversation with you in person as well, because I would say this session received a lot of Q&A, so there might be further conversations that attendees would like to have with speakers. So if you have a little bit more time, do join our social room. The meeting room link has just will be shared in the Zoom chat shortly. So if you enjoyed that panel, everyone, how about sharing a tweet of your thoughts using the hashtag NetThing or hashtag NetThing2020? And if you have nothing to say, that is fine, because you can also snap a selfie at our sponsored photo booth provided by GoDaddy Registry. The link will also be shared in the Zoom chat. So right now we will have a 15-minute break. So do join us if you would like to have a bit of a chat to socialize. And we will see you back here at 3:45 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time for our much anticipated final panel on censorship and expression online, whose voices are amplified and whose are silenced. So we hope to see you soon in a couple more minutes. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to NetThing 2020. My name is Melody and I will be your MC for today. You are now joining us for our final and much anticipated panel, Censorship and Expression Online, whose voices are amplified and whose are silenced. We've gone through a variety of topics today, from a throwback of Australia's internet and challenges facing us today, to policy and digital platforms, to truth and trust, and then the gamification of our future, to the internet's infrastructure and security. Now, we will be discussing censorship and expression on the internet. Before we begin, I have 4 things to remind you. All sessions are recorded and also live streamed on YouTube. Be mindful of our code of conduct published on netthing.org.au, and also the link is available in Zoom chat. If you're feeling confident today, how about sharing a photo of you joining us from home or from your office on Twitter using the hashtag NetThing by checking out the photo booth selfie that is kindly provided by our sponsor GoDaddy Registry. The link is also in the Zoom chat. For this session, if you have any questions or comments, use the Q&A button to type your questions, or if you're a little bit more confident, please raise your hand because we love to receive audible questions. Use Zoom chat box only for questions that's not related to this panel. That is all for me. Now it is my pleasure to introduce our moderator for the session, Yasmin Abdel Majid. Yasmin will introduce our panelists for this session. Yasmin, would you like to introduce yourself and also your panelists?
Sure. Thank you so much, Melody. So my name is Yasmin Abdel Majid. I go by the pronouns she, her, and I'm incredibly excited to bring you this panel on censorship and expression. So before I introduce my panelists, I'd like to make an acknowledgement of country. I personally am on like the land of the colonizers, so it doesn't fully have the same weight, but for everybody else who's on the panel, they'll also be acknowledging country, and wherever you are as well, it's important to acknowledge the land, or the original owners of the land on that we are gathered on, wherever we are in the world. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about the topic before I introduce our esteemed panelists. So, the internet and social media is often framed as a place in which people have an opportunity to be heard, find and build communities, and express themselves freely. However, all that glitters is not gold. Despite the promise of free expression, marginalized and minoritized voices continue to face disproportionate silencing online. In this panel, we're exposing the causes and impact of algorithmic bias, content policing, and censorship. Offline stigma and discrimination continue to translate into online spaces, with sex workers, queer and trans activists, BIPOC, fat activists, and disabled folks continuing to be censored, policed, and shadow banned online. There has been a lot of attention being given recently to the challenge of content moderation, but almost always from the angle of reducing extremist content, violent videos, and misinformation and disinformation online. People love to talk about the need and responsibility of social media platforms to remove hate speech, violent videos, etc. We focus that what they're failing to moderate, but the mainstream conversation very rarely focuses on the things that these platforms are removing and censoring. A big question is what role social media platforms should play in this. Should they be given the task to decide what is and isn't appropriate? And what responsibilities do they have? I'm so excited to have 3 fantastic people to discuss this with us today. We have Celeste Carnegie, she, her. Celeste Carnegie is a Birragubba and South Sea Islander woman from the far north Queensland who has been at the forefront of STEM education for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander youth. Celeste is passionate about digital inclusion and empowering young people to achieve their goals in technology, and she is currently working at Indigitech as the program director. We also have Lola Hunt, who also goes by she, her. Lola is a Melbourne-based sex worker and the co-founder of Assembly 4, a social enterprise with the goal of empowering sex workers with technology. She has been recently focused on helping other sex workers fight foster SESTA through technological solutions. Lola and 2 other co-founders of Assembly 4 aim to bridge the gap between the multi-billion-dollar sex industry and the tech industry. And Claire Fitzsimmons, who goes by she, they. Claire Fitzsimmons is the founder and director of Salty, an independent digital publishing platform for women, trans, and non-binary people, which reaches 2 million worldwide readers each month. After experiencing deplatforming and censorship on social media and other networks, Salty created an algorithmic bias research team to gather data around the ways our community is silenced online. The report on algorithmic bias is on the Salty website, as well as their essay, The Patriarchy is in the Algorithms. Thank you all so much for joining me. I'm so honored and excited to be sharing this panel and platform with you. And I'm going to start with this question. Over-surveilling and over-policing of marginalized and minoritized voices in real life is reflected in online spaces. Can each of you give us an example of how this happens in recent times so that perhaps for people who aren't aware in the audience, we can get an understanding of the scale and scope of the issue? And Celeste, I might start with you.
That's a big question. I think there's a small difference between that real self and that virtual self, and in terms of how Indigenous people, I'll talk to specifically, are treated, that very much does translate into the online world, whether we have to try and keep ourselves safe within any spaces that we're a part of. So whilst it's not new, and whilst that's quite what our normal is most of the time, which is unfortunate, there is kind of a resilience that happens within the online space, just as in the real world, in terms of protecting ourselves and protecting the culture. And I think that, you see that a lot in terms of Indigenous people being silenced online, or having their content deleted, or I guess not having a safe space to even have their views or share their opinions. So it's like at the very basics where we're being limited, and I guess that's how it kind of reflects into that online world.
Thank you, Celeste. I'll come to you now, Lola.
Yeah, sure. So so the surveillance and policing of marginalised communities, as Celeste mentioned, that isn't a new thing, nor is the weaponisation of moral panic to facilitate it. We've seen this happen throughout history. We saw this with the war on drugs, targeting Black and Brown communities. We saw this with the war on terror, targeting Muslim communities. And unfortunately, it seems that the next iteration of this is the anti-trafficking movement. I think it's important to understand the roots of this surveillance and the companies that are perpetuating the harm towards these groups, as it puts us in a better position to find a solution rather than focusing on the harm that is caused. The current moral panic, as I mentioned previously in the media, is around sex trafficking. As you all may know and have heard of QAnon, this is an extension of this group, and it's very much being used as a facade for the implementation of mass surveillance and policing of marginalised communities. Why this is potentially more dangerous than, say, the war on drugs is because it's happening on a global scale, and it also involves tools which are much more advanced. I guess I wanted to give you guys a quick rundown as well of the anti-trafficking organisations which are involved in this movement. A lot of these are faith-based orgs or connected to faith-based organisations. Most of them will work with law enforcement or develop software for law enforcement, or they run anti-trafficking training programs for law enforcement. They also don't acknowledge that consensual sex work is real and tend to diagnose sex trafficking as only affecting girls and women, which we know is not true. The statistics they have are majorly flawed, and the ones that they promote are often misrepresented data, data which is just blatantly made up, or data which has been exaggerated or denounced by the original researcher, which has actually happened. And the number of actual sex trafficking victims is much lower than they claim it to be. It's also a much more complicated issue than just the victim versus criminal sort of binary that they are pushing. And I would strongly recommend you listen to a podcast episode that I will link in the chat at some point, which covers all this in much more detail. So I don't have to go through 15 minutes of time just talking about sex trafficking. But the other thing they do is that they fail to acknowledge these studies which have been proven that reducing sex trafficking is actually a matter of addressing things like poverty in marginalised communities, domestic abuse, and fixing things like the foster care system. These things have been proven to not only decrease sex trafficking, but also reduce the amount of people getting into sex work. The other thing to know about this sort of movement is that it's extremely lucrative. So in a 2015 investigation into these companies by Truth Out, it was found that the top 50 anti-trafficking organisations who are not-for-profits, by the way, so they don't pay tax, were making over $686 million in income annually. So this is in grants, this is in donations and book sales. And that's also not including the $1.5 billion that's allocated by the US government annually. And this was before moral panic and before Trump. So that number is probably a lot higher now. And something to keep in mind as well when thinking about this is that the US has a privatized prison system. So there are people who are financially invested in keeping people incarcerated, which is definitely a part of this equation. In terms of how these directly affect sex workers, an example of this is a company called Thorn, which is run by or co-founded by Ashton Kutcher, of course. And one of the projects under Thorn is Spotlight. So Spotlight targets and non-consensually scrapes adult websites to create databases to help tech companies stop online sex trafficking. These massive databases of consensual sex workers is then shared with companies like Facebook, Instagram, Tinder, OkCupid. I know that Airbnb and PayPal have their own versions of this. And from what we know, these are the companies that are kicking marginalized people off their platforms and erasing us. It doesn't sound like much to have to be kicked off like Facebook or something like that. I know that when I was trying to explain it to my dad, he didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But when this information is also being shared with law enforcement and you begin to lose access to real world services, online violence trickles into offline violence very, very quickly. And ultimately, these companies are starting to decide who gets to have money and access to money and resources and who doesn't, regardless of where you are in the world and the legality of your existence.
Thank you, Lola. And it is really, there's a couple of things that you said that I think really struck home. Number one, the idea that people think that because it's just an online platform, it's not that kind of big of a deal. But really, our online personas, our online profiles and so on are becoming part of, as you say, our offline world, and we're inseparable from them, and our access to all sorts of things. One of the things I often think about is during COVID, lots of places have become cashless. And so even if you don't, if you're not on the sort of credit system, or if you don't have online proof of identity in the ways that governments and companies want you to, you can't actually, even if you have the cold hard cash, you can't actually purchase things. And so there are ways that people are slowly kind of being marginalized, and how folks make money from the censorship and the marginalization of particular voices. Thank you. Claire, I'm going to come to you because I know Salty's done quite a bit on this.
Yeah, just to co-sign on what everybody else is saying, these voices of women, trans, non-binary people, people of color, disabled people have been systemically erased from history. So this is not something that is new. This is just like being reinterpreted and reimagined for the digital world. So it's just like being amplified in the tech space. But ways that, I mean, I can just give examples of the ways that Salty has faced this kind of censorship. And it's twofold. It's on the tech side, and then it's on the user side as well. So for example, the day that Salty launched, we were kicked off MailChimp before we sent our first email. In fact, we were deplatformed for violating community guidelines. Secondly, Salty can't run ads on our website. You know, we run, it's like, Salty is like Cosmo for 2020, you know, it's like, but we can't run ads on our website because all of the tech infrastructure has deemed our content to be sex work content. They believe that Salty is soliciting sex work because we talk about sex, dating, and relationships, and because we amplify trans voices and lesbian voices and queer voices. And so the algorithm assumes that what we're doing is solicitation. So we can't run ads on our website, and that means we can't make money, and that means we can't survive in many ways. So these is like they're we can't, you know, and that's like, if we can't survive, then we're being erased. And then on the social media side, we can't run ads on social either, because Instagram thinks that we're soliciting again. Like we test a lot of imagery around, it's just like a trans woman having a conversation with another trans woman, or like a woman in a wheelchair, or an intersex person sitting, and constantly we're being flagged and we can't advertise at all. And so there's that side of things. And then on the other side, which Celeste talked about, is like feeling unsafe in the space. So we come under attack, you know, harassment campaigns from men's rights activists, bigots. We've been deplatformed from Instagram because we became under an attack from this musician who decided that he hated us. It was just like, it comes from all angles for us. And it's just like, yeah, it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
And it sounds, and I see Celeste nodding, so I might come to you just before we go on to the next, but it just, I think the thing that's incredibly frustrating is A, this is happening on platforms that promise free expression. But B, you don't get any choice in it at all. There's no kind of recourse, is kind of what I'm hearing as well. Like, it's not like you can sort of it's not like you're in a court of law where you can say, well, actually, we're not soliciting. It's just a decision that's been made.
No, and these platforms are designed like black boxes. You know, you can't talk to them, you can't reach out to them, you can't coordinate with them. And the only people that can are the people that know somebody on the inside, right? And so if you have a friend, and the people that know somebody on the inside are people of privilege, they're people of industry, they're people that work in tech. And so that, you know, like, thankfully, through Salty's hustling and calling out and like movement, we've been able to like weasel in and get in, but we're incredibly lucky to be able to do that now.
Yeah, and that shouldn't be how it's designed. Celeste, did you want to add anything before I go on to the next question?
No, but I'm just nodding my head because it's relatable, you know, and you're constantly thinking about, like, I'm struggling enough trying to identify with my own identity, and to be on these platforms where you feel unsafe and people are telling you who you are, you know, or who you're allowed to be here, you know, you're not allowed to be this person here when you're on this platform, and it's really disheartening, and you know, and it makes you angry, you know, and then people wonder why we're angry, and then we have to respond in really peaceful ways to situations that totally made me angry. So like, I guess it's kind of just, I'm just relating to what you were all saying, and I feel you.
I love that. You're like, what do you mean you asked me why I'm angry? If you were in my situation, you too would be incandescent with rage. I'm going to pick up on something Claire mentioned, which is about this idea of community guidelines. So, you know, people often talk about, you know, they ominously talk about the idea of the algorithm, but ultimately, you know, people are behind these algorithms, and people have programmed each platform to behave in certain ways. So, you know, these community guidelines are sort of guidelines, rules set out by these platforms that they use to moderate the content, but it doesn't always kind of play out. And Lola, I might come to you first on how these community guidelines play out, because I know that sex workers in particular tend to get targeted quite a lot.
Sorry, I keep forgetting to unmute. Absolutely. I mean, I think that something that has happened in the last couple of years, because of some of the legislation that has been passed, like foster cessor, which we will talk about in a little bit, is that it has led to the profiling of sex workers, as Claire mentioned. And this has meant that we are trying to be, as sex workers, we're trying to like parade as normal people or like as civilians who aren't sex workers on these platforms, but it's also meaning that it's making our lives difficult to get work. You know, we often using mainstream platforms is using mainstream platforms as a sex worker, you kind of expect to get kicked off now. When we are using a lot of financial platforms like Stripe or PayPal. PayPal is a really good example of this, actually. Everyone sort of warns each other in the community not to use those platforms because PayPal, for example, have been known to not only boot workers from the platform, but also strip them of all the money. Like they take the money that's in the account and there's no recourse. We can't do anything about it. And because they sit in this place, which they are not legally speaking a bank, and they're not legally speaking just a tech platform, there is no recourse that we can take. So because we have taken, sorry, you go.
Can I put, no, I'm just gonna like clarify something for people, because I think that you sort of mentioned it at the beginning, but sometimes people don't fully understand that, like, there's a difference between trying to tackle sex trafficking and sex workers who have their own agency, making their own choices and being unable to do the work.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think there's also a lot of misinformation going around about sex trafficking at the moment, which I spoke about briefly before, which is impacting the way that we work, because the way that anti-trafficking orgs and others have been perpetuating sex trafficking is that no woman or no person can consent to sex work. So, which is obviously incredibly problematic when we're talking about community guidelines, when we're talking about legislation, because the reality is there are consensual sex workers out there, and there's a lot of them, and they are, because the reason that the industry is growing as well is because things like poverty are growing, and things like not being able to access public healthcare or things like that. So it does it such a disservice when we're labeling consensual sex work as strictly as sex trafficking, because it's that binary does not work.
Claire, did you want to add something there? Oh, sorry, you're on mute.
Not really, but like absolutely, Lola, everything that you're saying is the way that conflating consensual sex work and sex trafficking, like, and they did that on purpose, you know, they use the language of sex trafficking, this scary language, and then they, when they call it foster sesta, which is like, the law is literally called, like, it's like what's the acronym, Lola, exactly? It's like
Fight Online Sex Trafficking Act.
Right.
Yeah.
And so they use it as a way, as like a Trojan horse, basically, to like eliminate consensual sex workers off the platforms.
Yeah. I'd also like to add that it's not like there isn't legislation at the moment to stop sex trafficking. Like, we have from country to country, every country has legislation already in place which does extend to online to combat sex trafficking. So these laws are just, as well as being harmful, they're not necessary. They're just doing such a disservice in so many different ways. I'm not sure if I want to go into it just yet, but I'll let you continue, Yasmin.
That's okay. Oh, sorry, yes, Claire?
Yeah, so to follow on that, I mean, like, the sex workers really are the canaries in the coal mine in this instance, because, like, for example, with what has happened with Salty, with our content being flagged as being solicitation when it is not, when we are literally just amplifying the stories of trans women and their lived experiences, is that we are getting caught up in the algorithm, or like whatever that they're basically heavy-handed algorithms, because, you know, they're so these platforms are so panicked that they're going to get in trouble under the foster sesta laws, that they are blacklisting entire like umbrellas of content, which is like, you know, basically all the content that we create, and a lot of the content that is created by not marginalized people as well, and a lot of the content that pertains to conversations about sex and dating and identity, and so it's like, it's part of like this bigger picture here.
Yeah. And the irony, I think, is like, you might have a post get taken down because it's talking about something to do with sex or identity, but not a post where somebody's brandishing a machine gun, talking about how they want to kill particular parts of the population. I think, and I think that's also quite fascinating, and talks to kind of like the underlying values that are within the algorithm, but ultimately that are built in by the folks who are creating these algorithms, who are deciding what the community guidelines are, what kind of information, what kind of content is perhaps not suitable under their, judgment for a platform, but ultimately it reflects the perspective of a small group of people. And Celeste, I wanted to kind of come to you here, and did you have anything else to add on this idea of community guidelines, and perhaps how it's affected Indigenous communities? Because I know that quite a lot of Black activists and Indigenous activists find themselves also caught up in these community guidelines, and often also have other people police them, not just the algorithm itself, but other people on the platforms reporting them, and so on.
Yeah, it comes at you from all different angles. And I think what people also need to realize in those instances is that there are the community guidelines online, but there were also the community guidelines that we as a peoples have within our own families and within our own communities and within our own culture. And that they don't go together. Their community guidelines and our community guidelines don't go together, and I feel like they're very limiting in how we present ourselves. Like even today in this conversation, I constantly think about how what I say and how I'm censoring myself, because I do know that I represent a group of people. So I guess it's hard enough just to get your brain around that, let alone where you fit into a platform, into these algorithms and these structures that weren't made by anyone that looked like me, or anyone that is from where I'm from, or anyone that understands or has the same perspective. So I can't feel safe in these areas where I know it wasn't made for me to be a part of. But I guess these community guidelines, even just algorithms, do affect us. I mean, back in like 2017, New South Wales Police were using AI to come up with algorithms and for like a risk assessment tool. And it was about, calculating how likely a person was to offend. And I think like 44% of that list that they came up with were young Indigenous Australians, some as young as 11. So, algorithms really do affect our communities and I guess how we just exist.
And if I can build on that, like what would a better online space look like in your opinions? Like in your opinion, how, have you, and perhaps this work that you do within Digitech, like what is that online space look like?
People can stop being racist for one.
That would be nice.
This would be great. A safe online space for me is like, it's just one where we can exist freely in our Blackness and within our culture without having to justify it. We can't control what people say and do it on an individual level, but I do think that companies and their platforms that they have need to play a more active role, I guess, in moderating what occurs on their page and in their comment sections. We don't want to silence people, but I think too many pages allow for that violent dialogue to occur. And I can only speak for myself, but when I see it, I guess it then becomes an unsafe space for me, and I will just not engage, really. And so I guess understanding how to moderate those racist comments and those hurtful discussions can only come from experience, and then that takes you on those bigger discussions around diversity in the workplace, because you need those different perspectives within the workplace in order to know how to moderate those types of discussions. And that's why you see such an imbalance in the way that people's discussions are moderated. It's never been a safe space for anybody, this is my personal opinion. I don't think it's ever been a safe space for anybody. And it's not somewhere that I would go to feel safe and secure. But Yeah, you know, I've found strength in these platforms, and I've also found it contributed negatively to my mental health in some instances. So it's never going to be a consistent experience for anyone, let alone Black people.
Thank you. And I just building on something you said there that made me reflect. Often we're moderated online by folks who have no skin in the game and have no idea how our communities work. As you say, Celeste, like the community that you're a part of has its own set of guidelines, right? We all belong to particular groups of people that have ways of operating. And if you come in from the outside, regardless of who you are, and you don't have any sense of what the norms of this particular community is, you're not going to do a good job and you're going to get it wrong. But there hasn't been any sort of, there has been this expectation that one rule can rule them all, when that's just never been the way that the world has ever worked. No. I'm going to come to you, Claire, to talk not quickly, but to talk about your algorithmic bias in content moderation research that Salty did, and tell us a little bit about the kind of responses and perhaps what happens next. Before then, Lola, I'll come to you to talk about foster system.
Sure, yeah. So we undertook this research as in response to the censorship that we were seeing. And so I can I share my screen and I can like walk you through what was going on. So basically, so last year, because I'm on the back end of this stuff, I see this every day when I'm running the platform, but we don't always communicate it to our community because, you know, we have something to do, which is like literally run the business. And so we've been sharing I started to share some of like the roadblocks that we see on the back end. And so last year, I just shared this series of examples of images that were rejected for advertising by Facebook. So this, for example, this image, for example, this image. So all of these images were rejected on the grounds of promoting escorting services. And there's literally nothing here that is promoting escorting services. It's just like, it's so obvious and it's so disgusting. And it is so just like, there's so much historical context to this as well. This is not just a new thing. This is like the sexualization of Black and brown bodies and of queer people and of disabled people. And it's just so gross. And so I posted this and it got legs, right? So because I've also learned in dealing with these big tech platforms that they don't respond to you unless you call them out in the press. And so I released this, it started getting some press traction. And as a result, they reached out to me and they were like, hey, oh my God, let's like fix this for you. So they went through and they brought a moderator and they like manually updated everything and approved all these ads. And I said to them, that's great. What I'd love to do actually is meet with the team at Instagram and talk you through our experiences. What we can do is gather some research from our community, because Salty has this direct lifeline into our community is trans women, non-binary people, queer people, women, plus size people, disabled people. So we're really lucky in that we have access to this niche community. And they said, sure, we'd love to meet with you. And what was also happening as a result of this post is that people in our community were like, they started posting, this has happened to me too. This has happened to me too. Can you share my story? Can you share my story? And it became overwhelming, all of this feedback we were getting from the community. And so I brought on, thankfully, because of this, like, there's a lot of people that work in the tech industry that are very interested in doing this kind of work, but they can't do it within their own institutions because a lot of their institutions don't value this kind of work. And so I started getting contacted by data analysts who have day jobs at Facebook and Twitter, but don't want to tell anyone that they're doing this secret work with Salty. So I have this incredible team of data analysts working with us, who worked with us to create a survey or a quiz where people could just like tell us their stories, tell us who they were, where they lived, how they identify, and send us examples of their content that was being flagged and moderated. And as a result, and so the idea was that we were going to take it to Instagram and be like, hey, look, what we've done the work for you here, look. And of course, what happened, which is what also always happens when you're calling out these big tech platforms, is that as soon as the press goes away and they've like done their bit, they just disappear because they want the illusion of doing the work without actually doing the work, because in order to do the work, they would have to literally rebuild all their internal processes. And there's no incentive for them to do that because that doesn't make them money. And so, of course, so they blew us off, like they blew us off and off and off and off and off until we were just like, I was like, I'm releasing this report to the public. And so we launched it on our website, and y'all can read it if you want. We go into a little bit more detail about how we got here. But basically, we established a couple of key findings. And also, you know, we should say that these findings are representative of our community. So they're not representative of everybody in the whole entire world. But we did find that in our findings or in our research, queer folks and people of color were policed at a higher rate than other users. We saw like a really high instance of accounts being reinstated after people basically went through and what's it called? A lot of sorry, I'm blanking.
Flagging?
Yeah, so there's a high instance of false flagging is what we found. So it's like so the automatic processes for censoring and moderating was falling short, and then when they brought human people in to look at it, you know, it proved that there was like a high instance of the false flagging. Basically, also, we tested some advertising content as well. And if the user identified as a cis woman or a cis female founder that was creating products for women, their products were the most likely to be flagged than any other identity type. We also found that plus size and body positive profiles were flagged for sexual solicitation and excess nudity more than slimmer bodies were. We also found that, this is interesting, that the policies that were meant to protect users from racist or sexist behavior are harming the very groups that need protection. For example, the people who come under attack for their identity have been reported or banned instead of the attacker. So these self-moderation or community moderation tools are being weaponized against the people that they're supposed to protect. So for example, Celeste, that's an example that you brought up earlier. And interestingly, you know, respondents communicated this growing distrust of the platform. So because of this like opaque nature of the process of moderating and censorship and not being able to appeal, it was what they're building is like this like uneasy space for users.
And is a lot of this flagging that you're talking about, the false flagging in particular, Claire, is a lot of it automatic, or is a lot of it coming from other users also reporting? Do you know?
That's hard to tell. I mean, we don't know. Like, we don't have that information. But my instinct is that it's automatic. Most of this stuff that happens is automatic. These algorithms are incredibly sophisticated at this point as well. They're far more sophisticated than we can even imagine. So yeah.
Oh, thank you so much, Claire. I mean, it's really helpful to hear anecdotes, but it's also super helpful when somebody, you know, like Salty puts all of this information together, really does research within their own community, and you've produced this incredible report, which really just names and pins down something that a lot of people, I think, have been feeling. So thank you for sharing that with us. I'm also, oh, sorry, go.
All right, we're actually about to release our second report. So this came out a year ago. Been working on another one for a year, and so that's going to be coming out pretty soon as well. So keep your eyes.
I can't wait.
I know, it's so exciting.
Content.
It's really depressing, but it's great.
I know. It's so grim. I am compelled to remind everyone that if you'd like to ask questions, you can do so in the Q&A box below. And I just had a quick peek at the chat, and somebody said, I'm incredibly fired up. They were like, Sandra says, I love this talk, but I'm sitting here getting angrier by the minute and fired up in a good way. Thank you, Sandra. That is what we are here for. So Lola, I'm going to come to you to talk to us about, we've mentioned Foster Sesta a few times now. Can you tell us a little bit more? So there are a pair of laws that were passed in the US that have been very controversial. Can you give us a brief overview of what it is and the actual impact it's had, and also maybe why it's relevant to Australia as well?
Yeah, sure. So I think part of understanding the legislation is also, and how it affects specifically sex workers and by extension other marginalised communities, is understanding why and how sex workers use the internet. So sex workers were some of the earliest and first adopters of many mainstream websites. So sites like Tumblr, Patreon, you know, we were there in the early days of Craigslist, the early 2000s. I'm pretty sure we've actually been booted from all three of those sites now. Anyway, so the reason that we did flood to these the internet and these sites is because the internet gave us the ability to access safer working conditions, and working conditions which were potentially free of exploitative third parties. So before the internet, before you could work on the internet, you mainly had three options of doing full service in-person sex work. So you had street work, brothel work, or agency work. Street work was obviously dangerous because in most places it is criminalized. So the likelihood of arrest and incarceration is quite high, as well as your ability to screen. You have a very, very short window of time to determine whether a person who you've never met before potentially is dangerous or not. The other two options were brothel and agency work. So under both of these, unfortunately, they have been tied. Many establishments do have exploitative management practices because of the lack of oversight and the inability for workers to seek recourse because of criminality and stigma. So now we can work independently, and we do work kind of like freelance. So the internet has very much given us the ability to not only screen clients, but touching on what Claire was saying before, it's also given us the ability to work with other members of the community to understand and avoid being banned on platforms and erased. So one example of this was, I think this was last year when this was happening. But if you changed they were doing a sweep of shadow banning specifically women. And if we found out that if you changed your gender to male, you would have the shadow ban removed. So that was obviously like an algorithmic thing. Yeah, we definitely use it to avoid being censored by tech companies, and also warn each other of how to navigate harmful legislation that's just been passed. So back onto the harmful legislation that's just been passed. So one of these is Foster Sesta, which was a package bill that was signed into law in April of 2017 with a stated goal of reducing sex trafficking online. What it basically does is it takes aim at eroding Section 230 of the Communications and Decency Act. The Section 230 is one of the main reasons that we have a free and open internet in the way that we do today. This piece of legislation basically provides immunity to interactive computer services from liability for the content that their users post. So without it, the platforms would be forced to either over-moderate or over-police the content on their platforms, or face civil or criminal litigation, which a lot of platforms that are smaller just simply can't afford to do. FOSTA-SESTA specifically targets facilitation of prostitution. And so when this law was passed, as a website owner, you could now be held liable for the content that your users were posting if it was considered to be facilitation of prostitution. The bill is extremely vague, so there wasn't any specification as to what facilitation looks like or what prostitution looks like. So this has definitely led to the profiling of sex workers and the sort of assumption of what a sex worker looks like or does, or, you know, activities around sex work when it comes to outrage or censorship. Just look at my notes. Oh, and I think something also to keep in mind in terms of how this is affecting sex workers in Australia is that major internet companies and platforms that are dominating the English-speaking market right now are based primarily in the US, and therefore are subject to US legislation and also a US-based value system, which is a lot of where these problems are stemming from. So through FOSTA-SESTA, sex workers essentially are experienced the first iteration of what the Black Lives Matter protesters are experiencing now, which is really, really scary. The immediate impact that the bill had was obviously a loss of ad and screening platforms, which we rely to advertise and keep safe, as well as the erasure from mainstream social media networks, as well as sort of other sites that you wouldn't expect FOSTA-SESTA, or you wouldn't expect the platforms to have taken action, like Google Drive, for example, started clearing people's content without warning. Skype changed their terms of services to disallow nudity on the platform. And something else that doesn't get spoken about that much is that FOSTA-SESTA very much legitimized the anti-trafficking movement. Why this impacts sex workers, as well as the stuff I spoke about previously, is because these groups have now developed apps to report people they think are victims of trafficking, which is obviously just a highway to racial profiling and really bad stuff.
Blimey.
So yeah, it's really, really, really bad. And they've also teamed up with mainstream hotels like the Marriott and Hilton to train staff on combating sex trafficking. Some of the criteria that they use in this training to spot victims of sex trafficking is things like being alone and being female. And which
very
is
dangerous
crazy.
Things, right?
So dangerous, super dangerous. So, you know, and these are having real world effects as well. Like this is, people have been kicked out of hotels because of this. People have been kicked out of restaurants and other establishments because those establishments have been trying to learn from the bigger establishments. So this is very much having a real world effect right now. The other do I have a little bit more time to go through one more?
Just one more point.
I'm so sorry.
No, don't.
I'm like, I know this is a rant. So the last piece of legislation that I just want to cover quickly is, so this isn't the first time that they've tried to pass a bill under the guise of stopping sex trafficking. One of the most recent ones, which has been sort of circulating, is the Earn It Act. And I highly encourage anyone who's listening today to go and do some research about the Earn It Act, because it is a really scary bill, which might be being passed. Ultimately, this act threatens end-to-end encryption and therefore affects our ability to organize against things like fascism. So it's very, very similar to the AA bill, which was proposed in 2018 by the Australian government. It's important to understand that we're one of the Five Eyes countries, so it's not uncommon for countries to develop similar legislation or have smaller countries
be the testing ground. I guess the takeaway from this sort of spiel that I've had, I'm sorry for putting everyone through like a 7-minute spiel, is that in 2020, we're living in such a digitized society that rules online are often almost as effective as the laws in offline society. And therefore, the rules that are affecting people online are having a much more significant impact than they would in 2005. And I think we really need to start having conversations and taking that more seriously.
Thank you, Lola. And no need to ever apologize for a 7-minute spiel.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No. It reminds me, and no, this is a complete tangent. I remember I was doing a talk once, and we were a panel of 3, and we were all given, it was a 15-minute session, and we were all given 5-minute, very explicit 5 minutes. And the first guy stood up and spoke for 15 minutes.
Oh, man.
And I was like, dude, we all still have to talk, right? Yeah. You do a whole PowerPoint. It's like, I was like, mate, it's a 5-minute talk. You've got 17 slides. The maths doesn't add up. Like, why? Yeah. So never apologize, Lola. Thank you. And I jokes aside, I think I had not heard of the EARN bill that you're speaking about, which is shame on me, but also incredibly important for, as you say, all of us to be really aware of, because lots of legislation, especially in a time like now where there's COVID and the US election and all sorts of other things happening, that it's easy for these things to sort of like get passed, swept under the rug. All the sort of COVID legislation around surveillance and so on that passed in March in countries around the world. I think there is so much information that we can miss these things, but they do, as you say, have much more impact on our lives. And it's so hard to live outside. It's so hard to live a completely offline life. It's almost impossible. We don't have as much agency and choice. But anyway, I'm not going to go on rant. I'm going to come to you, Celeste, because we've kind of left you in the corner a little bit, and that's totally my fault. So firstly, is there anything that we've spoken about that you'd like to add on before I come to talk about expression?
Nah.
All right, sweet. Okay, great. Well, so one of the things, this panel is about censorship and expression. And interestingly, there was a 2018 Macquarie University report looking at being Indigenous online. And that while the majority of the study's respondents indicated they use social media to connect with their community in some way, they also expressed concerns around cultural practice, expression, and knowledge online, particularly in relation to the breaking of cultural protocol, the danger of cultural appropriation, and the misattribution of culture. And I wanted to get your thoughts on this. I mean, there is a lot of conversation around cultural appropriation and misattribution of culture and stuff online. What is your kind of perspective on this as an Indigenous woman?
Yeah, I guess it comes back to, community, like what is community and what is connection, and can community and connection still exist virtually? And if so, at what point does the virtual connection no longer uphold the best interests of the community? I feel when it comes to those cultural protocols that we speak of and that we abide by, I guess, in our communities, I feel that that can only be learned through a level of experience, through a lived experience within those protocols, and that goes for both Indigenous people and non-Indigenous people. It's about being active in those communities and learning and doing deep listening, and and how do you do that deep listening online? And so, when it comes to culture, it is difficult to set boundaries and uphold cultural protocols online. It's hard for our elders to do that, especially when they're not as present as our younger ones. And then I get concerned for our younger ones, because are they then learning about cultural protocol through a digital platform? And so, we've seen a rise in the appropriation of art. Even that's just one example. We've seen a really high number of non-Indigenous people appropriating our art, and I guess, and selling them for profit. So it is hard when, I guess, setting those boundaries around protocol and culture is hard. And I don't feel like people are doing their research or their due diligence when it comes to consuming that content and consuming culture, especially when it's not theirs. So, and not enough people are asking the right questions. So I guess, and that's where that misinformation and misinterpretation of our culture can also come into it. But Indigenous people are high adopters of Facebook and social media. And so I guess to combat that and to combat not feeling like we have a place on there, we've actually created our own online spaces that are just for us, where we can, I guess, exist, and we moderate them ourselves, and we engage with our community. We make connections with different mob. I mean, I built quite amazing relationships from social media. I've gotten jobs off of social media, so we are very active, and we are very creative. We're an innovative people, and so I guess it's of course we would build our own platforms and communities when we have continuously been denied access to others. So I guess there's no one way to experience and express identity, and that translates online. There are commonalities in the way that we identify with each other and how we express it, but we're all on our own journeys of learning. I guess that, these online spaces have become important for us in terms of having a voice and being heard. And we are able now to represent ourselves how we want and present the positivity and the love within our communities with the wider community, because we don't always get the opportunity to. So there's no one way to exist online. I just feel when it comes to a culture that you don't know, act accordingly. You know your place. Just as I know my place in my hierarchy unit within my family, there is a place. If you're not from the culture, there's a certain way that you need to act when you're participating or engaging within it. So we can't spoon feed people either.
I mean, one of the things you just said, which I thought was interesting, is like people aren't asking the right questions. What questions do you think they should be asking, if I can be so bold?
I guess, we'll use art. There's what people need to understand in terms of Indigenous people here in Australia is that whilst we're all Indigenous peoples, there are hundreds of cultures within this country. My culture from Birragubba mob was going to be different from somebody else's. And so we all have our own ways of doing and operating within our communities. And so I guess if you're going to buy Aboriginal art, you need to be asking the artist questions about what the art is, where it comes from, who they are, and how this relates to them and their communities. I mean, we've seen a lot of discussion in our community as of late around the appropriation of art and other cultures. And so I guess our community has been talking about it, and sometimes the wider community isn't privy to those conversations. But I guess it's just about having those conversations, building relationships first, build the relationship first, ask the questions, don't be shame about it. If you're wrong, you're wrong. But, there's always a moment for transformation. But I guess it's that, and this is what I ask all white people, if I'm being real, it's like, what's your commitment to the action of change or of your own learnings, because as we were saying before, everyone want to talk about it but no one want to be about it. And I guess we are very much a culture that is resilient, and so whether that's in real life or online, we're quite staunch, and I don't think anyone's really been unapologetic about their stance on things within our community, or even on Black Twitter, but because that's where it's at. But I just really, sometimes my community just really I'm just so in admiration of my community sometimes, just the level of strength that comes from it, even when we're being told that we're not allowed to be strong. So yeah, I don't know, I may have gone off on a little track there.
No, that's great. It's funny, I said to someone the other day that being Black African, people, I think folks from outside the community sometimes think, your aunties are a bit scary, but you're not scared of your aunties. I'm like, I'm just as terrified of my Black aunties, my staunch African aunties from across the continent as anyone else. No matter how old I get, I will continue to be terrified and in awe. Right? There's a level of deference that doesn't disappear.
That's an auntie, and I'm scared of her.
100%. She will put me in my place no matter how distant, even if she's never seen me before. She'll be like. Okay, so just before I ask you all a quick last question, I'm going to remind folks that if you have any questions, you can put your hands up, your little blue hand in the participants tab, or you can put a little question in the Q&A. We'd love your questions. The last question that I'm going to ask you all panelists, I mean, what ways, and I mean, this is one of those broad questions that we could have a whole panel on, but how can we look at the internet governance community, that maybe the people in the audience that we're speaking to, how can people play a role in minimizing the harm in digital spaces? Are there actions that individuals can take? Or is this, is this a much more systemic thing? And even if it is, which I believe it would be, what do you urge individuals to do? Celeste, I'll come to you.
Okay, great. I was like, okay. When it comes back to that, it's not enough to just not be racist. You actually have to be anti-racist. You actually have to be proactive about not being racist. And so, like, when you see things happening, even just around you or even online that you don't agree with, share it, support us, back us, stand by it, and I guess have our backs. And, we want to know that we're supported. We don't want to have to, I said before, we don't want to spoon feed people. We don't have the time. So do your own research. You got Google, you go, access the communities that you're a part of, learn about the mob where you come from and where you live, look at their lands and their traditional owners there. Do the research. It's 2020 and there really isn't any excuse to not know anymore or be ignorant. There's just, there's no excuse for it. So, stand up and be loud about it and be loud with us and support us on our journey to freedom.
Hallelujah. Yes. I am in the Church of Celeste right here. All right, Claire.
Yes. I guess I would say to the people that are here that work in tech, which I think that there are many people here that do work in tech, is to make sure that you are fighting that every single room that you're working in is diverse. You have to bring people in and you have to fight for them and you have to make sure you listen to them once you bring them in, because they will change the product that you are building, and you have to be okay with that and you have to be excited about that, because that's what's beautiful about it. So fight to bring them in the room, make sure they're safe once they're there, and be able to iterate the product once you build it. So that's my biggest thing. And then also when you're building these products and thinking about the products that you're building, make sure that there's safety valves for people. Make sure that there's places where your users can go when they're feeling unsafe, that they can tap into for you to help them there.
Thanks, Claire. And Lola?
So I would totally agree with both of you. I think you covered two of my points there. But the other two that I had was start using products and services which aren't based in the US to draw some of the monopoly away from the US, so that their legislation doesn't have as big of an impact on people in Australia. Obviously, that's not an end solution, but it should help. The other thing is, if you run a company, which I'm sure that someone in the audience does, which currently excludes sex workers from the use of your product, I want you to question why that is and change it if you can. If you can't because of legislation or whatever, you owe that community at least a financial donation, as you're contributing to the violence against us by facilitating the erasure of us. If you're complicit in this, you need to be funding those who are dedicating their lives to changing the legislation that's making you complicit.
Here. I am feeling very inspired. Okay, but we're not done yet, because we have some questions, which is fantastic. So Lucy from Digital Rights Watch says, I'd love to hear more about the online payments platforms. When PayPal/Stripe or any others shut down accounts, what is the process for you? And is there a legal pathway to get your accounts back?
So as far as PayPal and Stripe go, I think there's actually a worker. I need to confirm which platform she is currently taking action against. But there is a worker who's currently taking action against one of these platforms because of their policies. And she is a worker who is currently working in New South Wales, I believe, so it is decriminalised. In terms of PayPal and Stripe, when they do take the accounts, I am unsure of the legal recourse, to be honest. No one I know has been able to take legal recourse, because I think something that also gets forgotten about is that in order to take legal recourse in the first place, you need to disclose your legal name. And by disclosing your legal name, obviously you're opening yourself up to doxing and a whole other host of really dangerous things that could happen to you. So often, you know, a huge part of the problem with criminalization and stigma is that any form of crime or harm that is done for you, you have the complete inability to seek recourse and maintain a safe environment around you.
Thank you. We've got a question from Jacqueline Knight for Celeste. Celeste, do you have some advice about where to go for the right information and who we can direct our questions to if we're seeking credible information and knowledge about Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island peoples? I know you spoke about this a little bit, but it seems like Jacqueline's looking for more specific guidance.
Yasmin, it's Jacqueline on the line. Can I jump in?
Oh yeah, please. Yeah.
Unmute powers. Yes. But it was a bit of a question for Celeste, but it's also equally for Claire and other members of the panel. So you have talked a bit about asking questions, investigating. I feel it's been really insightful, and the discussions today are very new for me. And I think as someone who makes a conscious effort to try and be well read and to investigate, even literature that's from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voices, from transgender people. There's still, I'm a heterosexual white woman, so I haven't lived those experiences, and I still feel like, even though I'm taking the time to get exposure to that, I feel way out of my depth, and I'm interested and conscious of wanting to understand. As I said, just getting exposure today about the challenges that people experience that are just completely new to me. So it's about when the question I asked to Celeste was not just about general information, but I guess if there's, are there good sources to go to? Are there channels to follow, or particular outlets, communications outlets? I mean, Salty is obviously a great example of that, but just trying to get better informed for someone who doesn't understand these areas but is interested to do so in a sensitive way, so that when you want to start having conversations about these sort of topics, you're doing so in a way that's respectful and is not going to unintentionally hurt or embarrass or do damage. So that's sort of something that I'm quite conscious of, and was interested to get some advice from you, Celeste, as I said, from other members of the panel about dealing with marginalised groups, having not experienced that myself.
Yeah, I guess it's always there's a hashtag, or buy Indigenous, and I guess it's always good to buy from Indigenous owned companies, I guess, and look for the right channels where they'll aim to serve and to protect the buyer and the artists involved, I guess. But it's not just about art. I think that, going to your local land council as well and having conversations, but you just got to do the research, and that's what it comes back to. And I guess because in the job that I do, I have to communicate with a lot of big tech companies and have those uncomfortable conversations with them. And I have to remind them, it's you have to become comfortable with the uncomfortable, because if you're not uncomfortable, then I'm not doing my job. So, my job is to make you uncomfortable here, because, it's about that learning and confronting it. So I guess I just think it's doing the research, having conversations, going into your local land council, looking for Indigenous owned companies and organizations, and seeing if you can help out, if you can volunteer your time, or maybe you have a skill set that they might need. Things like that. So thinking about what you can contribute, what you yourself can contribute, and where you think that you might be of value to somebody or an organization. I don't know if that answers your question, but there's so many different layers to our communities that sometimes you just got to start at the basics, and it's just about identifying what you bring to the table.
I'm going to also add, sorry, go on, Claire, please.
I just want to say that, as a white person who is interested in learning about people of color and transgender experiences and experiences that are outside of your own, that it's not on those people to educate you how to do it. And I know it's tempting to come into this space and be like, Celeste, tell me how to do it. It's like, girl, it is on you. You have to go out and you have to do it yourself, and you have to decenter your experience, and you have to listen, and it takes work, and you're going to have to look at some really ugly parts of yourself, but you're going to have to do it, and she can't teach you how to do it.
Well, I'm not gonna add anything else to that. The one other thing I will say is, like, if I went through the world, you know, the most of the countries that I've lived in are English-speaking white majority countries, and I've had to learn how to survive as, you know, like a migrant Sudanese Muslim woman. I've had to learn the way of the white man in order to survive. My knowledge of the white world is just as intimate as it is of my world, but it never goes the other way around. There are very few white men or women that really have an intimate idea of what my inner world is like, or what my, you know, community is like. And that's not because the information is sacrosanct necessarily. It's because they haven't taken the time. And I was having a conversation recently with one of my quite good friends, and I was like, do you actually know anything about what I believe? And they were like, oh, well, no, I've never really thought to ask. And we've been friends for many years, but there's this kind of like, oh, it's your own thing and it's not really about me. But I think there's also a bit of a push to be like, well, yes, it might be private, and you might be scared of asking, but at the same time, there's a difference between asking where I'm from being the very first question you ask me, to like after being friends with somebody, or after, you know, being curious about the world. Ultimately, I think it is about being curious about the worlds of others, and about really wanting to know because you care, because you're interested, because you're inquisitive. I mean, these are all things that we can learn, and they're not difficult. They just take a little bit of extra work. Now, okay, we're running out of time. I've overstepped. We've got a few more questions. And okay, very quickly, we've got one from Alexa. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Has there been any case where a platform has allowed for an independent study on how their algorithms end up making certain decisions? Claire, can I come to you?
Yeah, I would say that no, never. Like, they hide them. They're like super proprietary, secret information. I don't know of anyone that they don't tell anybody what they are.
Ew. Is the answer to that.
Computer says
computer says no. Not happy.
And they're
fans.
constantly changing as well. That's the other thing, is that they change all the time.
We actually have another really interesting one. Claire, many people don't think about persons with disabilities as sexual beings. Can you tell us about the issues that have come up when Salty portrays their stories?
Well, Salty doesn't portray their stories. Salty just lets the people with disabilities tell their stories. And that's the fundamental difference, is that we are a platform that passes a mic directly to those people to speak their own stories in their own voices, which is actually different from a traditional media platform. So, and on top of that, if it's written by a person with a disability, it's also top edited by a person with a disability as well, because something that you see in some like media outlets is that, you know, the top editor just like butchers somebody's piece because they have no similar lived experience. What's the actual question?
Just, they say many people don't think about persons with disabilities as sexual beings. Can you tell us about the issues that have come up?
The issues?
Perhaps around censorship? Like, are there more?
I mean, the issues are the same as the issues that we're facing with our other users.
Communities.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I've got very few minutes remaining, so I'm gonna. Sandra says, riffing on what Alexa said, is there a platform that's trying to get better, or putting it another way, who's the least worst? I don't know if anyone has any least worst suggestions. Claire.
I hate them all. I didn't just like, oh God.
Lola, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, the reality is that the majority of these platforms are run by those who are upholding white supremacist heteropatriarchal norms. So, you know, I don't think there is a platform out
out there that is currently not doing that, that is a mainstream social media platform. And I also don't know how to, I don't know what a platform that doesn't have those laws, doesn't have those values looks like, because we haven't had that before.
Well, I will say that this is tangentially, this is related though. It has a lot to do with the venture capital machine that is building these products as well, because venture capital funds these products. And when you have venture capitalists who have invested tens of millions or hundreds of billions of dollars into these products, they expect a return, which only comes at scale. And so they build scale. And it is fundamentally impossible to build a product on venture capital that is not a vehicle for white supremacy, because that's how it works. So the way that these platforms are funded has everything to do with the products that they are. So the least worst, I would hope, are community created platforms that are funded by people in the communities. But you can't scale with that kind of funding. So it's like,
All right, folks, we have run out of time. No, that's, thank you so much, Celeste, Claire, Lola. What I will say, last couple of words, minoritized and marginalized people have all sorts of weapons used against them and have for a long time. And it's easy for folks not to care about them until they come to your doorstep. This is stuff that we should all care about, not just because other people are getting hurt, but because how we protect the most vulnerable in our communities says everything about who we are as a society. And we need to take this very seriously. And I know that you take it seriously because you're on this call. Thank you all so much. And I'm going to hand over now to Melody.
Thank you, thank you, Yasmin, and thank you, everyone. I just want to also mention that Yasmin joined us while it is 6:30 a.m. where she is. So really dedication right there. Thank you, Yasmin, for such great moderation. I am feeling super salty that there's censorship with marginalized communities. And I hope everyone who has been watching are feeling super salty about that as well, and bring that energy with you in your daily lives and also in our session for day 2 tomorrow. But also feel inspired, because I'm feeling inspired by our great speakers and moderator as well. And from this entire day, I hope you've had a really good experience. And I hope this panel has been as engaging for you as it has been for me. So thank you so much, speakers. I will now pass the floor to Andrew, our chair for NetThing, and he will do the closing remarks for us. So thank you, Claire, Lola, and Celeste.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
See
you.
ya.
Well, that was excellent. I wish I was a cleverer person and I could figure out a way to draw all of this together. At the start of the day, I said that I hope this forum would be something that would allow people to be activist, informed and involved, where we could come together and hear all sorts of different perspectives. And the people that came here would be respectful and knowledgeable of other agendas and perspectives. I don't know that I can draw together a theme that overarches the whole day. I could see points of resonance in almost every session. Everything we're talking about, although we're talking about technology, is an intensely human activity, because ultimately that's what we are. And it's very easy to see things as other than us, but I think having this sort of dialogue builds a connection between people. And one of the points of resonance, I guess, that I heard was a call to activism. That being informed and being there, participating in decision making, it's really hard. That last panel was saying, it's really difficult to know unless you know someone what you can do to make a difference. With the big tech companies or with the internet or how everything operates. So there is a bit of a call there to find allies and alliances and fellow travellers to be able to explain what your interests are and what your desires are, and to be able to listen to other people and find that connection as well. I guess the other thing that has resonated all the way through is we're not just purely talking the internet, we're not just purely talking government or government overreach or laws or economics. We're actually talking about a really confused nexus between all of them. And teasing these things out, thinking clearly, and understanding what the essential things are out of all of this. That's the challenge for us going forward. A lot of today's discussion has been people describing the circumstances that we are in, but not necessarily seeing, well, is there a place for me to be involved in coming to solutions? And that's partly the format of today, panel discussions and some Q&As. We have tried to be as interactive as possible, but really tomorrow might be where the rubber hits the road on some of that. Melody, could you put up those slides that we were talking about earlier? So first I would like to thank our sponsors for making all of this possible. It's not an easy thing to put together. Their resources have enabled us to do it. And in particular, I would like to thank Melody and Apnic today because they have been excellent. If we could move on, please, to the next slide. Yep. So tomorrow morning, we have a 9:15 opening and our first session is running from 9:30 to 10:45. It's the Beginner's Guide to Internet Governance. And, it's being led by a couple of our steering committee members to really talk about what some of the moving parts are in terms of internet governance, but it's meant to be pretty free form and informal discussion between people to talk about what are they interested in this area. So I encourage you to attend that. GoDaddy Registry have a session on DNS abuse. We talked about it a little bit today, some dimensions of it, but they're going to go into a bit more of a deep dive of it. And so we'll get into there. At 12:10, we have a quiz, trivia quiz, also hosted by GoDaddy Registry, which is going to be marvelous. And then following that, we have lined up Peter Lewis's Tech Talk Australia at Home discussion. Lizzie O'Shea will be on that call as well, I understand. And I think they're planning on reviewing Netflix's documentary, The Social Dilemma, and talking about that. Then, as I mentioned this morning, Outer are having a workshop really talking about their future. What are their strategic priorities? How should they interact with the broader internet community? What should they be doing in future? And this is one of those things where you can get involved at an early stage and talk with people about, well, what are they hoping for, and inform what decisions are they making. So I strongly encourage you to participate in that. And finally, at the end of the day, between 4 and 5, the former chair of NetThing, Sandra Davey, will be leading a conversation on the future of NetThing. What worked, what didn't work, what should be changed, what should be kept. And again, we're looking for your involvement on that, because this is ultimately all about you. This is about, well, we've talked about the multi-stakeholder community and the internet community, but it's about all of us as humans talking with each other about what matters and where we want to go to next. So I guess in conclusion, I would like to thank all of the participants today, those that have attended and our panelists in particular, the people that have made this possible. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I'll hand back to Melody at this stage.
Thanks, Andrew. And thank you everyone for joining us. I hope it has been an insightful and inspiring day one for you. Maybe you've made a new connection in the social room or took away an insight from a speaker. Whatever it may be, we hope to see you back here tomorrow for day 2. It will be more interactive with deep diving workshops. Plus, it will be in meeting mode, so a little bit more sociable. Remember, NetThing is by the community for the community. Your voice is just as valid and valuable as the speakers you've just seen today. So that's all from me, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you.